He's in a real bad mood.
Jack, plastic crap! You doing this to me? Who do you think you are, you piece of plastic shit? Oh! Oh! Bro, yo! It is my favorite Arbudo movie. It died. What else can I do?
It's probably not plugged in.
What? Damn. No matter. I can buy 100 more. Now, Tommy. Each month, a freelancer sails into Vice City in Morris's yacht. He sells his cargo to the first boat. I want you to take the speedboat and beat all the other shitheads to it. Then you bring the cargo here. Okay?
Being a big chick, man.
He sells his cargo to the first boat. I want you to take the speedboat and beat all the other shitheads to it. Then you bring the cargo here. Okay?
Being a big chick, man, from Colombia. Let me guess. Thought I could use a guardian angel.
I'm just saying, you need to let me in there, my man. Now, you can feed me all this lonely tough guy crap, but I know one day I'm gonna save your ass, and you're probably gonna want to kiss me. Wacko. We got some competition. So, Tommy, we know it was Diaz busted our deal, so why in the hell are we running errands for him? The more we learn now, the less we have to learn when we take this town over. I like your style, man. Real fresh. It's time for the man's dance. Watch yourself. They're coming from all over. Got it. Everything is as best as you can. Eat it. Eat it. Sleep with the fish.
Response to advance 17 West Light Point. Circle the sur en la white road.
There are gunmen on that jetty.
Response to advance 17 Southwest Light Point. It is advance 17 North Washington Beach. Circle in la white road.
Good shooting, my friend. You're a real, proper, grade-A lunatic. Well, thank you. See you around, Tommy. Okay, Mr. Lance Mance Pants. You trying to irritate me?
Yo, Tommy, it's Lance.
Yeah.
Oh, nice to hear from you, Lance. Come on, man. Be cool, be cool.
I'm in the middle of something. What do you want?
Nothing. Just to say, look, Tommy, we can do this thing. You and me, no problem. You know what I mean?
We're going to have to do it, because otherwise we're going to be dead, Lance. We're in too far now. Thanks for the call. Speak to you later.
Right, Bill, sign up? Oh, I might have a little result for you, but I need to speak to you in person. I'm enjoying a little R&R at the Club Malibu. I reckon you're going to owe me a favour or two after this, sunshine. I'll see you later.
All right, Bush. I'm going to say you're there, mate. What the hell are you talking about? You know that wanker Diaz, the bugle meister? He's got your boy Lance. Word is your mate tried to jump. He didn't jump high enough, if you know what I mean. Where did he take him? All right, English. Keep your party on. You got him across town to the junkyard. Bloody hell, you nutter! Thanks to you. You screwed up real good, Lance. He killed my brother. What do you expect me to do, mow his lawns? We're gonna have to take out that prick Diaz before he takes us out. You okay to use a gun? Sure, I guess. Nice to see you, too. Let's get out of here.
has forced a hasty departure.
What's the problem?
The French want their missile technology back. And after the last incident, I feel it's time to find safer harbors.
Wouldn't it be safer to fly?
I'd be dead before I reach check-in. Besides, I need to get my merchandise out of the country.
Need another gun?
You, my friend, are worth 10 guns.
Hey, Adrian, what's up? Okay, hold. Let's see what this is.
Schnookum smiling face. Hi. Schnookum smiling face. Hi.
Snookum? I like that name. Hi, Snookum. Snookum. I like that, Snookum.
Oh my god, they've got a helicopter! Oh, shoot the helicopter! I'll be everywhere I look, girlfriend.
Snookum. I like that.
Tomas, you have protected and served me well. And now you must leave us before we reach the open seas. I will lower my personal launch. Keep it, my friend. A token of my gratitude.
Thank you, Colonel.
One more request. While I'm away, could you keep an eye on Mercedes for me?
I think she could look after herself, but sure, I'll keep an eye out.
Gracias, amigo. Hasta luego.
Adios, amigo.
Alright, Tommy, it's Paul. I've just heard from a mush that you've been a real naughty boy. Somebody's taken offence to you acting like the big guy all of a sudden. Giving it the big shot thing. Well, don't say I never warned you or nothing. Boasting is a mug's game, son. Anyway, I heard there's some fires been put on your head and someone's going to have a crack at you, so watch yourself. And remember me, mate.
I got us some cannons in the trunk. Holy shit, where'd you get all this stuff? Been saving for a rainy day. Like? Yeah, I like. This place is gonna be crawling with assholes. Be careful. Don't worry, Tommy. I'll cover you.
Response to attend 17 Central 36. Suspect on foot. This was attend 17 Central 36. This was attend 7 Central 36. Central 36. This was attend 7 Central 36. This is attend 17 Central 36. This is attend 7 Central 36. Suspect on foot. Response to attend 17 Central 36. This was attend 7 Central 36. Attend 7 Central 36. This was attend 17 Central 36. Suspect on foot.
Diaz must be inside. What you thinking? Diaz! I've come to take over your business!
Tommy, you betrayed me, you idiot. I'm gonna kill you real soon.
Eat this, you murdering bastard!
You You stupid freaks! My beautiful house! Look what you've done to this! I trusted you, Tommy. I would have had you made. Say goodnight, Mr. Diaz.
Good night, Mr. Diaz.
Tommy, son, have I got a surprise for you? I'm down at the recording studios with some major artists. Why don't you pay us a visit? You know it makes sense, don't ya? See you later. Tommy, remember me?
Hello, Sonny.
That's right, Sonny. We're all friends. You never write me, you never call. Don't you want to be friends no more?
I've been busy trying to sort things out. You didn't give me a lot of support down here, Sonny.
Oh, my fault, is it? Well, I've heard you've been busy, all right. Busy killing drug barons, busy taking over. Don't forget about us, Tommy, because I can assure you, I ain't forgotten about you.
Oh, we gotta redecorate this place. We gotta make it look older. I can't stand this look. Tommy, what do you say? What do you say we put a bar in? You're my lawyer, Rosenberg, not my interior decorator. Got it? Listen to me. The time to take over this town is now. It's all out there waiting for us.
When it's our season territory. Let Vice City know we're the new players in town. You know what I'm saying?
What you need is a legitimate front, Tommy. Real estate. It's never done me no harm.
We need to start using some muscle, or we can kiss all that hard work goodbye. Local business know Diaz is dead, and they're refusing to pay protection.
Oh, we could try bribery. Bribery? Screw bribery. I'll show you how to make them scared. I'll be back here in 5 minutes.
Hey, what's up?
I run this town now. Me. My beautiful window display. Only time will tell, baby. Mercedes, remember the name. No wonder you ended up being a cop. You're really my store, my wonderful store.
Suspect on foot.
Man, are you insane? What are you doing?
Howdy, son. Just thought I'd ring you up, give you some advice.
Hey, Avery, what's in you?
There's a lot of opportunity in this town if you own the right real estate. You catch my drift?
I reckon so.
All I'm saying is keep your eyes open, and you might find the perfect business opportunity. I'll catch you later.
Later, Avery. What's the problem? Some bars refuse to pay. They reckon they're protected by a local gang of thugs. But don't worry, Tommy. I can handle it. Did you call this handling it? You two, off your asses. Let's go. Get in the car, useless. Protection needs a little more protection.
Oh, hell, not again. I don't need this crap. These idiots operate an ADP security around the clock. You guys just sort it out amongst yourselves.
I'll be seeing you later.
Yeah, whatever.
I just came here for some pussy.
Central Washington Beach. Pedal, down. Citizen 17 Central Ocean Beach. Citizen 7 Central Ocean Beach.
Tommy, we gotta talk about stuff.
What's the problem, Lance?
It's you, my friend. I feel you're not giving me a fair slice. And more than that, you've been embarrassing me in front of the boys. I can't have that.
Lance, it ain't like that. You've been making mistakes.
Tommy, I'm not your message boy. I'm not your running boy.
Lance, don't screw up and we won't have any problems. I screw up, you can lay into me anytime.
Tommy, I've done everything for you. You treat me like a fool. Don't do that.
Lance, I won't rip you off or stab you in the back, okay? Just take it easy. This is tough enough without you getting all emotional on me. Trust me. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I hear you, Tommy, but I can't take this much more.
Lance, don't be like this. Now I'm warning you. Do you hear me? Just relax. Take a few days off, okay? I'll talk to you.
You moron! What were you thinking? Do you realize what this means? We could all be
The timer must have got screwed. That place was wired to go up like a fireworks factory. And somebody tipped off the cops.
What's the problem, fellas? Mike was supposed to torch someplace in the mall, but he screwed the fuses, and now the cops are crawling all over it. We gotta get our stuff and get out of here.
Relax, both of you. Let me think for a second. Tommy Vercetti just doesn't cut and run. The cops are going to be going over that building with a fine-tooth comb, right? But that takes time. We got to go in and torch that place ourselves.
Yeah, but no one but a cop could get within a mile of that place.
So we go as cops. We got to get uniforms, and we're going to need a squad car. All thanks to you, Mike. I'm sorry.
We got it. All we gotta do is lure the cops in with the finger, put them in a locker, and jump.
Good plan. Let's go. All right. Yeah, Mario. Okay, Lance, let's get the cops' attention.
Oh, yeah, mine too.
Oh, in all my years.
Easy, brother. No cop drives this man.
Remember, smile at the other cops.
Hey there, officer. Nice badge.
Real smooth, Lance. Okay, timers are set. 5 seconds and ticking.
5 seconds. We got to get the hell out of here.
No, I haven't, but I've always loved your music.
Let me introduce you to the band. This is Percy, Dick, Willie's in the cars here, and that was Jed's in the booth earlier. And guys, I went to meet a good friend of mine. This is Tommy. We go way back.
Hey, pal. And, what was your name again?
Yes, you remember. Don't be playing games with me, mate. I'm too crafty for that sunshine.
Like good fun in America.
But the thing is, Tom, the boys need to help. They ain't too connected. They don't know your ass, your farm.
We need some drugs, pal. Go get on the old long fist beauty, you know?
Well, this is Vice City, man. What's the problem?
Love juice, man. We need love juice, man, gang.
Love juice?
Aye, 2 parts boomshine, 1 part trumpet, 5 fizz bombs, and a litre of petrol. Can you help us out, pal? Oh, it would really mean a lot
You
to
can do
the
that for the
boys.
boys, right? Looking for something special? I got what you need. Thanks for the money, sucker.
You think it's funny, asshole?
Represent 17 Central Downtown. Represent 7 Central Downtown.
Yeah, like, I could do with some company, if you know what I mean.
I know just the girl. Get out of that street. Get it moving.
Suspect now. White, road guard.
Get out of my way.
I'll make it clear, kid.
Something's been messing with your brain, idiot. Hey, Mercedes.
Hiya, Tommy. And how are you?
Just fine. Listen, fancy having love fist?
Okay. But just as a favor, I expect returned.
I can't hold Get out of my way.
I see you later, big boy.
How you doing, mate? Paolo again. Look, Tommy, I forgot to mention, we're going to need some extra muscle for the concert. A bit of security. There's a biker gang led by Mitch Baker. It will be great publicity. Very rock and roll, baby. Sort this out for me, and I'll get you some backstage passes for the gig, alright?
Tommy, man, am I glad to see you?
What's going on?
Bad vibes, Tommy.
I am need you again. It's heavy stuff. off me heavy, can?
This cat, we hardly know him, but he knows us. Why, this cat knows all about us. Knows that Willie likes his ladies' underwear, eh? Or that Percy likes
Shut up, you
church,
fool. Just get Jez bar of shit. I love rocket hen, can? Shut
Yeah,
up.
I love a rocket thing, right? But listen, this cat.
The guy who wants Love Fist dead. Dead, Tommy. Love Fist gone. You know what they say, the good die young, but Tommy, you gotta save Love
Got a
Fist.
signing in 2 hours, and I think...
Yeah, and the boys think the stalker's gonna try some monkey business there.
I'll see Love Fist burn. Love Fist ruins my life. Get lost!
Where's Baker? I'm looking for Big Mitch Baker. Who's looking? Tommy Rossetti. Rossetti? You don't look like the law, so that's bought you a minute. You better talk fast. Ken Paul said you might be interested in pulling security for a gig he's got set up. Ken Paul? No wonder he sent you. The last time he was here, he left through the window in nothing but his limey birthday suit. Are you interested or not? We only do favors for our own. How do I join? This ain't no country club, boy. Can you handle a bike? Can you sit on a stool and drink? Goger, Zeppelin, go see how this girl handles a bike. Oh, man. All right, fancy clothes, let's see what you can do. city. Cougar says you can handle a bike pretty good.
Yeah, how many more errands am I gonna have to run? I'm a very busy man. If it's a fight that's gonna settle this, then bring it on.
Being one of us ain't just about brawling. It's about being part of a family.
Yeah, I've been part of a family before, all right? It didn't work out.
Yeah, right, but this family takes care of its own. We don't ask a man to do the dirty work and then let him do 15 years hard time. Yeah, that's right, I've done my homework. This here's the biggest family of misfits, outcasts, and badasses. Hell, some of us have even been betrayed by our own country.
I was locked up during non-ugly business.
Which is why I'm going to ask you to go mess with the man. This whole damn country needs a kick in the ass, and we're the ones to deliver it. So get out there, grab a bike, and show this city how pissed you are.
Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 17 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 19 South Downtown. Represent 17 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 19 South Downtown. Represent 17 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 19 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 19 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 19 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 7 South Downtown. Represent 21 South Downtown.
Hey there, Mitch. Well, if it ain't badass Mercetti, now I want to see how good you can fight for your patch. The local street gang made the mistake of stealing my hog. Probably because of some machismo thing or something. Me and the boys would go over there and teach them a lesson in respect and all. Anyway, then I got to thinking. This would make a good initiation for you. You get my bike back, you can tell Paul he's got his security. Come on. Come on, come on.
So fine.
I won't leave Love Fist alone.
You didn't kill him, man, and now he's back.
Yeah.
Thing is, we need someone to drive the limo we can trust, because that nutter keeps making threats.
Tell me, I need my mom. We're all breaking ourselves, man.
Okay, guys, calm down. I'll handle this. Normally, I wouldn't busy myself with driving around a bunch of drunken Scottish bisexuals. But in your case, I'll make an exception.
No, we killed him. We blew his fucking head off.
Man, time for a wee little drink. Are you finished just 100 yards down the road then? Better make it a large one then.
Hey, Tommy, change the tunes, man.
I get all confused if my heat's nae banging. Oh, look, what's this? Hey, Tommy, take this tape on.
Love Fist, your time polluting the airwaves is over. I gave you the chance to be friends, but now I'm giving you the chance to die. You try and slow down, your limousine will explode along with your big hairy asses. Tommy, pal, you've got to save the band.
I'm getting bored of this.
Just keep the pedal to the metal.
You gotta find it, Bob.
Can't we just drive around all day?
I would get plenty to drink. The bomb may be in the engine. Heat struck yet?
We're all going to die. I'm going to get pissed.
Hey, there's a queue here, pal. Hey, mate, Ansel's near the drinks cabinet. Get him away.
Hey, the vodka bottle's got wires coming out here.
That's no vodka. That's moonshine. Ah! What up to blow? You always said that I would kill me.
I've seen this on the telly. You can't pull out one of the wires.
Which wire?
I don't know, man. I don't have a clue.
Willie, she's showing. I'm going to play bass in hell.
Tommy, man, keep driving fast, pal.
Somebody do something.
I'm clever. Somebody do something? What kind of crap is that? I've seen braver crimes.
Okay, tough guy, you do something.
Look, mate, I play a musical instrument. I don't have a clue about bomb disposal.
Well, he could just suck a moonshine out with a straw.
I have heard that you're good at that kind of thing. Hey, I was off my tits that night as well, you know.
Just pass Willie a straw.
I a straw? This is a Love Fist tour bus. Oh my God, get a straw fake, if I mean.
Which wire, Tommy?
The green one.
There isn't a green one. Oh, is this a green one?
Any of these wires look green?
On the desk of the cars are green.
I should have dumped you lot when I had the chance, man.
Glory seeker.
Capitalist.
I'm carrying you for years.
Shut up, you muppet.
Night screaming girl.
Aye, shut it and pull a wire.
Which wire?
This one. No, we're not.
Man, we're okay. We ain't been blown up. Tommy, man, nice one. Rock and roll, man.
Now we got a gig to go to. A racket to make. Groupies to abuse.
Oh, fist. Oh, fist. Oh, fist. Have you finished with that ball? Haydi kalk elbette şu sansa gel devam sen ay şu alfay.
Hello, Tommy. Yeah, Baker. Just wanted to say I really enjoyed the show. Me and the boys want to thank you and remind you you got our respect. Good day. Keep riding hard, son.
See, man. Hey, easy, puppy. This man's for me. You the boy? Oh yeah, you the boy. I think so, you know.
No, I don't think I do.
Oh yeah? You come here, tough guy. You think you'll take me on? You think you'll play stupid with me?
No, I think you're playing plenty stupid enough for both of us.
Hey, he call you dumb, son. And I call him a little girl, puppy. Look at him, all dressed up like that. What is this, ladies' night? You some kind of tough guy? You dress like a woman? You got on panties like a woman too, huh?
What do you got against women? You prefer men, big boy?
I like women. I like all women. I love my mother, Chico.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Relax.
Can you drive, amigo?
Yeah, like a woman.
Very funny. I like you, big boy. Maybe you can help. Maybe you can prove you're a man, huh? Take out the boat. Show me you got some big cojones. And not some little bitty chiquita ones. Hey, Enrico, you the man with the big cojones?
Tommy Versetti, let's go.
Okay, man. Treat her like a woman. Amigo, you're the man, man. Call yourself a man, man?
Show me some ID.
You're a little scaredy kid, baby boy. Go cry to your mommy.
So actually make you some stew, eh? Come and check me kitchen sometime, okay, Tommy?
Capacito, por favor. No hay problema, Tom.
Papi, un gran problema.
Alberto, my son, what
The
happened?
Asians. I hate these Asians. They messed with me for the last time. We'll take them out. Only we need some backup. I lost a few hermanos already out there. Amigo, you drive good.
For a woman, right?
This is no time for joking. Come on, drive for me again. Take my boys over there, and then we'll take these Asians down. When they mess with me, they mess with the biggest boy in town.
I am King Cubano, man.
We gotta fight like men. Hey, amigo, good to see you can make it. This stinking nest of Haitians, we gonna kill them all. James! Now, my brother, charge! Sniper on the roof! They fight like girls. Take cover! We need reinforcements from the cafe! Take out that cowardly sniper!
You done? Tell me something.
Fight like men with huge cojones!
I want to hear you scream!
Tommy, we have proved our mental bravery. Let us kill the rest of us and make a good escape. Cabrón, asshole.
Let's come to a dance at the one. What should I do? That was fun.
Alberto, go to Cafe Senor.
Don't serve the steak in the sauce. You're two-faced, Tommy. You're either two-faced or you're a wimp, baby boy. The Haitians, man, they're laughing at me.
Easy. What's your problem?
They're laughing at me, Tommy, at me, Humberto Rubino. They're doing whatever they like.
Nobody does whatever they like, Umberto. They do what you let them do.
What?
You want somebody taken care of? I can handle it, but it's gonna cost you. I know we're brothers and all, but this is business.
Tommy, you are a real man. Business, a gentleman. These Haitians, they have a load of product coming in offshore. Really good stuff. We take it, and we finish them. You take it, and I look after you. Like my
I think I prefer the cash to being bounced on your knee, amigo. Hey, Rico. Nice boat. Ready?
See, Tommy, now you be a good shot today. My boat, she no good, full of holes, okay?
Northwest Pasadena. Respond to advance 7 Northwest Pasadena. Respond to advance 7. Northwest Pasadena. Advance 17 Northwest Pasadena. Respond to advance 7 Northwest Pasadena. Advance 17 Northwest Pasadena.
You pissed me off, you gotta pay.
Advance 17 Northwest Pasadena. Respond to advance 7 Northwest Pasadena. First and foot. Northwest Pasadena. Advance 7 Northwest Pasadena. Respond to advance 1 Northwest Pasadena. Just a road.
Hello? Hello? Come in, my dear, and rest your soul. You must be the big bad man my granddaddy been chatting about. Tell me things about you, you know, when he visits, and about the others who wait for you. Now, we all dead from long time, but you, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
I got a message to come here.
Can you hear them? Them calling your name, boy, must want you pretty bad, don't you think? Now you do all and play a turn and maybe she help you. Maybe she can give you a little juju after all of this. Give you some magic to give the lawman the stink eye.
Look, this is all very, give me what? I think I got the wrong address.
These things, Tommy. The Cubans, nasty, proud foo-foos. Been making my lovely Haitian boys shake their heads. Now they told the policeman where me been stashing my powders. They think it drugs. Them stupid. Now be a good boy, Tommy, and go and get the powders for Auntie Poulet.
Yeah, sure. FBI! Stop immediately!
Oh, sorry, I must have the wrong address.
Well, you might as well come in and rest your souls and have some tea. Do you have something there for me, Tommy?
Yeah. This place feels familiar to me. It's a smell from childhood, a deja vu.
Now, Tommy, I'm going to whisper a little errand for you. Hear me well,
You look like someone
The Cubans have fast boats they use to cross the seas with drugs. It is their livelihood. My nephew been making little flying bombs to take them out. Blow the boats to coffin wood.
Thanks for the tea. for somebody around here.
You looking hungry, Tommy?
Do I know you?
Hush now. One more thing and I can let you go, Tommy. My boys can war with them Cuban boys, but no guns. But but the Cubans have a surprise coming. While they fight in the streets, you take this rifle and kill them in the hubbub. No one sees you, no one hear you. Now, Tommy, you do this for me, and you no longer tied to my apron strings.
Okay, Auntie.
Tommy, when you coming back here, feet? Me tell you, we don't want to see you around here no more.
Hey, lady, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kill me a Haitian. And then I'm going to make love like a man. You know that, Chica? Something like this.
Gross. Who's her? Prick.
Hey, baby, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Use that line.
Humberto Romina, he likes the ladies,
So
not some
funny.
goat in a skirt. Tommy, I love you. I love you. Let's go.
Go where? Can I get a cup of coffee
No
first?
time for coffee. Besides, I just had one. We gotta take out the Haitians. Tommy, how do you take out a snake? You bite him in the ass.
Whatever you say, Humberto.
Tommy, you go and get us a little Haitian car. When you get it, come back and pick up my boy, Pepe. And take them out to the Haitians. Then, you go around to the Haitians processing plant. And you use their solvent as an explosion. Boom! Bye-bye!
Humberto, what about you?
I'm going to stay behind and watch over the cafe with Papa. He's not feeling so good, you know?
The last thing I needed was this. Maybe the last thing I needed was an enema, but this comes close.
Damn, this is a nice part of town. These places are gone, man.
This is a very risky move for ya.
Oye, let's go find our muchachos. No, they do nice pizzas here. Whoa, man, you drive like a crazy bitch. You lost, man?
Hola, amigos. Oye, the solvent is around the back, amigo. Bueno, Haitian putas. Muerte. Vamos.
Vamos indeed.
Follow my compadres.
Okay, in you go. Cover me. How's the cafe?
Oh, wonderful. Incredible, Tommy. Incredible. No wimps, Tommy. Just real men. And the beautiful women. Anyway, I wanted to tell you, me and Papi, to us, you Cuban. You have proved yourself, man. You got big cojones.
Well, thank you, Umberto. Nobody said that to me since I left jail. See you around. I'm not guilty.
Get to the payphone next to the mall in Washington.
Help me.
It's a deal. To help in eradicating those out-of-towners was invaluable to business. I have more work for you, with a more hands-on approach. Your next job is taped onto the phone.
Always upgrade. That's my motto.
Get to the payphone in Rice Point. My compliments on a job well done, Mr. Till. My client was very pleased. I have more work for you, with a more hands-on approach. Your next job is taped under the phone.
That's like the rudest thing ever.
quarter right. Quarter right.
Get to the payphone at the airport terminal. Time to fry, bigger fishing is the deal. There's a rifle in the foliage to your right. Watch the woman standing on the balcony above the check-in desk. She will walk through the crowd and ask someone the time. You must kill that person, retrieve the case, and take it to the location taped under the phone.
You stink.
Jumping.
Respond to Advance 17 in Central, Goa International. This is Advance 7 in Central, Goa International. Respond to Advance 1 in Central, Goa International. Red helicopter.
goodness, this is great. I've got us this minibar installed. We got a whole bar downstairs, Ken. Yeah, what up? Well, I got the chalkboard you asked for. Ah, that's the benefit of a law school education. The ability to follow instructions. Now, I need a safe. Oh, all right, well, let me think. Safe. I got it. This guy will blow you away. Nah, that schmuck. He's on the inside.
Where inside?
In a police headquarters cell awaiting transfer.
I think he's about to get paroled.
Oh, like there couldn't be worse bombs over there.
Cam Jones?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm busting you out.
Whatever you say. Come on, lose the heat and get me back to my place.
Sedan 17, Central Washington Beach. Sedan 7, Central Washington Beach. Suspect on foot. Sedan 7, North Washington Beach. Sedan 17, North Washington Beach. Sedan 17, North Washington Beach. Sedan 7, North Washington Beach. Sedan 19, North Washington Beach. Suspect was seen in a white sedan. Sedan 1 South Viceroy. Suspect was seen in a house photo.
Doing a job, and you're my safecracker.
Beats losing my ass in his cell.
We need a stick-up man. You know one?
Hey, Tommy, this stuff keeps you sharp, man. Woo! I could be your stick-up man. Stick 'em up, stick 'em up!
You ain't a stick-up, man. You're an idiot. Now get yourself a drink and shut up.
Hey, get out of my way! Yeah. Ow. Relax.
Cam, what do you think?
Well, the best shooter in this town is a guy named Cassidy.
That's so.
Yeah, a military guy, or thinks he is. I doubt he was ever in the army, but he certainly knows how to get a hold of guns. He'll be down at the shooting range. Mind your feet, wet.
I'm losing myself.
Move it, idiot.
You Phil Cassidy?
Why?
I'm looking for a man who can handle a gun. On this setup, I'm not too convinced.
Son, I can shoot a fly off your head at 80 feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I looked in the army.
Fly shooting real popular in the army? Glad I don't pay tax.
Trying to be funny, kid? Let's shoot.
So, do you want to do me a favor and help me put together a job?
Son, after shooting like that, if you asked me to be your wife, I'd say yes.
Things are starting to come together nicely here.
What's the plan, Tommy? Que pasa, amigo?
The plan is you keep doing that like a moron. Anyhow, we need a driver.
Tommy, I'll do it. I can drive.
You want Hillary, mister. Not some smart-talking law school chump. Hillary's a real deal. You ain't never seen anyone drive so fast. I'll give him a call here. Hey, Hill. It's Phil. How's it going? No, don't talk. We'll reminisce later. You want to do me a favor? I got me a guy from up north. No, I don't think he was in the service, but he wants a driver for a bit of action. Okay, I understand.
What do you say?
Well, he'll do it, no problem. Well, there might be a little problem. See, he has abandonment issues. Seems he won't work for anyone who can't beat him. Something to do with his mama. Anyway, he wants to race you first. Said he'd meet you outside.
Abandonment issues. Who is this freak? Why can't I meet someone normal for a change?
You're Tommy? Oh, of course you're Tommy. I mean, why else would anyone want to speak to me? Okay, consider it this way. I'll drive for you if, and only if, you can drive properly. Leave me alone, and I'll never forgive you.
Hello?
Okay, I'll drive for you, but please treat me bad.
As you can see, gentlemen, this is going to be the easiest buck we ever made.
Tommy, seriously, you gotta consider going into law.
What the hell are you smoking, man? This ain't no simple plan. Well, who needs a simple plan anyway? Take communism. Now that was a simple plan. Didn't do Russia any favors, huh?
Calm down, all right? With a team like this, it's going to be no problem. We got Cam on safe. Phil, you and me will handle security. And Hillary will drive the getaway car.
Are
Aren't you forgetting somebody? Somebody who helped you to no end in this town?
Ken, that's right. Ken here, he washes the money for us, and he keeps the drinks on ice. I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. Look, it's easy. Haven't you ever seen a movie? We walk into the bank, we wave the gun around, and leave very rich men. I'll drive.
Great! A passenger!
Wait till I tell the group about this.
Tommy, Hillary's taking up too much room. I am not. Or two.
Hey, shut up, you two, or you can get out and walk.
Yeah, Hillary.
God's sakes, Bill, stop waving that thing around. Keep driving around the block, okay?
Okay, Tommy, okay.
Okay, guys. Nice and easy, just as we planned.
Hey, man. I get the blood flowing.
This is a raid! Nobody move! Everybody up against that wall! Phil, hold down the fort. Wilco, roger that! Come on, Ken, the vault's upstairs.
You what? Damn! It's a flangy 9000. This could take hours to crack. Or 5 minutes if you could find the manager.
I'll go find where he's holed up. Bill, things still sweet?
Sure, everything's real quiet.
You're coming with me.
Okay, just don't shoot.
I said nobody move!
It's on time lock. You might as well give up now. Hell, I can bypass the time lock. Then we just need your key code and we're good.
Stay here. You try anything and you're dead. I'm gonna check on Phil. I'll be right back.
I told you not to touch that alarm!
be here any minute. I could do with some help here, Tommy.
Wait, Vinny, what? You are completely surrounded.
Surrounded? They're crapping themselves. Corrupt bastards. Tommy, the vault's open.
Okay, we got the SWAT retirement fund. Let's get out of here.
Okay, you asked for it. You had your last chance.
They're storming the place. Hey, come here!
Hotel 7 North de La Habana. Hotel 19 North de La Habana. Hotel 7 North de La Habana. Respond to Hotel 19 North de La Habana.
Jeff, where's Hillary? I'll give him abandonment issues.
Hey guys, get in. I got you covered.
Hotel 7 North de La Habana. Hotel 17 North de La Habana.
We made it! We're rich!
What I tell you, Tommy? What I tell you? Ben Swap better watch out when Pen Boyd's in town. Come on, I'll give you a little slice, mate. Come on, I've got you some new friends.
I never met you sitting around, man.
Tommy, I really enjoyed working with you. Ain't had so much fun since the Ridge and Numb, pal. Anyhow, if you need anything, you call on me, here? Always remember those I served with, and I'm sure I can help you out. Here?
She's always giving me a hard time.
Get to the payphone in Little Havana. There is a valuable exchange taking place on the roof of the Cherry Popper Ice Cream Company. Here's everyone involved. Leave the merchandise and taxi to the helipad at the airport. There is a gate to your west that leads to the back of the factory.
moonshine still.
Shit, Phil. Ain't that stuff?
Hell, you don't have to drink. Just a good whiff will set you off.
Listen, Phil, you said you could fix me up with some firepower.
Sure thing. There's some Mexican gun runner. Been doing me for business of late. He does his weekly runabout now. Hey. Ram his hardware off the back of his trucks before he goes to ground. And you'd be doing me a favor while you're at it. Then finish him off.
Driving like that.
Central downtown. Represent 17 Central downtown. Represent 7 Central downtown. Represent 19 Central downtown. Perfect, let's go now. Red, no riders.
Tommy, it's Phil. I cut out all the reminiscent crap and listen to me, you hear? Good. I got me some extra strength moonshine, nearing fermentation time, and I was wondering if you'd fancy having a shot. Seriously, Tommy. If you like a drink, or if you need to strip paint, this stuff will make a man out of you. Sure did out of me, even though I can't see out of one eye. And I'll be waiting for you, you hear?
Hey, Phil. How's it going?
Hey, Tommy! How you doing? It's been too long.
I swear you should lay off that moonshine, man. It smells like paint stripper. It's make my eyes burn.
Shh, Tommy. Hey, come over here because there's something I want to show you. Something.
Oof, God, should I be able to smell that from way over here?
Don't you worry about the smell, Tommy. You just watch this. Shitty, cheap bandits or something. There's some more on the bench. Ta-da! Oh, damn! cargo man. Too many cops in Vietnam. Listen, next time he serves you notice me a few favors. And a lot of them. He's got a place down Little Havana. Oh, look, giant fish. Smooth money. Woo, woo, woo.
Always something.
Tommy, it's Phil. I want to thank you for helping me out back there, son. Damn Charlie, he'll always ambush you somewhere or the other. Anyway, the wound is healing well, and it means I'll no longer be defrauding the government on my disability check.
B.J. Smith, and you must be Mr. Rossetti. Would you like the tour? Might as well. Well, I'm very sad to be selling the dealership to y'all. This is my first investment after I turned pro. But now it's time for me to move on. You're leaving town. Not too much of a hurry, I hope. No, I'm just coming out of retirement and preparing for my future comeback. The business wasn't too strong, and my staff took it upon themselves to get a bit more creative with the generational wealth. Obviously, I could wind down the business before handing it over. Hell, I could burn the place down if I wanted to. This is prime development land. Oh, I wouldn't worry about any of that. This place seems perfect. Yeah, it does. So I take it we have a deal.
Guess you're the new owner. What are you, mob, cartel? You don't look Mexican. Anyhow, I guess you better get on with the things are gonna change around here crap. Maybe threaten one of the drivers. Go steady on Ted over there. He's just had his hernia fixed.
Well, yeah, things are gonna change around here, lady.
Oh, crap, Sonny. Might as well leave this to me. I've been doing this for years.
Now, here's this. We are now under new management, and things are gonna change around here again. Our new management team.
Which gang are you?
Well, I'm not part of any gang, actually.
What's your goddamn name, kid?
Versetti. Tommy Versetti.
Our new management, the Vinci gang, is gonna make sure we get no trouble. Capiche? Out.
Did you like the capiche? I like the capiche. So this is how it's worked in the past. We run the firm as usual. If we get any trouble from rival firms, you beat the crap out of them. Then they beat the crap out of us. Then you beat the crap out of them, etc., etc. You got it?
Yeah, I guess.
Just grab a taxi from the garage if you feel like jumping in.
Okay, we got a high-class fare needs to pick it up from Starfish Island. Any takers?
Tommy here, I'll take it.
there. Back off, asshole. Come on, get in, quick. Okay, please, don't hurt me. Keep beating us to it. They just got too many cars. We can't compete.
Mr. Vasari, if you're out there listening in, you want to put the BC cops out of action before we go bust.
Okay, I got it. R13, out.
Hello, taxi.
ladies.
Some fender.
Yeah, my old man used to work on these. I used to spend the evenings with him cleaning the rollers. I was gonna follow him in his trade, but I lived a different life.
You planning on selling the old machinery? Breaking it down?
I'm thinking we might print something. A newspaper, a magazine.
Oh, crap, Sonny. Low-grade crap. I've always fancied printing money. It ain't too hard. You know, I've been doing it on a small scale for years.
Really?
Sure. But we need some good quality plates. Of course. There's a counterfeiting syndicate already operating in Florida.
A syndicate?
Yeah, but just rumors is all I've heard.
I know a man who's good with rumors.
A woman.
Ass on that. Oh, girl, sure lost my innit. All right, me old China. How's it hanging? What do you know about counterfeiting? Oh, I'm fine, Paul. How about you? Come here. Oh, all right. See, I'm Vinci a busy man. All I know about Dodgy Red is just to try and supply the plates. Fuck. you know. They've got a shipping company down the docks. The boss man would know when the planes are coming in next. Thanks. Oh. What's the matter with you, you maniac? Give me another drink, lively.
I need the money.
You join us?
docks today. I'm gonna go intercept them, grab the plates, lose any heat, and make my way back here. Now, depending how well this goes, we may may have 5 minutes to print the money before the counterfeit syndicate finds us, or we may have all year. Either way, I want green rolling off the presses 5 minutes after I get back. Got it?
Don't you worry, Tommy. We'll be ready.
Me and the boys will be around in the neighborhood in case you need any heat taken care of.
All right. Everybody cool? All right, I'll catch you later.
Tommy, I had Sonny on the phone, okay? Are you with me? I don't know about you, but there's something about a man threatening to murder my family which really scares the crap out of me. What are you gonna do?
Ken, take it easy.
I am calm. Calm as a man can be when he's fearing for his life.
Stay off the idiot fuel and look after yourself. No one's gonna take us out. I'll see you later.
I am calm. Don't I sound calm? Must be impending death that is doing this to my voice.
Which one of the boats is the fastest?
It's already in the water, dude. I thought you might want to try her out. Dude, she's already running with a 3
300 horsepower engine.
Fiberglass hull. She just shoots through the waves.
She can do like 0 to 60 in 4 seconds flat, dude.
She can hold like 20 bales the best Jamaican smoke
yeah.
right in the hull.
Go ahead, dude. She's ready to fly.
Yo, suit dude. You got a light? Dude.
Clothes you want.
Were you now or at any time a child?
What are you talking about?
Are you a child?
Calm down.
What's wrong? A child! A dirty, stinking, sniffling, snotting, vile, puking, crying little baby. A baby! An awful, horrible, disgusting little boo-hoo. Mommy doesn't love you. You little shit.
Ow, calm down.
I hate babies, and I hate children. They're dirty, sniveling, snotting, vile, puking.
Enough already! What is wrong with you? You make soft ice cream, okay? It's purely for kids. What kind of psycho are you? Just so I understand this, why make children happy?
Oh, you stupid, sniveling, snot.
Shut up!
Brat! The ice cream is a front. We distribute other non-dairy products. And if I see a kid, I put him to good use. Don't I, kiddies? Yes, I do. Mommy doesn't love you. She hates you.
What a nice lady. Still, you know, I hear there's good money in ice cream. The problems with the street kids. Tommy, man, you're gonna love this.
those clothes you wanted.
I nearly fell over. Whatever, loser.
Action.
Whoa! Now that's big.
12 inches. That is regulation, baby.
Cut! Who is this idiot? You! Why are you in my space? Why? What is all this crap? Aliens, fishing poles. Who's ever seen a shark that big? All this stuff's gotta go. Why'd you get in this business, you prick? Huh? For the pussy. That's why. What is this? This is my art. Security! Look, you pompous asshole. I own you now. I own all of this. We're gonna turn this place around. I'm gonna make you rich. You're Tommy Vicente, but I thought that you were... That's right. We're gonna be making some changes around here and start making some real money.
Actually, have you ever thought about,
But first, we're gonna need some good-looking bros.
yeah, girls are fine, but you, wow.
What's that guy think this is? Some free art crap? Jeez, like anyone ever watched losing a fish? Yo, Candy, looking for movie talent. You interested?
Sure. But you'd have to
People
have
were as polite as machines.
The hell are you doing?
You should have stayed at home today. Can you believe this, asshole?
Oh, it's over.
Respond to attend 17 East Downtown.
You're lucky, man.
Attend 7 East Downtown. Attend 17 East Downtown. Just on foot. Attend 17 East Downtown. Attend 7 East Downtown.
Come on, let's go.
Hey, Mercedes.
Hey, Tommy. You want a party?
Not now, sweets. You interested in doing some movies?
Of course, as long as it's cheap and sleazy.
You're hired. Get in.
for a warm-up?
Maybe later, babe.
Whoa, cool shark.
How's filming going, Steve?
Well, Candy is a natural. And that new girl, she's insatiable. She went through half the cast and crew before I even took a light reading. Anyway, hey, tomorrow we're going on location to shoot the boat scenes.
Boat scenes? What boat scenes?
The fishermen are in the throes of passion when the giant shark comes in.
What did I say about the giant shark? I said, no giant shark, all right? Just keep the cameras pointed at the poontang.
Okay, Tommy, you guys gotta try, all right?
Get those flyers printed up.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna let us distribute those things. I mean, they're just too, they're unimaginative.
You don't worry about that. I've got my own ideas for distribution.
Okay. Hey, Candy, in my trailer.
close encounter with the nympho invaders, our hero finds himself unable to think of anything but this huge phallic mountain. And that's when I want to do the scene with the vat of mashed potatoes, but then
I don't give a crap about that. Just keep going, keep going. You mentioned something about some legal problem.
Congressman Alex Shrub has jumped on the pre-election bandwagon. He's going after the Puritan vote. Rumors are he's going to support measures to restrict, shall we say, the more fleshy aspects of this nation's great entertainment industry.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Candy, you know Shrub. You guys get up to anything kinky?
Okay. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Got that. Is that part of the, was she talking to?
Hey, I can never tell. Anyway, you're probably best following her after the shoot. See if she leads you to their new love nest.
You got a camera?
Yeah, get him a camera.
Oh, Alex. I mean, Martha. Whatever you say. Martha, someone's watching. How kinky.
Dan 7 South Light Point. This is Dan 17 South Light Point. Respond to a Dan 7 South Light Point. Suspect on foot. This is Dan 7 South Light Point. This was a Dan 17 South Light Point.
I'm sorry, but I just can't swallow this right
Come on,
now.
darling. He's hung like a sperm whale, for pity's sake. How can you not feel a part?
But Stevie...
How's my star director? Oh, man, the struggle between the artistic integrity and the humping, pumping action continues unabated. And before you ask, yes, all 4 videos will be released by their... Honey, can you please keep the Andacon in the shot? He costs more per hour than you do.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
I was thinking we need some kind of big stunt to really promote the launch. Something that will make a real impact on the city. You got any ideas?
Well, in the old days, they used to have gala events, stars, limos, the night sky crisscross with searchlights.
I got an idea.
Yeah. Well, little sequin numbers and the limos. Premieres. Oh, yes, ma'am. Of course, ma'am. And the press and the barrage of lights.
Tell the captain I saw his wife. No wonder you like the magazine. Paolo here, True Paso Lego.
What do you want, Paul? I don't want any fake label clothes.
Very funny, mate, but you know I don't trust bank gear. No, I was just calling to see if I can get a part in one of your movies. Back in England, I did a lot of blue stuff, mate. I'm packing more wheat than you might, son.
Paul, thanks for the offer. I'll bear that in mind.
Seriously, don't forget about me after all I've done for you.
That's what I'm trying to forget about.
Hey, oh, Darby, we got a situation over at Brickworks. You better go and check it out. Wow, it's some kind of mess or other. Things are messed up. I gotta go.
Oh, okay, what's the emergency?
Oh, Tommy. Some mob thugs said they'd come to take their cut. Said it was a Mr. Forello's money. Oh, I feel like crap.
Forelli? Sonny Forelli?
Yeah, that's the guy. I think they were very insistent.
I'm not angry with you. Get him to the hospital.
Tommy, rip that guy a new asshole for me.
I'm gonna rip him too!
to attend 17 North de La Habana. To attend 7 North de La Habana. Intersection la red motorbike. Represent 7 North, Chile. Represent 17 Chile. La red motorbike. Represent 7 South, Chile. Represent 7 East, Caravana.
What's going on? Tommy, oh, good. Listen. I like fish. I love fish. I love them as pets in bowls or as food on a plate, but as much as I love them, I don't want to sleep with them, okay? But right now, your Italian brothers are coming from up there to fit me with some cement shoes, and I...
Shut up, Ken. Sit down. Lance, what the hell's going on?
It's your friends up north, Tommy. They ain't too happy you kept their man. They're coming down to see the business today. They took longer than I thought.
Guys, we gotta make this final. We gotta leave no doubt that this is my operation. Mine. Ken, you get the first run of counterfeit cash and put 20 mil in briefcases. Lance, you get the guys together.
Tommy! Why? No big hugs for your old buddy?
I've had 15 years out of the loop. I'm a bit rusty on family etiquette.
Oh, he's angry, huh, Tommy? Didn't I say your temper would get you into trouble, huh?
There's 3 mil in the cases.
How many was it, 10? No, 11 men. That's how you get to be called the Howard Butcher.
You sent me to kill one man. One man. They knew I was coming, son.
Tommy, watch your tone. Anyone would think you blame me for that unfortunate set of circumstances.
Just take the money.
Get the damn cash. You know, Tommy, I did what I could for you. I pulled strings, called in favors. I was your friend, Tommy. I hoped you'd see sense, see what's good for business. I trusted you, Tommy, and you disappointed me. But at least someone in your chicken shit organization knows how to do business. Isn't that right, Lance? Sorry, Tommy. This is Vice City. This is business.
You sold us out.
No, I sold you out, Tommy. I sold you out. The real cash is upstairs in the safe. So, Tommy, what was the big plan? You think I just take the fake cash, save face, and run away with my tail between my legs?
No. I just wanted to piss you off before I kill you.
You're going down, you backstabbing prick. Oh, you think so?
You took 15 years from me, Sonny, and now I'm gonna make you pay. You still don't get it, do you? I own you, Tommy. Those 15 years were mine to spend. Get him, boys. Never listen to a thing.
Tommy? Oh my God, Tommy, what happened?
What does it look like?
It looks like you ruined your suit, and Tommy, that was a beautiful suit. Tommy, what on earth happened?
Had a disagreement with a business associate. You know how it is.
Tommy, I have a disagreement. I send them an angry letter. Maybe I pee in their mailbox. I don't start World War III. You know, maybe you should speak to my shrink.
That stupid prick Lance.
Tommy, I never liked that guy, okay? He's neurotic, he's insecure, he's self-centered. The guy's an asshole. I'm glad you took him out.
I don't think we're gonna be getting any more heat from up north either. Because there ain't no up north anymore. It's all down south now.
Wait, does that mean what I think it means? Tommy, baby!
What do you think it means?
That we're in charge. I mean, you're in charge. Oh, Tommy!
You know, Ken, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful business relationship. After all, you're a conniving, backstabbing, two-bit thief, and I'm a convicted psychotic killer and drug dealer.
I know. Ain't it just beautiful?
How are you? Right, mate, anyway, thought I had to drop you a line. Oh, my good lord, my son, you will not believe the quality of the brass I just encountered. Streetwalker or something, just done in little of anime. Said her name was Mercedes or something. Oh, my God, mate, you got to check this bird out. Could strip the lead out of a pencil. Said I was the best you ever had at all. Get your potato skin, I'll be seeing ya. Tommy, Tomas, it's Cortez. ¿Qué pasa?
Things are interesting. How are you, my friend? What's going on?
I wanted to ask you about Mercedes.
Okay. What about her?
Oh, Tommy, I hear these stories, all these stories. I don't know what to think. Maybe she thinks she can do what she likes. But Tommy, tell me, is it true?
Is what true?
These stories I hear. She really going to be a lawyer. Tommy, the shame. You know, we Cortez are a proud family. We would never allow a daughter of ours to become a lawyer. Please tell me it isn't so. I don't think I could take it.
Oh, Colonel, I can assure you, Mercedes is never going to become a lawyer. Don't worry about it.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. Tommy, thank you. The shame would be unbearable. She's a lady, not a parasite, you know? Anyway, Tommy, you must excuse me, all right? The new Minister of Interior has arrived. Many years ago, I killed his father in a failed coup, so I must be polite. Hey, good day, amigo.
Look out!
Tommy Versetti. How's it going, Mr. Big Shot? I hear all these things about you. Some kind of player in town now, eh?
Paul, you're drunk.
Hey, stupid pal. I ain't drunk. I had a couple and some treats. I've been a bit of a couple of days, you know? Anyway, don't give me that. I ain't a mug. Who set you up in this town? Oh, me. That's her.
Really?
Don't give me that. Don't. I introduced you to people. I showed you the ropes. Did a lot of stuff for you, and this is how you repay me. You ignore me. You won't give me a way in, all after all I did for you. What do you think I am, a deal or something?
Paul, take it easy. I've been busy. Don't be an idiot.
I ain't no idiot, mush. That's what I said in Postal. You won't get the trouble, son, because you're going to get it. Tommy, mate, please. Use me big hope, please. Don't laugh at me.
Paul, get some sleep. Seriously.
Tommy, it's Ernest. Ernest Kelly.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I'll need a stick to walk, but I should be back at work soon enough.
Good.
I heard about Lance. What a little prick, huh?
Yes.
Never trust a man who walks the streets in his pajamas, that's what I say. Glad you killed him. I hope it was painful for the prick.
I think it was. You know, I just didn't think he was like that.
Tommy, for a raging lunatic, you're pretty naive. I'll be back at work soon. Teach you a thing or two about life, you hear?
Take your time, Ernest. Look after yourself.
Tommy, it's Steve. You're a marvel. I'm a marvel. They love us. We are rewriting the record books, pal. We're talking major awards here. I can put my dad in a home and tell him to shut up. It's hot, man. Hot. H-O-T. He never believed in me. Never thought I was an artist. And now I've made it. I'm the best damn skin flick director of all time, my friend. And I just wanted to say, it's a pleasure to have met you. I love you, baby. Don't you go changing on me, you hear?
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Nick930, and today I want to share with you the complete history of Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto is an open open-world action-adventure series, published by Take-Two Interactive and created by Rockstar North, formerly known as DMA Design Limited. In each game, players assume the role of a unique protagonist and find themselves tangled up in the criminal underworld and need to complete a series of felonious acts around a fictional interpretation of a major metropolitan area. The series is best known for its massive contribution to the open-world video game genre, with highly interactive, large-scale environments that offer an unprecedented level of immersion and realism. But it's for the same reason that the series is often the focus of intense scrutiny and controversy, with its no-holds-barred approach to its adult themes and violence being falsely attributed to the moral failings of American society in the 21st century. But this false equivalency has not dissuaded consumers in the slightest, and has instead only fueled interest in the series further, making Grand Theft Auto not just an enjoyable open-world experience, but a worldwide cultural phenomenon, and one of the most successful video game franchises of all time. So how exactly did this landmark action-adventure series get its start? And what about it has kept it relevant nearly 25 years later? Well, to answer that, let's start by taking it way back to the origin of the series' creators. In 1984, a small group of like-minded computer enthusiasts met up at a computer club in Dundee, Scotland. Club members in regular attendance included Dave Jones, an ex-Timex employee who is studying systems engineering, his fellow classmate Steve Hammond, a 14-year-old Mike Daly, and Russell Kay, who had been working with Dave on a prototype for a game for the ZX Spectrum. The group, known as the Kingsway Amateur Computer Club, expressed a deep interest in computer game development, and regularly paired off on projects to take advantage of their respective skill sets, often sharing critical programming techniques along the way. But it wasn't until Dave's sci-fi shooter Menace that things really started to take a turn. Tired of building games for Spectrum computers like his colleagues, Dave, along with another of his classmates, Tony Smith, tinkered with a game for the Amiga instead, which allowed for more detailed spaceship designs and more complex parallax backgrounds. The game was heavily influenced by the likes of Konami's Salamander, that at the time was only available to play at the arcade. So, providing that type of experience to a home computer was a big deal, and caught the attention of the Liverpool-based game studio Psygnosis, who agreed to publish Dave's game under their banner. With a publisher now lined up, Dave founded his new studio, DMA Design, which he named after a line in a programming manual for his Amiga 1000. And after several years of development, he released his first successful game, Menace. Menace was a turning point for the group of young programmers, as they realized that there was some serious money to be made in the emerging game development space. At the time, game development was not considered a real profession. Computer gaming was already so niche that developing games for it was seen as more of a hobby than an actual career option. But as the first checks started to trickle in, Dave saw potential and set up shop in a tiny upstairs office space in downtown Dundee. It was around the same time that Mike, Russell, Steve, Tony, and newcomers Gary Timmons and Scott Johnston were brought on as full-time developers for DMA, with some even leaving behind their old jobs and academic plans. Before long, the studio was working on several more games for Psygnosis, most of which were some form of sci-fi shooter. But as Scott began to animate little human enemies for one of his projects, he unknowingly set off a chain of events that would change DMA forever. These little guys are the Lemmings, a short stack of pixels that players would spend years navigating through treacherous puzzle chambers using an assortment of carefully curated tools. The Lemmings started off as a sort of running gag, with Mike Daly and Gary Timmons sharing a couple silly animations of the creatures getting into trouble one day. But after Psygnosis got a glimpse of the characters in action, they were sold on the idea, and the studio entered into full development on a dedicated game starring the suicidal rodents. Lemmings became one of the studio's first big collaborative efforts, with Mike, Dave, Russell, Scott, and Gary all designing as many levels as they could, and even challenged each other to see who could make the most difficult level. It got to the point where they were all masters at the game, and were solving some of the most difficult chambers in record times, which only pushed them to create more ingenious puzzles as a result. Finally, in 1991, DMA released the original Lemmings game, and were immediately met with a surprisingly strong response. With Within only the first day, Lemmings had sold well over 55,000 copies, a figure that Mike Daly claims would equate to about 15 million units sold back in 2006, and exponentially more when adjusted for today's metrics. Lemmings overnight became a cultural phenomenon all its own, and skyrocketed DMA's popularity through the roof, even drawing the attention of Nintendo, who saw major potential in the small Scottish development team. Following this incredible success, DMA invested in some major upgrades. They had recently moved out of their tiny upstairs office to a much larger space in an office park near the old university, and had brought on several new employees to handle their many ongoing projects. But now that they were raking in some real money, they decided to expand the operation, and occupied 2 new rooms in the same office complex, including one that they would use for sophisticated motion and audio capture technology. They then spent the better part of the next 3 years building follow-up titles to the beloved Lemmings, with sequel after sequel being churned out, each with a familiar positive response from audiences. But then, in 1993, Sony made a surprise acquisition of Psygnosis to bulk up their upcoming console division, and along with it, the entire Lemmings intellectual property, leaving DMA without a publisher or their signature creation. However, this turned out to be more of a blessing in disguise. The folks at DMA were burned out on Lemmings and saw this as a golden opportunity to finally return to more mature content. So they turned their attention to the newer 3DO multiplayer console platforms, hoping to build a game that would take advantage of their more powerful components. After receiving an offer from Nintendo to work on their upcoming Ultra 64 system instead, they quickly transitioned over to an ambitious 3D action-adventure game called Body Harvest. Body Harvest was unlike anything DMA had built before. It was one of their earlier attempts at making a fully realized 3D environment, while also reintroducing their love of more mature and violent sci-fi action. And it was even a featured title used to help advertise the N64's capabilities prior to release. But Nintendo was, unsurprisingly, not on board with Body Harvest's more adult themes. They fell in love with DMA's cute and lovable Lemmings characters, and were expecting the studio to deliver something along those lines. So despite plenty of effort from both sides to compromise, the title ultimately failed to meet the N64's launch window, and DMA had the game published by Midway instead, effectively grounding their relationship with Nintendo before it ever gotten off the ground. This would inevitably prove to be a critical step for the young Scottish studio, as their supposed moral depravity would be fundamental in securing their next big publisher. In enter the Hauser brothers, whose love of Hollywood action films and the music industry helped pave the way for a full-time gig working at a new experimental branch of BMG Entertainment in London, with an emphasis on the emerging video game space. At first, the 2 brothers didn't really see much potential in this area. They didn't consider video games to be all that cool or exciting, as the biggest games at the time were geared towards children. But that all changed when Dave Jones stopped by their office in '95 to pitch a unique multiplayer action-adventure game that involved criminals racing around a city being chased by the cops. This project, given the working title Race and Chase, was originally prototyped by Mike Daly, who struggled for months to emulate the 3D design of Clockwork Knight to function within the confines of a fully interactive metropolis. Eventually, Mike was forced to redesign the game from a new top-down perspective instead, with the rear wall being textured to look like the city streets, and elongated prisms being used to simulate buildings. With the camera perspective now locked in, Mike and Dave worked together to incorporate some rough driving mechanics, along with camera scrolling routines and traffic scripts to help better visualize what the game would play like. But after weeks of playtesting around the office, they realized that the game just wasn't any fun. They initially intended to have players select between 2 teams, the cops or the robbers, and engage in high-speed pursuits across the city. But this concept was quickly abandoned after they realized how boring it was to play on the cop team. Having to obey traffic laws slowed down the pacing considerably, and trying to dodge pedestrians at crosswalks was nearly impossible due to the limited camera perspective. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. Why not have players control the robbers exclusively? This changed everything. Suddenly, the sidewalks made sense to drive on, and pedestrians went from being annoying obstacles to potential bonus points. From here, the ideas started to pour in, like having fire trucks respond to fires, and then being able to steal those fire trucks, switch on their sirens and clear traffic. It was at this point that Dave Jones saw real potential in the project and pitched the game to the Hauser brothers, who were so enamored with its open-world nature that they agreed to publish it under BMG Interactive, on the sole condition that the game be renamed into Grand Theft Auto. Now that the core concept was nailed down, the real work could begin. Development for the original Grand Theft Auto was messy, to say the least. The engine that Mike had built was incredibly unstable, with an insurmountable amount of bugs and glitches, coupled with frequent crashes that made the map design process nearly impossible. They ended up having to draw each of the game's city streets by hand, using massive pieces of graph paper that barely fit on their desks, and when they finished, they painstakingly transferred the designs over to the engine itself. But even after getting the cities up and running, they ran into an even more frustrating realization. The game still wasn't fun to play. Most of the missions involved boring delivery objectives, and they struggled for months to find a way to make them more exciting, with things like power-ups and crazy weapons doing little to improve the feel. Then, one day, one of the game's many glitches caused some of the AI-controlled police vehicles to relentlessly smash into the player's car instead of just pulling them over as intended. It was almost as if they were magnetized to the player, refusing to give up the pursuit. It was so much fun to escape from that, rather than fixing it, the developers decided instead to make it a core gameplay feature, giving rise to Grand Theft Auto's signature wanted level system that continues to define the series to this day. But GTA's intense car chases weren't its only big selling point. Ahead of the game's release, the Hauser brothers came up with an ingenious idea to help boost the game's initial sales, and hired ex-publicist Max Clifford to tip off major news outlets regarding the game's vile and immoral nature. The media took the bait, and before long, Grand Theft Auto began to flood newspaper headlines, scaring parents into shielding their vulnerable children from the exciting new action game set to come out soon that they probably would have never heard about otherwise. The bait and switch almost worked too well, with BGM Interactive threatening to cancel production of the game on numerous occasions, fearing that the negative backlash might hurt their brand. But the team at DMA convinced them otherwise, confident that they had a real winner on their hands. And in the fall of 1997, DMA released the very first Grand Theft Auto on DOS and Windows platforms, with additional ports for the Sony PlayStation and Game Boy Color following shortly after. The original Grand Theft Auto kicks off in a fictionalized interpretation of New York City called Liberty City. The players assume the role of one of 8 preset characters, each with their own distinctive clothing, skin, and hair color, and are tasked with completing various criminal jobs around town to earn money and progress further in the story. At first, players take on job opportunities from the Mafia, which usually involve taxiing characters from point to point or delivering an unspecified package. After earning their trust, the Mafia then brings the player in on some more lucrative opportunities, like serving as the getaway driver for a major bank job. But when things get too hot, the player is sent across the country to a fictionalized interpretation of San Francisco called San Andreas, and later reimagined Miami called Vice City, where they proceed to meet new criminal organizations and perform a series of increasingly more deadly jobs for them, in exchange for money to progress further. It's a pretty basic story design, with some repetitive mission objectives and a forgettable plot. But gamers picking up GTA back in '97 were too distracted with the game's potential for mayhem to care. GTA gives players all the tools to wreak havoc across its 3 available cities in any way that they see fit. They can, for example, run across sidewalks and streets, dodging traffic along the way. Or they can alternatively steal a nearby vehicle, even those already occupied by AI-controlled drivers. The main goal throughout the course of the game is to earn a set amount of cash in each city, either by completing the structured missions accepted at payphones, or by committing specific crimes like smashing into other cars, flattening groups of pedestrians, or even killing police officers using a small but powerful arsenal of weapons. Available firearms in the game include a handgun, a rapid-fire machine gun, a powerful rocket launcher, and the flamethrower. And each weapon has a limited set of ammunition that can be replenished by walking over any weapon icon of the same type hidden throughout the environment. Also hidden in each level environment are specific kill frenzy challenges that task the player with killing a set number of pedestrians within a strict time limit to earn a special bonus reward. However, the action on foot is only half of the GTA experience. The other half is spent behind the wheel of any of the 50-some vehicles available in the game. These Vehicles range from small and speedy sports cars to much larger trucks, buses, and tanks. And to make the experience feel more realistic, most of the cars and trucks even come equipped with a working radio station, complete with its own set of songs and fictional DJ. As players cruise down the road, smashing into cars and gunning down civilians, they'll also need to contend with the game's most wanted system that will send endless waves of increasingly more aggressive police after the player to put a stop to their heinous acts. The player's wanted level status is denoted by the small, digitized policeman heads at the top of the screen. And if a player continues to break the law, more powerful police forces will arrive, making it more challenging for the player to escape. To drop this wanted level, players have two options. They can either drive to a local respray shop and pay to have their car disguised, instantly removing any wanted status. Or they can alternatively find a rare bribe token hidden in the game world that will call off the police without the player needing to pay anything. However, this is easier said than done. The police at higher wanted levels can be extremely dangerous, setting up roadblocks and even arming themselves with body armor and fully automatic weapons, making them extremely lethal when on foot. And this is a big deal because getting killed in this game is the last thing that the player wants. Unlike more modern entries to the series, the original GTA features limited lives to complete chapters. And if a player fails to earn enough money before losing their lives, then they'll be sent back to the results screen and are forced to start the game from scratch. It's a remarkably challenging experience, with some insanely tight time limits for missions, and extremely low time to kill. But this simultaneously made reaching higher wanted levels even more exciting, as any wrong move could result in an instant death. If that wasn't enough, the original GTA also offered its own form of competitive multiplayer, with players able to play locally using a wired modem connection to either race or battle it out across the city. But despite all of its efforts to make the experience as ludicrously fun and enjoyable as possible, the end result still fell short of meeting the expectations of critics. Reviewers often complained about the game's awkward camera systems, and found the gameplay to be more frustrating than enjoyable. But the most common complaints received concerned the game's outdated visuals that paled in comparison to other late 90s games on the PlayStation. Still, despite its visual shortcomings and its arguably shoddy gameplay design, GTA still managed to drum up some impressive sales numbers, with over 1 million copies sold by the year 2000. The Houser brothers' clever marketing scheme paid off perfectly and made GTA the game that parents wanted to shield their kids from. And now that the title had its reputation, both DMA and its publisher were quick to move on a sequel. While all of this was going on, a new beast was stirring beneath the surface. In 1996, Take-Two Interactive, an American video game publisher based in New York, decided to take their company public and used the additional funding to begin an aggressive acquisition campaign, starting with some lesser-known publishers like GameTech in 1997. But the big news came in the early months of 1998, when Take-Two decided to purchase BMG's video game division, with the ultimate end goal of acquiring the newly established Grand Theft Auto property. In the resulting buyout, several of the higher-ups at BMG Interactive, including the two Houser brothers, were relocated to a new office space in New York. And within a year, they announced the formation of the publisher's first in-house gaming division, Rockstar Games, a name that reflected the Houser brothers' past ambitions to be rock stars. Meanwhile, back in Dundee, DMA Design were dealing with a completely different acquisition. Soon after the completion of the first GTA, DMA started to change hands rapidly. It was first sold to a British software house by the name of Gremlin Graphics in 1997, who hoped to benefit from DMA's technical know-how and expand their business interests. But after about a year, another studio, Infogrames Entertainment, purchased Gremlin, and along with it, the DMA offices. This complicated things quite a bit. DMA were still under a contract with BMG Interactive to develop Grand Theft Auto 2, and when push came to shove, Infogrames were forced to sell DMA directly to Take-Two, officially making Grand Theft Auto Take-Two's intellectual property. Many at DMA were greatly disappointed with this news. Having dealt with this kind of thing before, they were all too familiar with what would come next. So before long, many of the original developers responsible for DMA's defining titles parted ways with the studio, leaving those remaining to pick up the pieces. Prior to his departure, Mike still served a pivotal role in establishing GTA 2's signature dark atmosphere. In the months following the original game's release, Mike had overhauled the game engine, rendering his top-down worlds using a more sophisticated 3D graphics renderer and incorporating new lighting effects that he picked up on from the team working on the PlayStation version. When he left, the designers that took over embraced this new artistic direction for the game and started to populate the new game environment with these glowing lights, and then toned down the overall brightness, giving the game a uniquely dark and dystopian feel. The developers also wanted to improve upon the original game's generic mission structure and introduce a new dynamic reputation system to give players more freedom of choice. And in the fall of 1999, DMA Design, with the help of the newly established Rockstar Games, released their second entry to the series, Grand Theft Auto 2, first for the PC and PlayStation, and then later for the Sega Dreamcast and Game Boy Color. GTA 2 is one of the more unique and unusual entries in the Grand Theft Auto series. Rather than being based on a real-world city, GTA 2 takes players to the futuristic dystopian metropolis known only as Anywhere City, where several powerful gangs maintain control of distinct districts. Players assume the role of a single protagonist named Cloud Speed, who is willing to do whatever it takes to climb to the top of the criminal underworld. Cloud, like the preset characters from before, is a silent protagonist who just accepts jobs and works his way up through the world of crime, but he is expanded upon a bit more in a promotional short film created by Rockstar's marketing team, highlighting his ambition and sociopathic tendencies. Even so, GTA 2 still doesn't offer much in terms of its story, and it's designed in a way that lets players tell their own story by creating as much chaos and destruction as possible. The biggest new feature in GTA 2 is the redesign to the mission structure. In each district, players must now carefully balance their reputations between the available gangs, displayed by a colored bar in the top left corner of the screen. If a player accepts a mission for one of these gangs and manages to successfully complete it, then they will improve their reputation with that gang, thereby unlocking more lucrative jobs later on. But if they then the player's reputation with that particular gang will decrease, locking players out of certain missions and turning previously neutral AI on the street into hostiles. This creates a very unique dynamic in GTA 2 that's not seen in any other entry.
2 also introduces a few new weapons to the mix, like the shotgun, some throwable explosives, and the electro gun, that further add to the game's semi-futuristic setting. Other changes include new vehicle upgrades that can equip players with things like front-mounted machine guns, redesigned player power-ups that make things like the kill frenzy clear to the player, and new collectible GTA templates that can be used to unlock wacky bonus challenges. But other than those few changes, and the ability to jump over vehicles, GTA 2 doesn't really do much else to differentiate itself from the original classic. And this became even more clear when the reviews for the game started to trickle in. Critics bashed the game for doing little to innovate on a technical level, stating that the game, especially on the PlayStation, looked about the same as the last one. Others pointed out that the gameplay had barely changed, and the new features weren't enough to hide the fact that it was basically the same as before. So while the initial sales for the game were impressive, with over 1 million shipped copies during its launch period, they inevitably slowed to a crawl, making GTA 2 a rare miss for the series. But GTA 2 wasn't the only entry to the Grand Theft Auto series to release in 1999. Around the same time that DMA were working on GTA 2, Take-Two Interactive had begun to make use of their newly acquired studios and the game tech purchase, and renamed the Canadian Alternate Reality Technologies into Rockstar Canada. This studio was then tasked with creating a series of small expansion packs for the original GTA, but was given access to most of DMA's source code to make it happen, which, as Mike Daly noted, is not really the most stable code to work with. There was only so much that could be added without the entire game breaking on that, so Rockstar Canada decided to instead focus on making mostly cosmetic alterations and set their expansions in 1960s London. All the assets and UI were redesigned to fit this new theme, and a new story with some simplistic animated cutscenes were incorporated to help the experience stand out. Full development for this expansion took Rockstar Canada a little under a year, and in the summer of 1999, they released the expansion pack GTA London 1969, with a follow-up prequel expansion only a few months later. In this first expansion, players are again given the choice between a series of preset characters, and are set loose to cause mayhem on the streets of London. As far as the mission format goes, everything is handled the same as the original title. Players accept missions from red telephone booths and run amok downtown, gunning down targets, smashing cars into lines of pedestrians, and fleeing from the police. Only, everything has been repurposed to fit within the game's new British backdrop. The AI traffic, for example, will drive on the opposite side of the road. Icons for weapons like the machine gun are redesigned to resemble British variants like the Sten SMG. And all the vehicles are now modeled after classic British vehicles from that era, including iconic double and triple decker buses. It's a pretty clever twist on the original format, but the cosmetic changes weren't enough to sway critical reception. The expansions were criticized for their lack of actual improvements to the core gameplay, and focused on the game's incredibly outdated visual design. And even though it still provided the same enjoyable experience as the other two titles, it didn't offer enough to grab their audience's attention, which was made evident by the significantly lower sales numbers. Even so, the development team behind the expansion weren't done quite yet. And a few months later, released the follow-up, GTA London 1961. The second expansion offered several new vehicles and missions, along with a few minor gameplay improvements, including an option to upgrade cars with armor plating and the ability to perform drive-bys. But aside from those few add-ons, it too failed to innovate, and it ultimately was released as a free download on Rockstar's website, exclusively for the PC player base. GTA 2 and the GTA London expansions that released alongside it demonstrated that brand recognition wasn't enough to deliver the same success they had experienced previously, and it was now up to DMA Design to reinvent the series and keep it from fading into obscurity. Following the lukewarm reception of GTA 2, the studio's founder, Dave Jones, decided that it was time to step down. Take-Two were now in a position to fully acquire DMA Design, and he knew that if he stayed, he would likely be stuck working on Grand Theft Auto games for the rest of his career, something that he was already tired of working on. So he resigned in 1999, and later became the head of a new Dundee-based game development studio called Real-Time Worlds in 2002. Replacing me as DMA's lead project director is Leslie Benzies. Leslie was another self-taught programmer that joined the Dundee office in '95 to work on an N64 game called Space Station Silicon Valley. This game was a real test for the team involved, as all the developers responsible were brand new to the studio and were working with tech that they had never worked with before. And even so, they came together to deliver a unique and charming experience, and the end result was well received by critics. And more importantly, Rockstar were impressed with what Leslie and his team managed to accomplish, and tasked the group with tackling the next mainline entry to the Grand Theft Auto series, built to take full advantage of the upcoming PlayStation 2. To accomplish this, Rockstar secured an extended license to use Criterion's new game engine, Renderware, that had proven more than capable in the 2000 game Burnout. But unlike Burnout, DMA were faced with the daunting task of cramming all the complex city simulation associated with the top-down GTA series into a fully realized 3D world, without tipping over the memory limitations of their PS2 dev kits. They first started by planning out the general layout of the city, beginning with the basic geometry of roads, and then erected simplistic city structures to try and approximate the level of complexity that they're dealing with. Then, Leslie, together with programmer Adam Fowler and lead artist Aaron Garvin, came up with an ingenious streaming solution that effectively streamed the environment on the CD around a fully rendered polygonal object, in this case, a car. By doing this, they could circumvent the obvious memory limitations of the console itself to allow players to traverse through a massive open-ended environment almost seamlessly, a discovery that would inevitably influence the design of every GTA game moving forward. Now that they had the streaming method in place, the developers then began to populate the world with even more detail, modeling out tons of cars, designing weapons, and testing out the general player movement and controls. Meanwhile, a team of writers, including Dan Houser himself, penned the game's script, which would fundamentally transform the identity of the series. With the first new games, recognized today as the 2D era, the plot felt disjointed from the gameplay experience, with mundane mission objectives having almost nothing to do with each other. But thanks to the new mocap studio DMA had purchased previously, GTA 3 would be the first entry in the series to feature fully voiced and motion captured cutscenes, adding substantially to the game's general tone and feel. They even hired a few big actors to take on some of the game's characters, including Robert Loggia, Frank Vincent, and even rapper and songwriter Keith Guru Elam. In the final years of development, things became even more hectic. The art direction underwent a number of major changes, with early builds of the game having more of a bright and colorful, cartoon-like quality to them. But this was later changed to accompany the game's darker storytelling. And new visual effects like rain and trail blur were introduced to help give the game a unique visual flair. In June of 2001, DMA took an early build of the game to the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, eager to show off the exciting new title that they had been working on. And to their dismay, audiences didn't seem all that interested in what they had to offer. It was almost as if people had forgotten about the Grand Theft Auto series entirely, and instead flocked to booths showing off new games like Metal Gear Solid 2, and a completely different Rockstar game called State of Emergency. Following this disappointing trade show debut, DMA returned home determined, knowing full well that what they had to offer was far more exciting than anything that was shown at E3. Then, just as they were getting ready to ship the game worldwide, tragedy struck with the September 11th terrorist attacks in the United States. The attacks were not only emotionally devastating for the company, but even directly impacted Rockstar's headquarters in New York, as they were forced to vacate the building for over a month. What's more, investors started to worry that GTA 3's parody of New York would now come off as insane to make several minor cosmetic alterations at the last minute, including remodeling the emergency response vehicles, disabling projectile collision with prop planes at the airport, and even adjusting the city's skyline to avoid any coincidental imagery. They even were forced to submit a new design for the game's cover art, resulting in the iconic comic book collage that the series continues to use to this day. Finally, after several years of development and an unforeseen last-minute delay, Grand Theft Auto released in October of 2001, exclusively for the PlayStation 2, with PC and Xbox ports releasing in the years that followed. Grand Theft Auto 3 brings players back to Liberty City, with an entirely brand new storyline completely unrelated to the original 2D era games. Players assume the role of a silent protagonist named Cloud, not to be confused with the character of the same name in GTA 2. In the game's opening cutscene, Cloud participates in a bank robbery with his girlfriend Catalina. But before he can reach the getaway car, Catalina double-crosses him, leaving him for dead in the alleyway. When he's stabilized by the police and subsequently sentenced to 10 years in the Liberty City Penitentiary. A few weeks later, while en route to serve his sentence, the prison convoy holding Cloud is ambushed by the Colombian cartel, who kidnap one of the prisoners and then destroy the bridge with an explosive, cutting off access to the central island. This is where the game begins. Players are given full control of Cloud and kick off their journey through the criminal underworld of Liberty City to not only earn some cash, but exact revenge on Catalina. The game's core structure is eerily similar to that of the original GTA, with players taking on jobs for the Italian mob and then quickly escaping to the next area when things get too hot. But thanks to the new animated cutscenes, there's substantially more weight to each of the game's missions, adding actual personalities to the various crime bosses that players are forced to interact with.
I see nothing but good things for you, my boy.
Memorable characters include Cloud's friend 8-Ball, who accompanies Cloud during their initial prison break, Don Leone and his wife Maria, the crooked cop Ray Wachowski, and the egocentric billionaire Donald Luck, that has a bit of an interesting appetite. Like GTA 2's level environments, Grand Theft Auto 3's Liberty City is oozing with personality. From its absurd billboards and posters, to the ridiculous things pedestrians will say as the player passes by.
My mother's my sister.
Everything about GTA 3's world is purposely built to parody how the media portrayed American society in the early 2000s. With things like violent crime, prostitution, and corruption being a common attribute of the city's inhabitants. What really drives home the game's terrible nature, though, are the radio talk shows, especially the station Chatterbox FM, where real-life radio talk show personality Jeffrey Laszlo Jones not only plays a fictional version of himself, but co-wrote the script with Dan Houser, establishing a lot of the series' signature American cynicism.
Okay, and speaking of impossible, Jane from Cedar Grove is on the line, and she wants to talk about how difficult it is being a parent today. Hello, Jane.
Hi, Laszlo. I wanted to say something about these video games. They are warping our kids' minds. My son's dog, Hugo, got hit by a truck, and he said, Mommy, where's the reset button? Laszlo, life does not have a reset button.
Right, but this show does. I love that button.
But despite its major improvements, GTA 3 is still fairly lacking in the story department, with each character's personality being wholly attributed to common stereotypes. But again, it's deliberate, but doesn't necessarily make for the most engaging narrative experience. But remember, this was 2001. The idea that a game could deliver deep and well-crafted storylines was not at all in the norm, especially not in the action-adventure genre. Instead, GTA 3's true strength lies in its revolutionary open-world gameplay design, with a highly immersive world to explore, along with plenty of reworked gameplay mechanics and missions to help populate it. Thanks to the efforts of the programmers at DNA, Grand Theft Auto 3 is the first entry in the Grand Theft Auto series to feature a dominant third-person perspective, positioning the camera behind the player model rather than above. Now, if players want, they can still swap to a top-down viewpoint if they're feeling nostalgic. To make the most of this new perspective, GTA 3 also features a more believable game world to play in. This interpretation of Liberty City isn't just a jumbled mess of streets and buildings like before, but rather a living, breathing world that's enhanced using a full day-night cycle and randomized weather effects. The city is broken up into 3 districts that each have a distinctive look and feel. The first district is Portland, an industrial lower-class area based heavily around New York City's Brooklyn borough. Here, players will experience the seedy criminal underworld at its worst, with gangs like the Italian mob engaging in open warfare with the neighboring triads, while hookers and pimps roam the red light district. The second area, only accessible after completing enough missions, is Staten Island. This is the city's business district, built to resemble New York's Manhattan Island. Here, there are towering skyscrapers, a football stadium, a casino, and a shopping mall that all serve as a backdrop for yet another criminal rivalry, this time between the Yakuza, the Jamaican Yardies, and the Colombian Cartel. Finally, there's Shoreside Vale, where Liberty City's elite reside, with white picket fences, swimming pools, and high-end mansions. Together, these 3 districts, along with the added verticality, make for a much more intricate and complex game world, making it much easier to get lost within it. So, to help players find their way, GTA 3 also introduces the radar to the player's heads-up display that shows the player's position relative to nearby streets, along with any relevant map markers to help locate the objectives. To traverse these worlds, players can catch a train and walk around, or more practically, steal any automobile that they see and drift around the city streets. Driving in GTA 3 is a big improvement over the 2D titles, now that players can see more than 20 feet in front of them. Though this new perspective also brings with it a more realistic physics system, with vehicles that can tip and roll, causing them to spontaneously combust and explode if the player isn't careful. All the vehicles you'd expect can be found using the streets of Liberty City, like sedans, sports cars, and trucks, many of which will only spawn in specific areas to add to the simulation. Though if a player wants to, they can now deliver their favorite stolen vehicle to their personal garage in the local safe house, and then save it for later use. GTA 3 is also the first entry in the series to allow players to pilot boats and airplanes. Though the only drivable plane, the Dodo, can be challenging to keep airborne with its split wings. GTA 3 also sees a total overhaul to its on-foot character movement. Gone are the awkward tank controls from the past, replaced by a much more modernized control scheme, where the left joystick can be used to move the character, while the right joystick can be used to control the camera when in a locked first-person perspective. GTA 3 also is the first entry to introduce a sprint key, giving players an extra speed boost to evade danger, though it can only be used in short bursts at first, with Cloud getting tired and slowing down after a short while. The increased verticality of the level environments, coupled with the ability to control the camera, also plays a big role in how the combat is handled. Enemies won't just appear directly in front of the player after all, so a new aiming system has been implemented to account for this. For console players, the default aiming system utilizes a lock-on mechanic that can swap between targets within range of the equivalent weapon. And on PC, players can make use of a new clean aim system, allowing for even more precision. Weapons in GTA 3 include classics like the pistol, assault rifle, flamethrower, and rocket launcher. Though there are newcomers like the Uzi that can be used to perform drive-bys, a shotgun for close quarters, a fully auto M16 and sniper rifle, both powerful enough to dismember enemies, and throwable weapons like Molotov cocktails and frag grenades, useful for destroying vehicles and taking out hostiles hiding in cover. These weapons are gradually unlocked throughout the course of the campaign, and can either be picked up off the ground like before, or purchased from any of the available ammunition gun stores throughout the city. Though, players need to be careful not to be arrested or killed, as all of their collected weapons can still be removed after they've been looked by the police. The police system has also seen a big change from leap to 3D. Like before, causing mayhem will attract the attention of the local authorities, giving the player a wanted level. Only the next wanted level has now been increased to 6, with more nuance to each level leading up to it. At 1 star, the police are pretty easy to get away from. They won't actively spawn looking for the player, and instead will run up and try to arrest the player if they happen to be in the area. At 2 and 3 stars, the police become much more aggressive, and will actively drive around searching for the player, and will also open fire when possible. By the time the player reaches 4 stars, the SWAT teams are called in, who are much more heavily armored and carry automatic weapons. Roadblocks begin to pop up more regularly, cutting off key roads, and trying to escape on foot is practically impossible. If the player somehow manages to survive this, then they'll need to contend with the deadly FBI at 5 stars. And finally, upon reaching the maximum 6 stars, the Army will drive in big military-grade transports and armored tanks. It's a far more robust system, and probably one of GTA 3's most fun mechanics to toy around with, as escaping from higher wanted levels can be quite the challenge. To do so, players need to evade the police long enough for the star to disappear. Though at the higher wanted levels, it can be extremely difficult due to the sheer volume of first responders on the streets. But it's still not impossible, thanks to the returning police bribe tokens and pay-and-spray stations, along with the increased verticality of the level structures that allow for some creative getaways. All these updated mechanics greatly transform the Grand Theft Auto experience, with more exciting car chases and gunfights throughout a densely populated city environment, providing hours of unscripted chaotic action. Though there's still plenty of structured content to enjoy as well, including over 15 mainline story missions, each more challenging than the last. Along with the many main story missions, there's several optional side jobs to participate in as well. These include payphone missions, that are typically simpler but go against the story. Off-road missions, that have players driving through checkpoints on uneven terrain to beat the clock. And RC missions, that have players destroying target vehicles using a little RC car. Then, of course, there's the vehicle-specific missions, that will activate when entering a specific service vehicle. Jumping into a taxi, for example, will give players an opportunity to make some extra cash completing taxi fares. Entering a fire truck lets players drive around putting out fires, and getting into a cop car lets players complete vigilante missions, where the player is given a target to kill within a time limit. GTA 3 also sees the return of environmental collectibles, only this time in the form of hidden packages. There's 100 of these packages hidden around the city, often in hard-to-reach places, and collecting enough of them will unlock instant access to weapons and armor, available at the player's safe house. Collectively, Grand Theft Auto 3 is a massive improvement over its arcade top-down predecessors. Everything from the game world, the story design, the combat, and the driving have all been redesigned to take full advantage of the new camera perspective. And the result is an experience that completely transformed not just the Grand Theft Auto series, but the entire gaming industry. The game soared to popularity upon release, achieving incredibly high review scores across the board, with many praising it for its unrivaled attention to detail and its incredible level of freedom. There were certainly a few complaints, like the game's cars that seemed to light on fire too easily, and the improved, but still slightly clunky controls. But GTA 3 was still considered a masterpiece in game design by most, a reputation that helped it to achieve unprecedented early sales numbers. But as the game skyrocketed to the top of the charts, along with it came a tsunami of controversy. GTA 3's heavy focus on violence and adult themes sparked outrage, as many pointed fingers at the developers and producers for trying to brainwash children into committing crimes, while simultaneously failing to acknowledge its clear satirical nature or even the actual scripted mission objectives.
My general attitude of this game: kill as many people as you can, get as many stars as you can.
Some even blatantly misrepresented the content, making up features that have never been featured in any GTA game.
You have extra points for shooting somebody in the head as opposed to shooting them in the body. You have to wonder exactly what the value is for keeping our children.
This is, of course, not the case, as GTA 3 removes the old point systems from the 2D era, and there's never any objective throughout the game that requires players to indiscriminately kill any innocent civilians. If anything, the built-in Most Wanted system actually dissuades overly violent behavior, punishing players for targeting unarmed pedestrians and preventing them from progressing further until they either let things cool down or are killed and subsequently stripped of their weapons. Even so, the controversy quickly became a hot topic in American politics, with representatives from both sides of the aisle pushing for increased censorship and regulations on video game purchases. But this rapid notoriety had the opposite effect on America's youth, as more and more people became aware of the game's existence, solidifying Grand Theft Auto 3 as one of the most well-known and influential video games of all time. Immediately following GTA 3's initial PS2 release, DMA Design's core development team commenced work on an expansion pack for the game that would include new vehicles to drive, weapons to shoot, and an extension to the available story missions. But after it became apparent that GTA 3 was a huge success, they decided to turn their attention to developing a full-fledged sequel instead. Before they could do this, there were a few logistical matters to attend to. Rockstar Studios finalized their acquisition of DMA Design, renaming them into Rockstar North. And the last remnants of the Scottish development team were relocated to a new office space in Edinburgh, where they continue to work on Rockstar titles to this day. By early 2002, full production of the next big GTA had begun. All the assets built for the canceled GTA 3 expansion were then retrofitted for a new 1980s theme. According to an interview by Edge magazine with Sam Hauser, the 1980s theme was planned well before GTA 3 had even released, but it was canceled before it entered full production, likely after the low reception of GTA London and GTA 2. Though with GTA 3's unprecedented success, they felt the 1980s theme was worth revisiting, and the writing team began extensively researching media related to the time period, most notably Scarface, Carlito's Way, and a complete VHS collection of Michael Mann's Miami Vice. From here, the art team got to work sculpting a drastically different metropolis for players to explore. Aaron Garfield in particular spent a lot of time nailing down the look of the city's iconic architecture, ensuring that the neon outlines would glow over the city skyline. Another major focus for the development team was on delivering a more ambitious story. With GTA 3, DMA Design had always intended to give the lead protagonist full dialogue in order to tell a more compelling narrative. But because of their time constraints, they were ultimately forced to drop the idea. Though now that they had a little bit more time to work with and were breaking in some serious revenue, they went all in and contracted Ray Liotta to play the lead protagonist. Along with this, Rockstar also secured the licensing for over 100 era-appropriate songs to be played from the vehicle radios, only further adding to the immersive nature of the experience. Then, after only 9 months of development, Rockstar North released the hotly anticipated sequel, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. GTA Vice City tells the story of Tommy Vercetti, a gangster sent to a fictionalized version of Miami, Florida, to aid in the expansion of the mob's influence during the coke-fueled 1980s. But after a major drug deal is ambushed, Tommy is ordered to track down those responsible or risk deadly retribution with boss Sonny Borelli.
You better not be screwing me, because you know I'm not going to be screwed with.
Like with GTA 3, Vice City's story pacing is maintained by the availability of its missions, with players needing to complete basic jobs for low-level crooks before moving up to take down high-profile drug lords and corrupt politicians. However, unlike GTA 3, Vice City's pacing hits a brick wall in its third act, where the game's finale is only made available after successfully purchasing enough business operations around the city and completing their associated side missions. It's a design choice that today would likely be frowned upon, forcing players to complete mundane side activities to artificially lengthen the experience. But remember, this was released back in 2002, so the open world game design to gamers back then was still pretty fresh and exciting. So much so that players likely already completed enough missions prior to reaching this junction in the story. Even so, this is only a minor pitfall when considering Vice City's impressive new story direction that's more engaging thanks to its fully voiced cutscenes, along with plentiful inspiration from classic 1980s cinema, television, and music. Vercetti's hot-tempered personality, for example, mirrors that of Scarface's lead character, Tony Montana.
Shut that big mouth of yours. How funny, you fat slime ball.
And the mansion that Tommy inherits partway through the game is similarly designed after Tony's mansion from the film's last act. An even more obvious reference is Vercetti's lawyer friend, Rosenberg, who who both looks and acts just like Sean Penn's character in the film Carlito's Way. There's also a ton of influence from the Miami Vice television series. Character clothing, music choices, and many of the missions being pulled straight from some of the early episodes. In fact, Tommy's friend, Lance Vance, is even voiced by the same actor that played Detective Tubbs back in the 80s, and shares almost the same backstory from the show's first episode. And one of Vice City's most endearing qualities is its stylish atmosphere. The developers completely nailed the look and feel of 1980s Miami, at least in how it appears in film and TV. The world is rich in color, patches of thick ferns and palm trees breaking up a series of tan Art Deco structures, while aqua and hot pink neon lights glow along the facades. The game's heads-up display and menus similarly reflect this theme, with a blue and pink color scheme, and all the radio stations and vehicles played hit songs from the 80s, including Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, Toto's Africa, and I Ran by the Flock of Seagulls. On top of the refinements made to the game's story, GTA Vice City also builds upon the well-received gameplay formula from its predecessor, with a brand new environment to explore, lots of new weapons and vehicles, and some increased mission variety. The core gameplay remains mostly the same as before, with only some minor under-the-hood tweaks that aim to polish up GTA 3's rough edges. The player animations, for example, have been cleaned up a bit, making Tommy walk and run more naturally through the world. And the hand-to-hand combat has been redesigned to allow players to engage multiple targets simultaneously. The game's gunplay has also seen some nice changes, with tighter bullet spread and snappier auto-lock mechanics to make the action more responsive. On top of this, Vice City also introduces a plethora of new weapons into the roundup. Practically every weapon from GTA 3 returns, like the pistol, the shotgun, Uzi, and sniper rifle. But there's now higher-end alternatives for each of these weapons, including the Python revolver, a Spaz-12 shotgun, a Ruger carbine, and a semi-automatic PSG-1 sniper rifle. The only catch is that players can only carry one of each weapon type, and will need to ditch a corresponding weapon if they want to do something different. For players looking to get up close and personal, lots of new melee weapons have been introduced, most notably a chainsaw that will cause blood to splatter onto a player's screen when used to kill an enemy. Vice City even adds in some new special weapons to the mix, like the M60 light machine gun and the devastating minigun that can absolutely decimate the streets of Vice City. But the police are ready for this, as they've been upgraded to be more aggressive towards the player, and can now deploy things like spike strips that will pop the player's tires and cause them to lose control of their vehicle. Speaking of which, Vice City nearly doubled the number of vehicles over GTA 3, with dozens of new era-appropriate cars, trucks, and boats to race around in, including the return of motorcycles that have been absent from the series ever since the original game. Vice City is also the first entry in the series to introduce pilotable helicopters, along with a plane that doesn't have its wings clipped. And all these new vehicles come in handy as Vice City's environment is tailor-made to take advantage of them all. Alleyways, for example, are sometimes too narrow to pass through in a normal car or truck, whereas motorcycles can slip straight through, making them extremely helpful when evading pursuers. And the boats and aircraft become incredibly important in the later half of the game, as players can use them to island hop more easily when trying to earn the coveted 100% completion. The overall level design of Vice City in general just has a more organic feel to it than the often ridge-like structure of Liberty City, giving it a completely new and distinctive feel. What's more, Vice City also houses lots of new storefronts to visit, including restaurants, bars, clubs, shopping malls, pharmacies, and clothing stores, many of which can be robbed at gunpoint. Old storefronts like paint spray and ammunition also return, though the latter is more properly realized, requiring players to now speak to the store owner at the counter and purchase weapons directly off the walls. In keeping true with the game's rags to riches mentality, players can now purchase additional safe house properties to save the game, and several business ventures that come with their own specific missions to complete, and the option to collect a recurring monetary kickback from them. All in all, Vice City's gameplay design is a marked improvement over its predecessor. It takes everything that worked about GTA 3, like its open world structure and its third-person perspective, and builds upon it, with a more realized game mode to explore and more things to do within it. Vice City was a huge success. The reception to the game was massively positive. Media outlets praised Vice City for delivering a better sense of story and atmosphere, while also praising the game for its improvements to the gameplay. One of the most common compliments given to the game was its brilliant 1980s Miami setting that helped deliver a distinctive personality that GTA 3 significantly lacked. But it wasn't without its problems. Some reviewers did cite various technical issues that hindered the action, including lengthy loading screens and the aged camera and combat systems. On top of this, Vice City also accumulated its own fair share of controversy, again being used as a scapegoat for violence in modern society. Newsreels portraying Vice City at its most violent quickly dominated the weekly news cycle, villainizing the game and the developers responsible. One group in particular cited a more specific reason for concern, claiming that Vice City's portrayal of Haitian immigrants that make up one of the many criminal factions within the game was detrimental to real-life Haitian Americans and may incite violence against them. Protests regarding this issue were staged outside of New York City Hall following a report on CBS, eventually prompting Rockstar to add in a disclaimer, adjust some dialogue, and remove all mentions of Haitians or Cubans from labor towards the title. However, this would only be the beginning, as the controversy surrounding the Grand Theft Auto series would only continue to escalate alongside its rapidly growing popularity. In the summer of 2003, 18-year-old Devin Moore was placed under arrest in the state of Alabama for attempting Grand Theft Auto. He was only 18 years old, a recent high school graduate that had no prior history of violence or aggressive behavior. And while being escorted to the police station, Moore stole a handgun from an officer, killed 3 people, and then attempted to flee in a stolen squad car, only to be detained again shortly after. According to the Associated Press, his first response when he was recaptured was, "Life is a video game. Everybody's got to die sometime." The story sent shockwaves through the media, reigniting fierce debates regarding violence's place in video games. And because Moore was identified as being an avid gamer, his legal defense even tried to make a case that games like Grand Theft Auto were to blame for his reprehensible actions. But the judge handling the case dismissed the connection, denying the defense from introducing the games as evidence. And the follow-up civil suit presented on behalf of the victims were similarly thrown out, striking a major blow to anti-violent video game activists. In the following years, Take-Two's legal team would continue to fend off multiple lawsuits targeting their properties, mainly pertaining to Grand Theft Auto and its violent content. Though, as it turns out, it wouldn't be the violence that would get the company into hot water. Meanwhile, back in Edinburgh, the developers at Rockstar North entered into production on a brand new property, hoping to capitalize on their growing reputation among their audience. This project, later given the name Manhunt, was built using mostly the same technology as GTA. Though, when looking at it, it's understandably difficult to tell. The game is basically the opposite of Grand Theft Auto, with much smaller, restricted spaces, and a far more serious tone, making its extremely violent premise all the more shocking. As expected, it generated some major backlash from anti-violent gaming activists. Though this time, even some members at Rockstar Games felt they might have gone too far, admitting that, at least in GTA, you weren't being forced to perform horrible atrocities. But when reviews started to pour in, praising the game for its excellent stealth action and unique premise, it became clear that Rockstar weren't just chasing after a shock factor, but rather expanding the medium to appeal to the more mature demographic. Though, of course, Manhunt wasn't the only project being worked on by Rockstar North at the time. Grand Theft Auto was still their keystone property after all. So as work was wrapping up on the PC version of Vice City, writers Dan Houser and James Wall started to draft plans for the 3rd installment. When deciding on the next setting, they agreed early on that the final game in the 3D trilogy would be set in San Andreas, being as it was the only location from the original game yet to receive the 3D treatment. And in keeping with the new precedent they had set with Vice City, they opted to build their story around a distinctive cultural theme, this time the inner city hood life during the early 1990s. As expected, a story about life in the hood, centered around a predominantly black cast of characters, was a bold direction for a team of Scottish developers to take, especially a story that was set to use the infamous LA riots as a backdrop for the action. So, to ensure that the topic was treated with respect, they also hired rapper, producer, and director Mark Jordan, aka DJ Pooh, who assisted in writing and provided consultation throughout the course of development. Additionally, the entire development team were flown to California to conduct field research in areas they plan to represent, including some of the more dangerous streets in Los Angeles, and then cross-checked architectural designs and landmarks with their New York offices to avoid any time-based errors. When they finally returned, the programmers in the art department got to work on the most ambitious environment to date, a map that consisted of not one, but 3 major American cities, and everything in between. Their goal seemed somewhat unobtainable at first. Liberty and Vice City were already gigantic, taking up almost the entire game disc with freaking load times in between districts. So the programming team came up with an elegant solution. Rather than having all the assets in the world like buildings, vegetation, and decoration load together in giant chunks, a new render pipeline would convert distant objects into lower poly variants and materialize only when within range of the player. This allowed the art team to hugely expand the scope of the environment, with 3 massive cities only making up a fraction of the playable space. But they also didn't want this space to be empty, so they worked on implementing a new animation scripting interface that could be used to generate hundreds of unique gameplay mechanics and immersive features. Even the lighting system saw some nice improvements, and borrowed lessons learned from the development of Manhunt to incorporate shadows that could be used by the player to hide from enemies. Finally, after an extended 2-year development period, Rockstar Games released the highly anticipated next entry to the series, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, as always for the PS2 first, and the PC and Xbox a year later. San Andreas kicks off in 1992, in a fictional reimagining of Los Angeles referred to in the game as Los Santos. It tells the story of a young black man named Carl Johnson, who after hearing that his mother was killed in a gang-related shooting, returns back to his own neighborhood to attend the funeral. But he soon learns that things at home are far worse than when he left it, with the rival Ballas gang, represented by the purple colors, having taken over most of the hood. On top of this, a unit of the Los Santos PD's crash initiative, led by lead antagonist Officer Tenpenny, detains CJ and then blackmail him into completing various odd jobs for them in order to cover up their corruption. Throughout the course of the game's first act, CJ works alongside his go-to friends and family to help regain respect from the hood, shutting down crack dealers, executing drive-bys on Ballas, and even helping a wannabe rapper jumpstart his career.
You don't want me to come with a gun in your face? I've been harder than anybody in the world can do.
The brightest things seem to be turning around for Grove Street. CJ uncovers a huge conspiracy and is forced into exile beyond the city limits. From this point on, the game's narrative begins to resemble past GTA games, with your typical rags-to-riches structure. CJ is introduced to several interesting and often absurd characters as he accumulates significant power and wealth, and trips from one area of the world to the next, until finally becoming the most powerful man in the state of San Andreas. And the game's finale offers possibly one of the most unique and exciting climactic sequences in the entire series, as the streets of Los Santos erupt with mass rioting, mirroring the real-life LA riots of 1992. In addition to other real-world events from that time, San Andreas also draws significant inspiration from 90s hip-hop culture and hood films like Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood, and features an even more star-studded cast than Vice City, including Chris Peller, Ice-T, Peter Fonda, Chris Penn, David Cross, James Woods, and Samuel L. Jackson. Even by today's standards, that's a lot of star power for a video game, some of whom play hugely important roles throughout the narrative. And when compared to Vice City, San Andreas tells a much more engaging story, with improved cutscenes, better written characters, and a much more unique plot, breaking away from cliched mafia movie references to give players a totally new experience. When it comes to its gameplay design, San Andreas offers a significant number of changes, improving on aspects that worked well before while also adding new features to further immerse the player. The core gameplay remains the same as the past 2 games, though there are a few long-requested features to round out CJ's abilities. Players can finally swim in bodies of water for the first time, unlike before where touching the water would instantly kill the player. And short walls can now be vaulted over, making traversal on foot through alleyways and backyards more practical. The game's gunplay has also received some nice improvements, incorporating an even more responsive auto-lock aim system, along with a new colored crosshair to telegraph the target's health status. Players can also crouch to increase their weapon stability, perform combat rolls, and sneak up on unsuspecting hostiles for stealth takedowns, similar to the stealth systems used in Manhunt. Most of the weapons in San Andreas share fundamental similarities to the weapons we saw in Vice City, with 2 to 3 variants for each weapon type, and more or less the same balancing between them all. There are some newcomers to the arsenal though, like a Winchester rifle, a heat-seeking rocket launcher, remote explosives, and additional hardware like parachutes and night vision goggles. The vehicles have also been improved, better handling and superior damage models. As it increases the number of available vehicles, that's most impressive here. Through tons more cars, boats, and aircraft, along with a few more absurd options like hovercraft, go-karts, and the famous jetpack. The biggest and most blatantly obvious improvement San Andreas offers, though, is the extreme increase to the environmental scale. San Andreas isn't one city, it's an entire state, and it's filled with way more variety than anything the series has ever offered. The first area, Los Santos, is a large concrete jungle with a maze of ghetto neighborhoods that act as an urban war zone. North of this is the rural countryside of Red County that's loaded with tall mountains, thick forests, and winding rivers, along with plenty of redneck farmers, doped-up hippies, and roaming biker gangs. Further northwest, there's the game's second major city, San Fierro, that features lots of verticality thanks to its steep roadways, along with plenty of opportunities for naval action out in the bay. In the top half of the game's map, there's Bone County, a vast desert region home to several small towns, abandoned airfields, and a highly secure top-secret military base called Area 69. And finally, there's the Las Venturas Strip, where players can burn all their money on slot machines and card tables, only to make it all back in a daring casino heist. The sheer size and diversity available in San Andreas' playable space likely dwarfs that of all previous entries in the series combined. And what's even more impressive is that this wide-reaching landmass is also chock full of things to do. First, there's the main missions that seem to function the same as always. Players enter a mission marker, watch a cutscene, and then complete a series of objectives. But each mission does a better job of setting itself apart, with new scripted action set-piece moments and unique gameplay features introduced at a steady pace all throughout the length of the campaign. Early on, players perform relatively simple tasks like fighting gangsters, stealing cars, and robbing storefronts. As the world begins to open up, the scale and general absurdity becomes more and more apparent, with players needing to navigate remote-controlled planes, burn down platforms with a flamethrower, and even drive a motorcycle to the back of a cargo plane as it's taking off from an airstrip. But its attempt to stay at least somewhat grounded helps preserve its charm. Next, there's the optional open-world activities, many of which are specific to certain parts of the game world. In Los Santos, for example, players can roam the streets spreading graffiti tags and fighting for control of territory in gang wars. The Los Santos map is broken up into distinct territory blocks, with each color representing a different gang. And venturing into a rival territory can sometimes be deadly, especially when wearing the wrong colors. The player's goal is to try and conquer as many of these areas as possible for the Green Grove Street family. This is accomplished by traveling into enemy turf and killing waves of enemy gangsters, and then defending any conquered territory from attack to its strikes. To sell the fantasy further, players can recruit gang members using their earned influence throughout the campaign, and can even perform group drive-bys just like the ones in the 90s with films that the game tries to emulate. Another big addition to San Andreas is its new role-playing mechanics. Players can now fully customize the look and appearance of the game's protagonist, with businesses like barbershops, tattoo parlors, and several different clothing shops, each with an explorable interior and distinctive clothing styles. Players can also visit restaurants and choose from different food items on the menu to restore their health, but need to carefully balance this with regular exercise at the gym to maintain their stamina and strength, or risk CJ getting too fat or too thin. Players also need to maintain their driving and shooting stats by visiting schools and ranges to brush up on their skills, and can learn new techniques like fighting styles depending on their skill level. San Andreas also introduces a new girlfriend dating system, allowing players to befriend specific female characters and bring them out on dates, who will react to the player's driving speed and choice of restaurant, with a fun meter determining whether or not they want to be romantically involved with CJ after being dropped off back home. Other new open-world activities include minigames like basketball, pool, and gambling, new business-based missions, home invasions, lots of new race types, lowrider challenges, demolition derbies, photography, dancing, BMXing. Simply put, there's a ridiculous amount of stuff to do in this game, way more than anything the series has provided before, making it the ultimate open-world sandbox experience. And as you can probably already guess, the response to it was overwhelmingly positive. San Andreas received even higher review scores than Vice City did, with critics applauding Rockstar for the remarkable attention to detail, all crammed into a single dual-layer DVD. Gamers everywhere praised the game for its powers of entertainment, coupled with a more engaging plot and interesting environment. And some, like GameSpot, even claimed that it was the best game in the series. San Andreas went on to sell well over 2 million copies in the first week, greatly outpacing Vice City before it. And not only became the best-selling game of 2004, but eventually became the best-selling game ever made for the PlayStation 2. Although, as with every Grand Theft Auto release, not everyone was happy. A few critics called out Rockstar for their aging visual design, criticized the title for its poorly implemented minigames. Some even knocked the game for its depiction of the LA riots in the finale, faulting it for completely ignoring the racial discrimination that led up to the actual real-world events. But the biggest controversy, and the one that would ultimately begin San Andreas' most enduring legacy in pop culture, was the infamous Hot Coffee mod. The Hot Coffee mod, if you somehow haven't already heard about it, was a fan-made modification introduced into the PC version of San Andreas a year after the game release. The mod unlocks an unused minigame that inexplicably made its way into the final code, where players could directly control CJ while having consensual sex with one of his many girlfriends. When news of this secret gameplay feature broke in 2005, all hell was let loose. Immediately, U.S. politicians on both sides of the aisle condemned Rockstar and the ESRB rating system for failing to notify users of the adult-only content. Senator Hillary Clinton in particular pushed for legislation to be passed to further restrict access to adult games and gaming, threatening to greatly limit game distribution with hefty fines and other penalties.
We are determined to stop a situation in which video games with pornographic and violent content are being peddled to our children.
Rockstar argued against the allegations, claiming that by modifying their game code, the client had violated the terms of agreement. And upon further investigation, the ESRB confirmed that the code was indeed still included in the early cuts of the game. And as a result, Rockstar issued a patch and re-released the game with the content removed, though a minuscule number of consumers actually took them up on their recall offer. And this was only the start. Rockstar also faced a wave of class action lawsuits, resulting in losses of tens of millions of dollars. The hot coffee controversy marked the first major loss for Rockstar. To this day, it's still unclear how the minigame made its way into the code. But whatever the reason, the hot coffee mod proved that the Grand Theft Auto series wasn't invincible, and Rockstar North will be sure to thank the senator for concern about America's youth with a fitting tribute in the future. In the years following San Andreas' incredible success, Rockstar North saw a major expansion to the staff size. The team had remained fairly small throughout GTA's 3D era, but with next-generation consoles looming on the horizon and the promise of delivering more than just GTA games in the future, Rockstar saw fit to expand and move their studio to a larger space near Paulson Hill. Meanwhile, Take-Two continued their ambitious expansion, picking up studios and transforming them into new proprietary 2K offices, along with additional studios under Rockstar Games. One such studio was a British portable game developer called Mobius Entertainment, who were responsible for the Game Boy Advance version of Remedy's first Max Payne title in 2003. Impressed by how this portable Max Payne game turned out, Take-Two purchased Mobius Entertainment, transforming them into Rockstar leads, and assigned them a project to create a similar hands-on experience for the Grand Theft Auto property. But after seeing the potential in Sony's recently unveiled PlayStation Portable, they reassigned the leads team to start working on a PSP title instead, and handed off the Game Boy project to a third-party developer named Digital Eclipse, resulting in 2004's Grand Theft Auto Advance. GTA Advance takes place in the year 2000, 1 year prior to the events of GTA 3. Players assume the role of Mike, a typical low-life thug, who, along with his buddy Vinny, is looking to earn enough cash before leaving the country for good. But right as they're about to leave, Vinny's car explodes, along with all the money they had collected, and Mike vows to find those responsible and avenge his fallen friend. Throughout his vengeful journey, Mike meets up with plenty of other low-life criminals in the city, including a few returning faces from GTA 3, and he proceeds to complete various jobs for them to get closer to the ultimate trip. Unlike its 3D counterparts, GTA Advance doesn't feature any voice acting or motion capture cinematics, resorting to still image cutscenes and text bubbles instead. Though the mission structure established with GTA 3 does remain intact, meaning players can visit markers on their minimap for specific characters that they meet and steadily grow their influence around town. And all this is accomplished through the lens of the returning top-down perspective, along with a few other caveats to account for the Game Boy Advance's weaker specs. It's easily one of the least visually appealing titles in the entire franchise, with a limited color palette, flat environments, and some archaic animation designs. But the level layout introduced in GTA 3 is more or less included, and even features a few extensions to areas like the Western Island. Grand Theft Auto Advance even manages to squeeze in the optional vehicle-specific gig jobs like taxi bears, giving it a leg up over the classic top-down GTA games. But it's otherwise a basic and forgettable experience that failed to impress, and its resulting sales and reviews quickly reflected this. with many knocking the game for its poor visuals, boring soundtrack, and outdated controls. Though, fortunately for the Grand Theft Auto series, GTA Advance wouldn't be its last foray into the world of portable gaming. As Digital Eclipse took the heat for the first poorly received GTA game in years, work proceeded at the lead studio on another original Grand Theft Auto experience, built to harness the untapped potential of Sony's new PlayStation Portable. But to pull this off right, the devs at Leeds would need some help. So they reached out to Rockstar North, who let them borrow hundreds of assets and code that they then retrofitted to work within the confines of the PSP's capabilities. What's more, they even had Rockstar veterans like producer Leslie Benzies, lead artist Aaron Garbutt, and writers Dan Bowser and James Worrell all reprised their respective developmental roles to ensure it delivered the signature Rockstar level polish fans have come to expect. Then, after a little over a year of full development, Rockstar Leeds released Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, exclusively for the PlayStation Portable. Liberty City Stories, as the title suggests, brings players back to the hustle and bustle of Liberty City, 3 years prior to the events of Grand Theft Auto 3. Only this time, instead of tearing up the streets as Cloud, players assume the role of returning Italian gangster Tony Cipriani, who fans of GTA 3 may recognize as the mission giver of the less than grateful mother living upstairs.
Oh, really? What a how you did? Why so cool? All the time you were away.
The story kicks off in 1998, with Tony returning home after being told to lay low for a while. In his absence, the Leone family, led by Don Salvatore Leone, has steadily been growing their influence throughout the city, and have set up shop in Eastside Portland to break into the prostitution and gambling rackets in the area. Tony, eager to jump in where he left off, is instead stuck working from the bottom all over again, slowly earning back his reputation to get him due to the boss. But as he rises through the ranks of the mafia, he's thrust into a three-way gang war between the other families in the city, and the resulting fallout helps to shape Liberty City into how it appears in GTA 3. When stacked up to GTA's past two mainline entries, Liberty City Stories plays things a bit safe. The general plot bears some heavy resemblance to your typical American gangster movie, with the most obvious inspiration being Coppola's The Godfather. Though having a fully voiced lead protagonist does help to deliver a more focused plot structure than the last time players visited Liberty City, and to have all this delivered into a completely handheld experience was, and still is, pretty impressive. But even more impressive than this is the way Liberty City Stories preserves GTA's iconic open-world gameplay design. This isn't just a top-down spin-off with some mundane delivery missions. This is a full-fledged 3D-era GTA experience, tailor-made to take advantage of the PSP's hardware capabilities. Tony moves and behaves just like his mainline console counterparts, with the ability to run around the streets of Liberty City, steal cars, shoot bad guys, and perform drive-bys. And the only caveat is that the PSP doesn't come with the right joystick, so the game camera can no longer be controlled manually while moving the player. Instead, players must rely on the game's more aggressive auto-centered camera design, or optionally, pull down an aim button to switch the left thumb pad to control the camera instead of the movement. This is obviously not ideal, as trying to dodge bullets and keep track of where they're coming from can be difficult, but the improved auto-aim does help make the gameplay more tolerable. Liberty City Stories also doesn't make use of any of the new mechanics introduced in San Andreas, harking back to the slightly simpler design of Play City instead. This means there's no swimming and no ledge vaulting, and all the complex RPG systems and minigames are stripped away. Though features that were introduced in Play City, like motorcycles, unique weapon sets, and different character clothes, do help to make this return to Liberty City more engaging. Liberty City Stories also sees the return of online multiplayer to the series, albeit only between 6 players over a wireless ad hoc mode. Still, even so, this would be the very first time the series would offer a legitimate 3D online multiplayer experience in Grand Theft Auto, something that, as you probably already know, has become a pretty big part of the series since. Liberty City Stories was highly regarded by fans. Reviewers credited Rockstar Leeds for how much they managed to squeeze into Sony's handheld, especially the full Liberty City map. The graphics are obviously not quite as good as the console counterparts, with the draw distance often pointed out as a technical drawback. But it's otherwise a legitimate 3D-era GTA experience. In fact, it even received a re-release on PlayStation 2 in 2006, with superior visuals and a more traditional control scheme. But its real contribution was to the PSP, convincing gamers that the device could deliver true console-level experiences on the go. It quickly dominated game sales for the device. Because of this success, Rockstar Games were quick to greenlight a follow-up. After work on Liberty City had wrapped, Rockstar leads kicked off production on a sequel, this time letting players carry the beloved sun-soaked streets of Vice City in their pockets. Development of the sequel took considerably less time to complete, as most of the hardware converting the renderware engine to function in the PSP had already been accomplished prior. Though now that developers were working on the title post-San Andreas, they were able to incorporate more of its updated gameplay mechanics and features, while also throwing in a few brand new ideas to help their project stand out. And within only a year of development, Rockstar Leeds released their second entry to the GTA series, Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories. First exclusively to the PSP, and then again on the PS2 a year later. Like with the last game, Vice City Stories is a prequel to its 2003 counterpart that helps to piece together events prior to Tommy Vercetti's rise to power. Players this time assume the role of Vic Vance, an honest military man just looking to earn some money to help pay for his brother's medical treatment. But after being reassigned to work on a military base for the corrupt Sergeant Martinez, he's caught up in some questionable activities and is later caught and dishonorably discharged. Now, out of options, Vance turns to a life of crime, trafficking guns, drugs, and involving himself in a massive turf war between Cubans, the Cholos, and the Trailer Park Mafia. But it's when Vic's brother, Lance Vance, comes to town that things start to really get out of hand, as the duo get ensnared in a cocaine-fueled conflict with the notorious Mendez brothers. It's once again a company rags to riches storyline. It does a great job of paying homage to classic action films and 80s music, while setting up the events for its mainline console counterpart. Though its far more compelling main protagonist and better writing really shows, setting it far apart from its Liberty City predecessor. This release also features some improvements to the gameplay mechanics. For the most part, Vice City Stories handles a lot like Liberty City Stories, with the same awkward camera toggle to make up for the single thumb pad, and the D-pad helping to make up for the lack of clickable thumbsticks and dual triggers. However, many features introduced in San Andreas have finally returned, like swimming, flying, and riding bicycles. Vice City Stories also introduces a few of its own new features to the formula, most notably the ability to capture and maintain criminal rackets. Throughout the game world, there are several small fenced-off shacks, usually with a single vehicle parked outside. If the player blows up this vehicle, they initiate a hostile takeover, where they need to defend against waves of angry gangsters looking to protect their assets. Upon successfully defeating these enemies, players assume control of that business, and complete asset missions to help increase their revenue. It's sort of a hybrid of Vice City's property and ownership systems and what game was introduced in San Andreas. And the short, simple objectives attached to them make the criminal racket missions the perfect fit for a portable handheld. Other new features include a new vehicle-based side mission that lets players serve as a lifeguard, and the ability to repurchase confiscated weapons after being killed or arrested, along with several technical enhancements over Liberty City Stories. Vice City Stories was even more successful than its predecessor, earning higher average review scores and generating significantly more sales. With it, Rockstar Leeds have pushed the boundaries for portable gaming even further, delivering a nearly flawless port of the 3D Grand Theft Auto experience, up to par with the hugely popular Vice City and San Andreas. Its story was also praised, as it helped deliver a much more interesting protagonist, with far more personality and character than the cookie-cutter Italian mobster from before. With this release, Rockstar Leeds were successful in delivering on their initial promise of a title that would smash expectations of portable gaming. Though instead of completing the trifecta with the San Andreas stories, they turned their attention to other Rockstar properties instead, including the PSP port of Rockstar Toronto's The Warriors a year later. And with that, the 3D era of the Grand Theft Auto series finally came to an end. While all of this was going on, the core dev team up north were gearing up for the next major step in Grand Theft Auto's evolution. For the past 6 years, they have made liberal use of the renderware engine for practically all of their games. But in 2004, Electronic Arts purchased Criterion, along with the rights for the renderware technology. This caused a major ripple in the industry, as most games developed for the Sony PlayStation 2 were built using this engine. And some developers, like Illusion Softworks, were even forced to restart development of their planned Mafia 2. This wasn't the case with everyone, though. For the first few years following the acquisition, Rockstar's UK-based studios were permitted to continue using the engine in accordance with their pre-existing contracts, allowing them to create San Andreas and the two PSP games. Though, after these projects were completed, it became clear that the next entry to the Grand Theft Auto series would need to leave Renderware behind. This is where Angel Studios entered the picture. Angel Studios was a San Diego-based software development studio founded by Diego Angel in 1984. The studio had a slow start, working on various computer animation contract jobs with minimal revenue for years, until they finally made some headway working on games for Microsoft and Nintendo in the mid-90s. In the early 2000s, Angel Studios entered into a partnership with Rockstar Games and created racing games like Midnight Club and Smuggler's Run, using their own proprietary technology called the Angel Engine. And following the success of those two titles, Take-Two Interactive acquired them and renamed them into Rockstar San Diego, where they then went on to create a second Midnight Club and a linear action shooter set in the Wild West called Red Dead Revolver. In 2004, Rockstar San Diego became a critical component of Rockstar's continued success as a company. Now that EA owned Renderware, the other Rockstar teams needed a new platform to build off of. So Rockstar San Diego established a team of programmers to create the next-gen version of their Angel Engine, capable of improved rendering, lighting, and, with the help of third-party technologies like Euphoria, incredibly lifelike physics computation, resulting in the aptly named Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, or RAGE for short. This new engine was first showcased in the basic table tennis game created by Rockstar San Diego. But it wasn't until Rockstar North got their hands on the technology that the potential of what they had created would become fully realized. Now equipped with a suitable replacement engine, Rockstar North initiated work on the most ambitious new Grand Theft Auto since the original leap to 3D. According to Aaron Garland, the goal for this new entry was to focus only on the series' most fundamental aspects, and then build around them with an unprecedented amount of detail, to really drive home that this was a new era for the series. Because of this, writers decided that it would be appropriate to return to Liberty City once again, only this time, the recreation of New York would be more authentic and capture the extreme level of detail that players expected on new-gen consoles. As usual, Rockstar sent out a team to New York for field research, where they recorded videos of traffic patterns and captured hundreds of thousands of photos, and supplemented this with additional support from the head Rockstar game headquarters. Upon their return, the artists broke up into individual teams, each focusing on their own distinct area of the map, ensuring that everything from the buildings to the way people worked and behaved was unique enough to give the city a true-to-life feel. Adding to the authenticity was the extreme new level of detail afforded to them by the more powerful engine and development kits. Artists with architectural backgrounds helped to sculpt the facades of every building, while character designers made use of a special image metrics technology that allowed them to more properly telegraph characters' body language. Another major focus tackled early on was on redesigning the series' poorly aged combat systems. The 3D era combat, while serviceable, just wouldn't cut it for the experience Rockstar was aiming for. So the team began to incorporate a more responsive auto-targeting system, along with the new snap-to-cover mechanic that had become increasingly more popular after the release of Epic's Gears of War. Meanwhile, the writers had their own set of challenges to overcome. For the longest time, the story in Grand Theft Auto games had always felt like an afterthought, with some brief animated sequences before and after missions, with no real emotional tie to any one character. So, with the jump to next gen, lead writer Dan Houser sought to fix this problem and deliver something more meaningful and thought-provoking. Games have come a long way in the 2000s, with titles like Mafia and Metal Gear Solid proving the value of character development in mature themes. However, Dan never considered those games to be in competition with the likes of Grand Theft Auto, and instead looked to film as a benchmark. And now that the technology had caught up, he felt he could finally tell the style of story he always wanted to, without resorting to cheap gags or lazy parody. Rockstar also abandoned their dependency on major Hollywood talent to deliver the dialogue, feeling that having known celebrities would detract from the realism of the experience. And so they hired several unknown actors that better suited each respective role. Finally, after 3 years of full development, the next generation of Grand Theft Auto had arrived, and Rockstar released Grand Theft Auto 4 for both the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in the spring of 2008, with a follow-up PC release later that same year. GTA 4 follows the story of Nico Bellic, a vengeful Eastern European ex-soldier who arrives in Liberty City on board an old cargo ship called the Platypus. Upon disembarking, he's greeted by his eccentric cousin, Roman Bellic, who had bragged to Nico for years about his incredible success in America. However, as Nico soon learns, Roman may have exaggerated a bit about his accomplishments, and is actually just a failed cat business owner living in a dirty studio apartment in one of the poor areas of the city.
So, play for what? What?
To make matters worse, Nico discovers that Roman's fiancée is possibly involved with another man, to which Nico violently responds, setting off a chain of events that eventually lead the two cousins to be pursued by the Russian mafia. Throughout the course of his journey, Nico establishes friendships with many diverse characters, including a Jamaican drug and weapons dealer, Little Jacob,
Yeah.
a steroid junkie and image-obsessed Brucey,
I got you, man.
and the volatile McCreary brothers, most of whom deliver their own distinct set of missions throughout the campaign.
Don't you worry about nothing. We're here for the bank's money. It's going to a greater cause. Shut up and handle the safe.
And all of these characters are expanded upon further through extended conversations during long car rides that differ on repeat playthroughs. The game's narrative also paints a much less romanticized portrait of criminal life in America, with most of the characters Nico interacts with having some sort of drug addiction, often leading them to make fully thought-out decisions that either get them caught or killed. Even Nico, who remains mostly neutral with the people he meets in the city, is still haunted by his past life, and finds himself relentlessly tormented by his desire for vengeance.
Evidently some excuse. Wrong. Wrong! You sleeping, you fed up! Come on!
Nico's immigrant background also plays an important role in the story's delivery, giving players an exaggerated perspective of America's post-9/11 hysteria and how it applies to an unattainable American dream. But that's not to say GTA 4 is all serious. There's still plenty of sexual innuendos, social commentary, and cinematic parodies all throughout its lengthy 30-some-hour campaign, including an intense bank robbery sequence ripped straight from the finale of Michael Mann's Heat. But even so, the story feels more mature than any of Rockstar's past work, setting the tone for more gritty and adult themes to follow. Then there's the environment. Liberty City, as it's portrayed in Grand Theft Auto 4, is a completely different beast than any of its early incarnations. It's not just a series of repetitive neighborhoods with one or two familiar intersections anymore, but rather a massive parody of Manhattan Island and its surrounding boroughs. There's Central Park, Flushing Meadows, Coney Island, the Washington Square Arch, Rockefeller Center, Times Square, and even the Statue of Liberty out in the harbor. That's modified a bit to pay tribute to one of Rockstar's bigger fans. What's even more impressive is the unbelievable attention to detail that developers crammed into every inch of the city. The streets of the HD era Liberty City are densely populated with loads of varied NPCs going about their daily lives, taking cabs, eating food, throwing trash out of their car windows, and even pulling out umbrellas during the occasional rainstorm. The game's new physics system only furthers GTA 4's more immersive feel, with countless environmental props that dynamically react to outside influence. Trash lining the sidewalk, for example, will roll across the ground when kicked by characters, and can even be picked up and tossed as a weapon. Weak surfaces and objects can be torn to shreds with automatic gunfire, sometimes opening new points of attack. And vehicles feature a soft-body physics system, allowing them to perform and contort in endless ways, all depending on the amount of force applied. Even the NPCs have physics applied to them, stumbling backwards when shot and rolling across the ground when hit by a vehicle. They even have a new injured state, where they'll reach for wounds and try to crawl for safety. Even by today's standards, the AI in Grand Theft Auto 4 is impressive. But it's not the only thing this game contributed to the series. In keeping with the precedent set by San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto 4's world offers plenty of fun activities to participate in outside of the main questline. Mini-games like arcade machines and billiards return, along with new experiences like bowling, darts, and comedy clubs. There's even a fully integrated internet browser, accessible through computers at internet cafes, with a full network of fictional websites all parodying things like dating sites, politically fueled news outlets, and nonsense conspiracies. For players that just want a day off, they can stay in their apartment and turn on the TV, crank up the volume and swap between different television programs, all fully animated and flanked by commercial breaks and references to other locations in the Grand Theft Auto universe. GTA 4 is also the first game in the series to make use of an on-screen cell phone menu that players can use at any time to contact different characters, read their text messages, set up appointments, and even launch seamlessly into the included multiplayer mode, while further adding to the immersion. Which brings us to Grand Theft Auto 4's most infamous new feature, the friendships.
Hey, Nico, it's Roman. Let's go forward.
The friendship system is an evolution of San Andreas' girlfriend system. The players need to maintain a relationship with the character by taking them out on dates and keeping them happy. Only this new iteration is a little bit more involved, with 10 different characters, each with their own preference in activities, food, clothing, and vehicles to ride around in. By regularly treating a character to their favorite things, players will grow their relationship status with them, and eventually unlock special favors that can be called upon using an option under the phone contact. It's a very unique and ambitious feature that aims to further immerse players into Nico's world. Though, trying to consistently maintain all the relationships can be a bit much, especially when certain characters keep calling at the worst possible times.
Nico, Roman, we should go and get drunk together. Roman, I'm nervous enough about driving the truck full of explosives around the city for Mikhail Faust. Anyway, I'm sorry, but if I get drunk with you and then drive this thing, I'll definitely blow myself up. I'll catch you later, cousin.
GTA 4 also sees quite a bit of an overhaul to its core gameplay mechanics as well. Because everything was built from the ground up on the new Rage engine, the player model doesn't move quite the same as it did in the 3D era. Acceleration is now more gradual to simulate forward momentum, and thanks to the implementation of the Euphoria physics simulation, Nico can topple over and ragdoll just like the rest of the game's NPCs, which makes for some painful looking tumbles, especially when hit by a vehicle. The driving systems have received similar updates. Cars have a feeling of genuine weight now, forcing players to think twice before drifting around corners. And the new suspension physics system allows the body of the car to independently move based on the car's momentum, while each tire responds to the various elevated surfaces. The damage files that I mentioned earlier can even impact the vehicle's tires, making some cars unusable if they sustain enough damage. Other changes include new window braking and hot wiring animations when scaling parked vehicles, a free aim drive-by button that is compatible with SMGs, handguns, and grenades, and even the ability to catapult Nico through the windshield in a head-on collision, discouraging reckless driving. Then, of course, there's the combat. The combat was a major focus for the development team, as they really wanted to clean up what has always been GTA's weakest component. And with GTA 4, the series finally begins to resemble more traditional third-person combat systems today. The auto-aim system for the past few games does return, though enemy health is now represented by a series of circle-oriented matches that will deplete as more damage is dealt. This is so far just like how the other games handle it. But what sets GTA 4's aim apart is that players can now use the right joystick to fine-tune their aim and move the circular crosshair along the enemy to target specific body parts. Shooting an enemy in the leg, for example, will cause them to trip and fall, while shooting them in the arm may cause them to drop their weapon, and shooting them in the head will always guarantee an instant kill, assuming they are wearing protective headgear. This system ensures that the game remains fully accessible for newcomers, as they can still continue to easily target certain maps, while also providing more nuance for players to master, something that becomes extremely important during some of the more challenging combat encounters later in the game. This is then coupled with a new cover system. Like most third-person shooters today, players in GTA 4 can tap the cover button to have Nico rush for the nearest corner of a low object to duck down behind. From here, players can move Nico safely into position and either pop up to fire again or modify their weapon to reduce accuracy. What sets this apart from other cover shooters, though, is that the system by which Nico connects to cover is fully dynamic and procedurally based, meaning anything that looks like it might protect the player will protect the player. This ensures that every environment is not built to look like an unbelievable maze of low walls, and encourages players to experiment with each battle to find effective points of attack. It's a huge step forward for the GTA series, with lots of exciting moments thrown in thanks to the increased amount of scripted set pieces during missions. And when combined with a more immersive environment and more realistic driving model, it really does feel like a true next-generation leap. But not everything from the 3D era made this next-gen leap. Property ownership, for example, is limited to pre-designated apartments, and cars can no longer be customized, save for the random paint job assigned when visiting a paint spray. Most of the vehicle-based side missions, like firefighting and being a paramedic, are also absent. Though the popular vigilante missions do return, with a surprisingly robust police database system built directly into each cop car. Speaking of cops, GTA 4 also redesigns how the police response behaves. If the player is wanted by the police, a flashing red and blue circle will appear around the player's cursor on the radar, indicating where the police have been contacted. If the player can safely exit the zone without being followed, then the search will be called off shortly after. The catch to this is that with each additional wanted level, the zone gets bigger, with 6 stars covering up nearly a quarter of the entire map. Though, even at 6 stars, the police aren't quite as aggressive as they used to be, and will no longer call in the army, relying instead on lots of SWAT trucks, helicopters, and government agents to put people down. However, considering the size of Liberty City streets and the way players can duck into alleyways and play hide and seek with the cops, the improvements seem to far outweigh the few items that were removed. Finally, there's GTA 4's online multiplayer. This part of the game, that has since been shut down, previously allowed players to establish a peer-to-peer lobby with chosen parameters and launch into the world with their friends or anyone else that joined. Lobby options included game modes like races, death matches, cooperative missions, and a special cops and robbers adversary match. Though the most common choice was the free mode option, where players could just roam Liberty City without any limitations, stealing from NPCs, fighting the police, and getting into unscripted trouble. It was an incredible experience back in 2009, as online gaming on consoles had finally become the norm. But it's understandably not as exciting by today's standards. There's nothing to actually do in this multiplayer free mode, outside of killing each other and the random NPCs. Players couldn't even customize their character all that much, with only a few clothing styles and body types available to select between in the menus. But, despite its aged design, it was still a revolutionary next step in the series that would help to set the stage for the series' future. When all was said and done, GTA 4 was a masterpiece. It received overwhelmingly positive reviews, with scores across the board averaging at or above 98%, and to this day still remains the highest rated entry to the entire Grand Theft Auto franchise. Common praise included the game's compelling narrative, its incredibly lifelike feel, and its unprecedented attention to detail. Others specifically praised GTA 4 for the quality of the voice acting and writing of its lead protagonist, Nico Bellic, whose hybrid of charming personality and vicious psychopath made him an instant fan favorite. Along with this positive reception, GTA 4 also saw an incredible amount of success in regards to its sales numbers, selling well over 6 million copies within the first week, and smashing records as the fastest-selling video game of all time. But despite all of its success, GTA 4 still had its fair share of criticism, mostly directed towards the relentlessly annoying phone calls that interrupted action. Another complaint brought up against the game was in regards to its depiction of drunk driving, in which players could visit a bar, get drunk, and then choose to operate a vehicle under the influence. But these complaints were all minor in the grand scheme of things, as GTA 4 still massively exceeded the expectations of both gamers and its developers alike. Immediately following the groundbreaking achievement that was Grand Theft Auto 4, Rockstar North put their nose back to the grindstone on a set of large expansion packs, paid for in part by a new timed exclusivity deal with Microsoft for the Xbox 360. According to promotional material ahead of GTA 4's release, expansions for GTA 4 were always planned, as the game's main storyline has several narrative forks purposely built in to allow players to explore these events from different perspectives. The first expansion, titled The Lost and the Damned, released only a year after the base game, and follows the story of Johnny and his biker gang, The Lost. Players take on the role of Johnny, who's forced into a leadership role after their club president, Billy Gray, was incarcerated. The tensions rise when Billy returns to the club, and despite Johnny's best efforts to return to the way things were, a civil war breaks out, testing Johnny's loyalty and that of his friends. It's a remarkably different type of story than what's been presented before, with an emphasis on friendship and loyalty rather than a blind pursuit of power. But what makes it even more compelling is the way it's smoothly integrated into GTA 4's main plot, with actions performed by Nico directly impacting how the Lost biker gang reacts.
Just got word that Jason's been killed up in Broken.
The Lost and the Damned also features a few of its own unique gameplay features, not available in the base GTA 4 experience. In keeping with its biker theme, a new ride formation feature has been added, encouraging players to ride within a small zone in order to continue conversations with characters in the game. Additionally, much like in San Andreas, players can call upon their fellow gang members to assist in missions, and can even fight for control at new gang war locations marked on the map. That will subsequently increase each gang member's combat stats to improve their effectiveness.
This is what you want. Tastes nice.
Other new features include a bunch of new bikes to ride, several new weapons like shotguns and grenade launchers, the much-needed mission checkpoints, and a large clubhouse to explore, complete with new minigames and even a memorial to any fallen lost members throughout the player's journey. It's a competent, albeit brief addition to the GTA 4 experience, and its unique tone, great storytelling, and well-implemented new mechanics were received extremely well by audiences. It too received highly positive reception, with reviewers praising the game for its clever twist on the newly established HD formula. But Rockstar weren't done yet, and a few months later, Rockstar North released their final expansion for GTA 4, The Ballad of Gay Tony, again for the Xbox 360 first, and then the PS3 and Windows platforms several months later. In this expansion, players take control of Luis Lopez, an ex-drug dealer turned bodyguard for a reckless nightclub owner known colloquially as Gay Tony. The story explores Luis's relationship with Tony as they deal with managing and expanding a nightclub empire in Liberty City. Although, due to Tony's ambitious nature, he often gets himself into serious trouble with local criminal outfits, forcing Luis to consistently come to his rescue. Along the way, Luis also assists his two neighborhood friends in completing amateur drug deals, helps Brucey stand up to his even more obnoxious brother Maury, and is forced to deal with the absurdly rich Yusuf Amir that doesn't very well understand the value of pretty much anything. Unlike Lost in the Dam, and even GTA 4, the Ballad of Gay Tony storyline is significantly more lighthearted. Missions regularly border on the insane, with players needing to base jump off of buildings, fly golden helicopters, and rampage down a freeway using an APC. It almost seems to be paying homage to old GTA games, with an increased emphasis on fun action as opposed to a dark character-driven story. Though it does strike a steady balance, as the brotherhood between Luis and his troublemaking boss Tony does make for a compelling narrative. Like with the previous expansion, the Ballad of Gay Tony also incorporates a number of new features into the gameplay. There's new vehicles, new weapons, and several new activities to enjoy. Instead of a biker clubhouse, this expansion lets players explore the ecstasy-fueled nightlife of Liberty City, with dancing, drinking, and even an underground fight club. The Ballad expansion also adds in a new job completion screen, giving players incentive to replay missions to earn higher ratings, and new base jumping missions that let players explore the city's untapped vertical potential. Overall, The Ballad of Gay Tony is a solid addition to an already phenomenal package, delivering more of what old school fans wanted to experience while also wrapping up loose ends in the story. It was received with similar praise from critics, especially for its more realistic take on an LGBT video game character, and earned positive reception for its enjoyable new gameplay systems. But more importantly, The Ballad of Gay Tony finally closed the loop on the central theme of GTA 4's narrative, allowing Rockstar North to finally press forward with their next groundbreaking experience. But before we get to the next mainline title, there was another Grand Theft Auto that released around this time. Following their success with their PSP GTA games, the team at Rockstar Leeds began to shift away from portable game development, creating ports for games like table tennis. But when Take-Two was approached by Nintendo to create the Grand Theft Auto title for their new Nintendo DS handheld, the job was given to Rockstar Leeds, hopeful that they could deliver something along the lines of their past PSP successes. Though, this time, Leeds couldn't port over the engine and its assets from the work Rockstar North were doing. The Rage engine was already incredibly complex, and trying to dumb it down to work on a handheld would inevitably result in something less appealing than what audiences expected. So, Leeds developed their own engine, based strongly on elements introduced in Rage, and transitioned the gameplay style back to its classic top-down roots, using GTA 4's version of Liberty City as a backdrop. The resulting game was 2009's Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, the last portable entry and the last top-down entry to the Grand Theft Auto franchise. Chinatown Wars, as the title clearly hints at, tells the story of rival Chinese gangs in Liberty City, engaged in open warfare with each other over territory disputes and general power. The player takes control of the spoiled punk kid named Huang Li, who returns to Liberty City after hearing of his father's death to pay his respects and deliver a valuable sword to his uncle. But immediately after getting off the plane, Huang is jumped by a group of unknown assailants who shoot him and steal the sword. After he recovers, Huang makes it his mission to hunt down his attackers, recover the sword, and restore his honor in the process. The narrative from this point strongly resembles classic Grand Theft Auto games. Juan working his way up through the criminal empire, accumulating power and contending with constant ambushes from either the police or rival gangsters. Though the added Asian American cultural twist does help the title's story stand out, along with its new still-motion comic book art direction that seems to have been inspired by the comic book collage box art featured in the past 7 GTA games. As I mentioned before, Chinatown Wars returns the series to its top-down roots once more. Though there's a few tweaks to how this functions, with some aspects feeling more immersive, while others feel even more arcadey. Breaking into cars, for example, sometimes triggers a hot wire in the game that requires players to rotate the screws to a panel and twist the wires before the car will turn on. But the driving has been simplified to account for the new camera style, with cars that auto-center more reliably, and enemy vehicles that can be instantly disabled if knocked off the road with enough force. The combat system also features a new lock-on aiming system, making firefights easier to control. And a new immersive drug dealing system has also been incorporated, that lets players steal drugs, stash them, and trade them with different dealers around town. There's a lot of great ideas thrown into this game, that have still yet to be replicated. But unfortunately, Chinatown Wars would ultimately fail to live up to its potential. Sales numbers fell well below expectations, prompting Take-Two to follow up the Nintendo DS release with a PSP port a year later. But even then, sales still didn't line up with the sales that they had enjoyed during the series' heyday in the portable market. Which is unfortunate because Chinatown Wars received exceptionally high praise from critics and fans alike. It was praised for its clever hybrid of 3D graphics and its cartoony aesthetic, and many appreciated the increased amount of interactivity meant to complement the Nintendo DS's dual screen. When all is said and done, Chinatown Wars is another fine entry to the Grand Theft Auto franchise that builds strongly on the established format, but its lackluster sales, and Rockstar Lee's increased disinterest in portable gaming would make it the last entry in the series to be made available in handheld form. As the Grand Theft Auto series matured into its teenage years, its impact became even more apparent across the video game world. By now, practically every major project across the industry was aiming to deliver their own interpretation of Rockstar's groundbreaking open-world model, with massive level environments, light RPG mechanics, and an emphasis on world interactivity. Activision's Tony Hawk series, for example, broke away from its 2-minute skate session formula with its 4th entry, giving players a chance to explore large open-ended environments and accept jobs to progress the storyline. Other games like Just Cause, Crackdown, and Saints Row took things a step further and incorporated their own tiered wanted level system, while upping the insanity in hopes of appearing more exciting and fun. And quite possibly one of the most successful adaptations of GTA's formula came from within Rockstar itself, with Rockstar San Diego's sequel to the wild western shooter Red Dead Revolver. Using the same engine that they had initially built, Rockstar San Diego decided to return to the spaghetti western adventure and expand it outwards, mirroring the highly immersive worlds of Grand Theft Auto. The game took several years to produce, Take-Two investing millions of dollars into the project. In fact, it was so ambitious that Take-Two even had both Rockstar North and Rockstar Leeds pulled in to help assist in its development. Finally, in 2010, their efforts paid off phenomenally, as Red Dead Redemption was released to unbelievably high critical acclaim, even more positive than GTA 4 before. The game took everything fans loved from the Grand Theft Auto series, like its high attention to detail, its unlimited freedom and immersive atmosphere, and applied it into the Western setting. And couple that with some of the best writing ever to come out of a mobile game. But its most important contribution, at least where GTA and Rockstar are concerned, is that it improved Rockstar San Diego's work within the company. And moving forward, major AAA productions released under the Rockstar banner will continue using this collaborative multi-studio model. Development for the 7th mainline title to the GTA series began before GTA 4 had even started to arrive on store shelves. The series' longtime writer, Dan Houser, saw serious potential in interconnected storylines that started to materialize throughout the 3D era and the GTA 4 collection. And he sought to incorporate that concept as a fundamental part of the next title's narrative structure. In designing these interwoven plots, Dan decided to base each of the new characters around the personalities of what he considered to be typical mentalities of GTA players. There's the hardened veteran criminal who's seen it all and made it big. Then there's the complete sociopath who's more interested in causing utter chaos and mayhem whenever possible. And finally, there's the classic rookie, starting from nothing and working their way to the top, harking back to the design of practically every GTA protagonist before. With these core character attributes now established, the next step was deciding on location. Returning to Liberty City had proven to be hugely successful with GTA 4, as the new tech allowed Rockstar to completely reimagine the city and deliver something fresh and unique. But its urbanized setting also restricted the scope of the gameplay experience, making vehicles like airplanes unreasonable. So with this in mind, they decided to return to the West Coast again, as it offered more than enough space to work with. And after work had finished on Red Dead Redemption, Rockstar North began to send out research teams to Los Angeles to capture hundreds of thousands of photographs and video just like before. Upon the return, the art team commenced work on the level design, planning out roadways, sculpting buildings, and erecting recognizable landmarks. But unlike with San Andreas, they agreed early on that this reimagining of California would need to focus solely on the Los Angeles area, as the increased level of detail required for the new HD era would not realistically allow for 3 entire cities to be recreated in a reasonable time frame. The programming team, now much more familiar with the Rage Engine's capabilities, spent a great deal of time fine-tuning the dynamic lighting and shadow rendering to function within the confines of the aging PS3 and 360 hardware. Meanwhile, the gameplay designers also looked to improve as much as possible, taking lessons learned from Max Payne 3 and Red Dead Redemption, while also backpedaling on the more realistic mentality incorporated into GTA 4's design. Additionally, the designers wanted to account for House's unique free-character story direction, and incorporated ways to seamlessly swap between the characters during select missions. After seeing how well this new concept worked, they then decided to expand the idea further and started to incorporate the swapping feature outside of the missions, requiring them to build hundreds of unique scripted moments that would aim to trick the player into thinking that the characters were all living out their own virtual lives, even when the player wasn't watching them. As the game neared release, the hype mounted more than ever before. With every screenshot, every small minute-long trailer, every ounce of information blowing up the internet. Until finally, after 3 years of deafening anticipation, Rockstar North, in collaboration with practically every other studio under the Rockstar name, released Grand Theft Auto 5, exclusively for the PS3 and the Xbox 360. Grand Theft Auto 5 takes place in present-day San Andreas, and follows the story of several criminals as they pull off a series of major heists in the Los Santos and Blaine County area. Players take control of 3 different characters, each with their own distinct personalities, skills, and motives. The first character is Michael DeSantis, or Townley, depending on who you ask. Michael is a highly skilled ex-bank robber who enters the Witness Protection Program after selling out his crew during a bank job in the game's prologue. While this seems to go exactly as planned, Michael finds himself tormented by persistent guilt over what happened, and frequently takes it out in fits of rage, often directed towards his cheating wife, his desperate fame-chasing daughter, and his lazy, ungrateful son, Jimmy.
Why do I have to hold your hand through this whole midlife crisis?
On the other side of the city, we have our second character, Franklin Clinton, an ambitious young repo man, raised in the hood and desperately looking for a way out.
Tell you what, Michael, you tell me exactly what you want, and I will very carefully explain to you why it cannot be. What?
After failing to repo a car from Jimmy, Michael decides to take Franklin under his wing, and after a violent outburst gets them both in deep trouble with a local crime lord, the two are forced to take down the jewelry store downtown to pay off the debt.
Your moment! Please don't make me ruin all the great work the plastic surgeons have been doing. On the floor, now!
Which inevitably attracts the attention of the third playable character, Trevor Phillips. Trevor is simply put a psychopath. He's incredibly unstable, unpredictable, and highly volatile.
Get animal you take me for. No, I didn't kill her. Oh. But I did kidnap his wife. Oh, no. Oh, what did you do?
And serves a dual purpose through the story as both the protagonist and the antagonist. After seeing that Michael, his former partner in crime, has somehow miraculously survived the bank job from the prologue, Trevor decides to pay him a visit to get some answers, and is infuriated to find out that Michael had betrayed him, adding an uneasy tension between the characters that persists throughout the course of the campaign.
My job, my sword, get your own.
But that's just the tip of the iceberg, as each character's actions set up a chain of events that result in the trio having to pull off various odd jobs for the U.S. government, kingpins, and powerful investors, pushing all 3 characters to their breaking point as they work together to pull off the biggest heist imaginable.
Sweet mothers.
The heists are a critical component of Grand Theft Auto 5, marking a steep departure from themes explored in the past games. Many of the missions throughout the game involve sourcing material for the jobs, like gathering costumes, IDs, and necessary intel. Once everything's in place, players can then tackle the heists themselves. which can differ depending on the choices the player makes early on. Players can, for example, go in quiet, knocking out the customers with gas and escaping before the cops know what happened. Or, alternatively, they can go in loud and dumb, with epic shootouts in the streets, highly reminiscent of popular heist films. But it's not just the heights that deliver these high-octane moments. Practically every mission in GTA 5 is filled with exciting scripted action set pieces, with crazy, over-the-top car chases, firefights, and enough explosions to impress Michael Bay. The tone is somewhat similar to what was established in The Ballad of Big Tony, only the dependency on replicating famous action movie scenes has never been clear, with countless references and homages sprinkled all throughout the 20-plus hour campaign. And while, yes, this main campaign is technically shorter than GTA 4, the incredibly large and dense open-world environment more than makes up for it. GTA 5's map offers the biggest playable space of any Grand Theft Auto game. In fact, it's so big that it can fit the maps of GTA 4, Red Dead Redemption, and even San Andreas within it. Its landmass is naturally divided up into two regions, each with their own distinct look and feel. The southern region, and the one that sees most of the action, is the city of Los Santos. That, like in GTA San Andreas, is an exaggerated interpretation of the Los Angeles area. However, this version gets much closer to capturing the incredible scale and density of the real thing. The city stretches for miles all around, with practically all the most iconic areas represented in one way or another. There's Hollywood Boulevard, downtown, Venice Beach, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, the LA River, and Compton. That happens to include a cul-de-sac that bears a striking resemblance to Grove Street. North of the city limits is Blaine County, a massive open-ended wilderness that includes winding canyons, a desert airfield, rolling vineyards, thick forests, and the mysterious Mount Chiliad. That serves as the tallest point in the game, and quite possibly the entire series. There's a ton of sights to see throughout GTA 5's 75 square kilometers, and to supplement them further, a lot of these locations offer unique interactive activities to discover. Players can, for example, ride a roller coaster at the pier, look through telescopes at the observatory, or take a bus tour along Vinewood Boulevard. And all this accompanies returning aspects of Grand Theft Auto level environments, including a diverse population of dynamic AI, lots more storefronts to visit, some of which can be robbed at gunpoint, an extension to the in-game cell phone menu, with a more robust internet browser built in, and a seemingly endless amount of more structured activities to participate in, like golf, tennis, yoga, scuba diving, and bounty hunting. I could go on for another hour detailing each new feature incorporated into GTA 5's open world, but it's something that really just needs to be experienced firsthand to understand fully. And it's not the only aspect of the gameplay design worth mentioning.
Back up, brother!
GTA 5 also sees a big improvement to its combat and vehicle designs. As I mentioned previously, Rockstar took lessons learned from their time working on Max Payne 3 and Midnight Club to tweak GTA's core features, making combat snappier and more responsive, and driving faster, tighter, and easier to control. The euphoria physics systems from before are still at play, though they've been toned down a bit, allowing players to more easily identify when a target's been killed and preventing cars from annoyingly flipping over the smallest curve. GTA 5 also sees a big return for player customization, allowing players to freely modify their guns and ammunition, upgrade their cars with engines, body kits, and custom paint jobs, and even get a fresh haircut at the barber. Player stat progression also returns, albeit with more fundamental stats like shooting, driving, and fun, and no actual visible change to the character like weight gain. In fact, GTA 5 removes the ability to eat food at restaurants entirely, limiting health with punishment to the occasional wall-mounted health pack, candy bar, soda, or long neck. To help emphasize the game's signature 3-character design, GTA 5 also introduces new special abilities that can be activated after a brief cooldown. Each of these abilities is tailor-made for their respective character, playing into their personal strengths. Michael is a talented shooter, so he can trigger a slow motion bullet time effect, much like Max Payne. Franklin is a good driver, so he can slow down time when behind the wheel, allowing him to perform unbelievable maneuvers. And Trevor is insane, so he can enter into a rage mode and turn his enemies into a red breeze. Finally, GTA 5 sees yet another change to how the police function, reducing the next wanted level to 5 stars, and adding in new cones of vision to each officer on the radar, giving players the option to actively hide from the police within the search radius and lose your want level if they're careful enough. GTA 5 is simply put a masterpiece. Within only the first day, GTA 5 obliterated past sale records, becoming the fastest-selling video game in the history of the industry. Even now, it remains the second highest-selling video game of all time, with over 140 million copies sold since its initial release in 2013. But it wasn't just the hype that helped to sell it. GTA 5 was also met with near-flawless reception, with scores meeting and exceeding that of its predecessor. Some outlets, like IGN, even went as far as to say that GTA 5 is the best video game ever made. And it's hard to make a counter-argument against that. GTA 5 really does check all the boxes, at least in regards to what it's trying to accomplish. All the series' best aspects have been reintroduced in one way or another, and the game world offers more variety and detail than anything the series has attempted before. But despite GTA 5's insane amount of content, this was only the beginning, as Rockstar has simultaneously been working on a complementary online multiplayer mode that would change the franchise forever. Less than a month after GTA 5 hit store shelves, Rockstar unlocked an additional multiplayer functionality to the game called Grand Theft Auto Online that takes the world of GTA 5 and repurposes it to allow for persistent player progression in a constantly evolving multiplayer space. In it, players assume the role of a mute custom character that, with the help of various characters featured in GTA 5 and GTA 4, need to rise through the ranks of the criminal underworld, earning cash, weapons, vehicles, and respect as they seek the ultimate American dream. The narrative technically takes place prior to the events of GTA 5, often shedding light on what some side characters were up to prior to meeting up with the trio of protagonists in the main story.
Brilliant. I love you in an appropriate way, I mean. I did it. You would be dead, of course.
Though, since its release, evidence suggests that the plot of the online mode has moved past the events of the 2013 narrative, making it the most recent point in the HD era's chronological timeline. Pretty much everything offered in GTA 5's gameplay is carried over from this online mode, including the controls, the weapons, the vehicles, and the various new customization options Los Angeles has to offer. Though, thanks to years of continual content drops, the online mode features vastly more features than anything in the series' history, making it to many the ultimate Grand Theft Auto experience. There's nearly 700 vehicles players can drive, more than double the cars first offered in GTA 5. Countless firearms to choose from, thousands of clothing options, and some of the most flat-out absurd methods of transportation the series has ever seen. But this took years to cultivate, and in its earliest days, GTA Online was pretty simple.
Oh no, how many times in 1 month?
In fact, it was criticized for being too simple. Once players were able to log in, following nearly a month of poor network stability, it became clear that GTA Online really didn't deliver anything more than some death matches, races, and some repetitive small-scale cooperative missions. The entire experience is built around earning as much money as possible in order to purchase assets like property and vehicles to play around with in free mode. But because there was nothing to actually do in free mode other than fight the cops and rob from liquor stores, GTA Online started to gradually develop a mixed response from audiences. A big point of contention was the unexplained absence of the promised heist missions, shown in the mode's reveal trailer, that would allow players to rob things with their friends, just like the single-player campaign. But Rockstar ran into a few snags during the development of these heist missions, admitting that they underestimated how difficult they would be to put together. And to hold fans over, they released several smaller content updates throughout the course of 2014 that would give players more vanity items to save up in-game cash for. To support these continuous updates, Rockstar introduced a new in-game purchase system called Shark Cards that can be used to convert real-life money into the game's fictional cash, useful for skipping mission grinds to unlock access to new content sooner. The Shark Cards have since become one of Rockstar's most crucial points of revenue for the online service, enabling them to continue providing players with years of new features without requiring players to pay directly for DLC. Though it has unsurprisingly developed a negative reputation for influencing every aspect of the online mode's design, usually making what should be simple tasks more difficult to entice players to purchase cards instead. While fans frustratingly waiting for Rockstar to release the promised heist content, Rockstar then announced at E3 a new and improved version of GTA 5, built to take full advantage of the then new PS4 and Xbox One. This version includes a plethora of changes, chief among them being improved graphics, new weapons and vehicles, new missions, And the biggest change of them all, a brand new first-person perspective, allowing players to experience the entire Grand Theft Auto experience up close and personal. Following this next-gen release, Rockstar North turned their attention back to GTA Online, and finally released the long-awaited Heist update in March of 2015. The Heist update added 5 sets of cooperative missions to play through, each with extended story cinematics, setup missions, and big finales, usually incorporating unique gameplay mechanics not at all seen in the core GTA 5 campaign. Along with it, players were also treated to tons of new clothing options, vehicles, and weapons, completely transforming the way players interacted online, making vehicles like the armored Kuruma almost mandatory in order to avoid getting gunned down randomly. But the Heist update's most notable contribution to the GTA Online experience was its potential to earn players lots of in-game cash reliably. Players were no longer forced to prey on randomly spawning armored trucks or spam replays of Rooftop Rumble, but instead participate in exciting bank robberies or prison breaks, all accessible through a special heist prep room hidden in the player's apartment. The Heist update still continues to be a major component of the online experience, though, as Rockstar would soon prove, this was only the beginning. A few months later, after Rockstar Leeds released a PC port of the game with even more impressive visuals, GTA Online saw its second major expansion, the Free Mode Events update, aimed to inject life into the stale Free Mode experience. Now, players can participate in random competitive challenges across Free Mode lobbies, often requiring players to complete stunts with vehicles or fight to stay within a continuously shrinking zone. It was a big step for the online mode, providing an excuse to stay within a single lobby. It was also notable for being the first update to not be made available for players on original platforms, effectively leaving PS3 and 360 players behind. The next big update to GTA Online was the Lowriders update, that aimed to reintroduce the hood-like vibe of 90s San Andreas back into the world of Grand Theft Auto. With this update, players could customize select vehicles with a huge selection of new cosmetic enhancements, and also participate in several new gangster-style cooperative missions with returning single-player character Lamar. Then, there was the Executive and Other Criminals update. With this addition, players can now create free mode-based groups called organizations that function a lot like the posses first introduced in Red Dead Redemption. Using this system, players can more easily combine forces and take on rival players together, using an assortment of new vehicles like armored limos with mounted machine guns to help keep their VIP alive. This VIP system was then expanded upon a year later in further Ventures and Finance and Felony update that adds in new high-rise office buildings and free mode-based delivery missions, giving players new, yet tedious ways to earn money outside of traditional heists. It was with the next update that things in GTA Online really started to take a weird turn. With cunning stunts, players can now race in wacky, over-the-top race courses using brand new, larger-than-life track pieces that can send players boosting and flying across the city. This mode has since become a hugely popular addition to the series, with content creators and streamers regularly posting content of new, more difficult courses, enhanced further by an additional stunt race editor released shortly after. Because of its popularity, Rockstar has continued to support the mode, adding additional mechanics like vehicle transformation to help enhance it further, though the wacky colored ramps still remain separate from the constantly evolving free mode experience. Following the stunts update, there was the Bikers update. The Bikers update brings back lots of aspects first introduced in The Lost in the Dam, and reconfigures the biker clubhouse and rider formation to function within the confines of a multiplayer setting. Just like the organizations, players can start up a biker club at any time in the free mode lobby, and then invite their friends to join in, where they can then cultivate various criminal enterprises by delivering product and defending against rival gangs. And then, after the biker update, there was the import and export missions, adding high-end vehicle theft to the list of illegal activities that players can participate in. In 2017, Grand Theft Auto Online underwent yet another major transformation, putting an increased emphasis on military hardware and explosive combat above all else. New updates like gun running and Smuggler's Run added in massive military facilities to the game, allowing players to cultivate weapons trade businesses and acquire a fleet of powerful military aircraft at their own hangar. This idea was followed up with the Doomsday Heist that introduced a second type of massive underground lair, while also adding in a new robust cooperative heist and a ton of high-end top-secret hardware to play around with. By this point, the Grand Theft Auto Online lobbies had turned into a confusing urban war zone. With players flying around in jetpacks, rocket cars, Back to the Future DeLoreans, and World War II bomber planes. So, to sort of reel it in, Rockstar released the long-rumored nightclub update called After Hours, adding with it the ability to purchase nightclubs and dance with your friends. It's highly reminiscent of the dance clubs in Ballad of Gay Tony. In fact, Gay Tony himself even makes the series return with this expansion, and offers players an all-new set of cooperative missions to play through.
Tony? Yeah. I don't think you can say Gay Tony anymore. It's not PC. The internet will go crazy.
By 2019, 2020, the amount of content releases for GTA Online has slowed to a trickle. Rockstar San Diego's sequel to Red Dead Redemption once again required all hands on deck, leaving a skeleton crew behind to maintain GTA's multiplayer experience. And upon its completion, focus shifted strongly towards the ever-mysterious next entry to the Grand Theft Auto series. A few big updates have found their way to Los Santos, including a massive casino, letting players gamble with their earned money and rob the vault with a new set of missions, along with the ambitious Cayo Perico heist that takes place on the new small island. But since then, things have gotten extremely quiet in the world of Grand Theft Auto. Which finally, after over 2 hours, brings us to now. Where on earth does the series go from here? The most obvious answer to some may be a reimagined version of Vice City, closing the loop and setting the stage for another generational leap. But with GTA 5 and its online counterpart still to this day dominating the sales charts, it's likely Take-Two and Rockstar have completely reevaluated how they treat the property. Another important thing to bear in mind here is that following GTA 5, longtime producer behind the Grand Theft Auto series, Leslie Benzies, has left the company, along with longtime lead writer Dan Houser, leaving veterans Aaron Garbutt, Rob Nelson, and Andrew Sepple to take over. With these major departures, it's very unclear where the series will go next, or what it will look like. Though, what we do know is that following the massive development process of GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, Rockstar has acknowledged that moving forward, they would like to work on smaller scale titles that are more focused and more polished. Outside of that, there's really no telling what new incredible experiences the Grand Theft Auto series has in store for us. For the past 20 plus years, GTA has been a staple in the video game industry, letting players explore massive, sprawling cities without restriction, while simultaneously pissing off every politician that's ever laid eyes on it. And it's this constant balance of incredible gameplay experiences and the unnecessary controversy that will continue to drive Grand Theft Auto's unrivaled reputation as one of the greatest video game franchises ever made. But what do you guys think? Which Grand Theft Auto experience has been your favorite? And where do you think the series should go next? Let me know in the comment section. Also wanted to give a special shout out to my supporters on Patreon, including B-Man, Muriel Tomsoff, and Chad Troutwine. Thank you all so much for continued support. If you enjoy the work I do here and want to see more quality content like this in the future, please consider joining the growing list of Patreon supporters, where you can get early access to new projects, behind-the-scenes content, shoutouts, and access to our private Discord to chat and play games with us. Your support is hugely appreciated. Also, if you want more regular updates on my projects, you can always follow me on Twitter. I'll have my link posted below. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe for more reviews, comparisons, and documentaries posted every week.
Hello, I'm in the stuff. Got it remembered, so you don't have to. How was your weekend? Good? Ours involved a meteorite crashing into Earth. What to expect? It emitted a radioactive beam of death, consuming every molecule of our bodies. Soon, we discovered it gave us super abilities we never had before, as weird sciencey beams do. I could summon explosions at will. Terra developed superhuman strength. And now Malcolm had the ability to turn anything into a video game character. These new abilities, we gave ourselves new identities. Pixelator. The Clobberer. Sparky Boom Man. Together, we are the adequately impressive breed. And with our newfound abilities, we know exactly what we need to do. Sit around and watch Daredevil on Netflix.
Kill and silence me in front of her!
Don't you think you should do something with your abilities? We are! Look at my abilities right now! Oh, I can do that. But don't you feel you have a responsibility to these powers?
It's cool, babe. Malcolm's been pouring this out to the press.
Just a brief reminder, we're still amazing, even though we've done very little with our amazingness.
How do you respond to people saying that your powers are nothing but a cheap ripoff of the new Adam Sandler movie?
Oh, well.
But don't you feel like you should be doing something important?
Nah, if Fantastic Four has taught us anything, it's that we don't need to.
What is it about the Fantastic Four that can't catch a break in terms of movies? I mean, granted, the new one hasn't come out yet, but it's gonna suck.
It really is.
Probably, yeah. I mean, alright, anything's possible, but if it's anything like this incarnation, you shouldn't be too hopeful. This film is poorly written, poorly executed, and worst of all, there's little to no superhero in it. They mostly just sit around, be jackasses, and admire how cool their powers are. So I figured we'd do the same.
You know, just because a multi-million-dollar film did it, doesn't mean you should do it.
He's right. We should just sit here on our fat asses. We should sit here on our fat asses and review the sticker. Malcolm, attack with force, now!
In a second.
Hey! Something for the lady? Oh. The film starts off with two scientists named Reed and Ben, played by Joan Griffith and Michael Chiklis, who wish to get funding to study a cosmic storm that could change the way we look at DNA. Their one problem? They're asking a guy named Doom. Yeah, that's really his name, Victor Von Doom, which translates out to Victor of Doom. I mean, okay, around by any other name, but that fucking name is Doom.
Same old Reed, always stretching to keep the stars.
But hey, don't let his label tip you off. Look, a giant menacing statue hiding in the shadows during meetings, and the fact that he stole your former girlfriend tip you off. Seriously, his name is Von Doom.
This isn't going to be a problem. Pull her off.
Jessica Alba plays Susan Storm, the director of genetic research. I'm sorry. I couldn't get through that without laughing. I'm surprised I made it that far.
I'll sign over a fair percentage of any applications. Your number said 25%. The billion's enough to get the lights on for a while, isn't it?
No, excuse me. I was just riding in my Bowser's Dungeon elevator courtesy of the not criminal genius who stole my girlfriend. His name is Down.
As far as crew, I was hoping the men could pilot the mission.
So they all have to train to be astronauts. Later get started on those years and years or minutes and minutes of training.
Great. What's the worst that can happen?
Did everyone just forget that space is space?
No, I couldn't, John.
But it's okay. As long as they have a determined pilot on their hands. Insert fucking beautiful, obviously not qualified specimen number 5, John, played by Chris Evans.
You meet me at 401 at the top of the mountain. Yours?
I'm sorry, how the fuck does choosing the crew for this work again?
Too ugly.
Too average.
Too bald.
Too wrinkly.
Too normal. Wait, what about these guys? These are the people we need to be getting into space.
But those are just glamour magazines.
They're perfect. Call them immediately.
Right.
Except for this one. It's research.
And by the way, yeah, it is strange that Chris Evans is playing a Marvel superhero when he's also playing one in Captain America. But honestly, I always just assumed this was Loki in disguise. You have to admit, they are pretty similar.
I don't know whether I should be flying or doing Swan Lake in these suits. I mean, who the hell came up with these?
Victor did.
Oh, I'm sure Victor did. I'm sure he told you it was for advanced breasticulation research.
Fantastic. Material made from self-regulating unstable molecules.
As a director of genetic research, I'm very insulted you didn't notice my rack. So they go to their space station that Honest to God, is making Austin Powers look credible. As our own Dr. Evil and Seven of Fine are having a moment. Wow, I'm only mildly amused by this. The cloud is accelerating. We've got minutes until it hits, not hours. That storm is deadly. We need to avoid. Get a grip, Reed. We didn't come all this way to lose our nerve in the first glitch. That is to say, you didn't. I apparently came here to blow $1 billion proposal on a woman who doesn't even find the universe interesting. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's a bucket about to be filled with my tears waiting for me.
Threshold 8 minus 9 minutes.
So, what they apparently had the technology to know years in advance was coming, so we can only tell them 9 minutes ahead of time that it showed up early. But hey, that $1 billion technology isn't anything compared to just looking to the fucking left.
I ain't gonna reach your flowers yet, egghead.
Look around. Oh, what? That giant flaming death going whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, you know how I do that. This is our attempt at trying to make sense of our power. Where am I getting there? They get back to Earth at first only noticing the slightest of differences.
Back at the grandpa look.
Oh, yeah, side effects may include slight white hair and terrifyingly inhuman stretching. But hey, at least you now look 120 and closer to how the original character's supposed to look.
How's she doing? Stable and her vitals are strong.
Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything about her acting. But they eventually find out that superpowers are starting to emerge, but only during situations hitting battle. Oh, you're hot.
But thank you, Jordy.
And he was frozen in ice and thawed out years later. Come on, I'm trying to tie them together somehow. Reed also discovers he can turn his hand into Woody the Cowboy's hand. Boy, these effects do not age well. We discover also that Ben has gone through a really bad transformation, but it's all good because they operate on Ninja Turtle logic. So a trench coat and hat apparently covers it all up.
It's me. It's still me. It was the accident. Let me explain.
Yeah, I'll put some charges on account of you being a pop rock.
Oh, yeah. A few days to space. It was great. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, will you stop acting like space is a fucking road trip? It's goddamn space! But it looks like a man is about to commit suicide right next to him. What are the odds? A fantastic boy, bringing peace and harmony wherever they go. Yeah, and the man is Steel saving Metropolis. And in yet another coincidence, the rest of the team happens to be right on the bridge. We're not gonna get past these guys. But you could. Really? Because I think we could just tell them that we know the guy. You need to strip. Couldn't you just stretch over them rather easily? No, you need to strip. They can clearly see what I'm doing. I don't even think they'll even... Strip, strip! You're half naked and everything else you do. Just fucking strip! Oh, God, I thought we were Marvel and not DC. What? Whoops, I guess her power stopped when it got to her underwear. Oh, man. I haven't seen a more appropriate usage of underwear since Star Trek Into Darkness. No, really, the movie would fall apart without it. Jesus Christ, this is the most accident-prone bridge I've ever seen! What doesn't cause an emergency on this thing? But the four of them, of course, managed to save her.
Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground now.
Well, the crowd seems to like it, so what the heck? Your popularity equals no rest today. But Ben's fiancé doesn't seem to agree. I don't care if you saved a dozen people. You look like a decaying Oompa Loompa, and in my book, that's bad.
That's what they call them. The Fantastic Four.
You read this?
Which one of you is the lead?
Who is that?
Which one of you is the lead?
I'm just assuming that all good Samaritans have leaders. No, I'm also going to be a copy of your needs.
We do not know much more than you do at this point.
A new day comes. Day of the Fantastic Four.
So, at the height of their popularity and the whole entire world calling them heroes, what do the backers of Victor's incredibly popular experiment do? Pull out, of course.
Planning use of publicity. Unfortunately,
Do you know how much I ripped this scene off the first Spider-Man? So they seclude themselves in the building to discover more about their power.
Welcome back to the Baxter, Dr. Richards. I got the usual for you. Good to have you back, sir.
Hey, I'm so the Watcher. So they spend the majority of their times figuring out how to control their new abilities.
Hey, Howard, they're approaching supernova.
Sweet!
Not only can you kill yourself, but you can set fire to Earth's atmosphere and destroy all human life as we know it.
Okay, important safety tip. Thank you.
Should be able to bend light around other objects, even people. If you could control the emotional state better.
Wow, a person whose powers is tied to their emotion? I have never friggin' seen that.
I mean, you broke up with me, right?
I was ready for the next step. You weren't.
I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
I just wanted to share an apartment. What was so complicated about that?
We're men. We just don't do the commitment thing, remember? I mean, Jesus. If Jessica Alba came up to me and said she wanted to share an apartment, I'd of course say no. Commitment, grr. We hate that too. Let's testosterone balls, grr. Seriously, you're a stupid fucking movie with me. But Victor finds out he's starting to get some side effects as well.
I can't pretend to know what we're dealing with here. We need to keep this confidential. Victor, this disease is progressive, degenerative. I have to notify someone.
Okay, well, word of advice. If you're talking to a guy and he starts to go like this, he's probably gonna... Or take a piss. Probably both. But they find out the celebrity is apparently really tough to get used to. Actually, no, they don't. They just want another reason for Alba to get naked.
I'm doing this again.
I really thought getting my skirt caught in better luck Chuck would be the end of these scenes.
I get it, Charles. I'm gonna build a machine to recreate the story.
Wait a minute, you can just recreate the storm with a machine? Why the fuck did you spend millions of dollars with all this next stuff? Was it like eggs versus egg beaters? The universe's version was just a little more tasty?
You did not.
Sorry. Should we just put a counter and then, yeah, apparently the film needs it. So, again, something you might have noticed is really missing in this movie is that there doesn't seem to be that much crime fighting going on. Okay, don't get me wrong, it's important to understand your powers, but in most films it's like a few minutes tops. We're an hour in and all they've done is save a bridge of people that really was caused by them to begin with. I'm not seeing what's so especially fantastic about them. Okay, it looks like Johnny's finally leaving. Well, good. Stop a robbery, punch out a crime boss or something. Or ride a motorcycle and whore yourself out some more. It's what Superman would do.
Oh, yes, he did.
What are your superhero names?
They call me the Human Torch.
What about the rest of the team?
That's the Invisible Girl.
What about your leader?
I'm 15. Relatively pissed off, they go to confront Johnny about what he's been doing.
Time to go Street Fighter bonus level.
Yeah, that would cut his head off.
Bring it right out.
That's the time.
Tough to block. He's started.
Damn it.
Now, there's supposed to be crime fighting in this crime fighting movie, right? Hello? Hello? Yes? Ben ends up going to a bar where a blind woman hears his woes and takes pity on him.
There's a God. He hates me.
She is not so into him.
Look, lady, you people got a turnip roll in here as long as you convince somebody to start crime fighting. But Victor vows to destroy Reed, I guess because he's more successful, and tries to turn the team against each other.
Smart about you.
You know, for a guy who says he doesn't want to be seen in public, he sure is seen in public a lot.
You just gonna fix me up, okay? More time soon.
What? How dare that asshole have a personal life? I'm gonna show him by refusing his cure. No, really, that's what happens.
I spent my whole life protecting you. And for what? So you can play Twister with your girlfriend while I'm the freak of the wheel.
That'll I'll show my only hope for salvation. I sure showed me. Pow, 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 pow. This shouldn't be turning me on, but it kind of is. To run your own.
Hey, look at the market again.
It's clobbering time.
Hey, that's a great one. All the Black Widow merchandise. Then leaves the three of them behind to see if Von Doom can help them out any better. His name is Von Doom. Just do it before I remember whether or not I even run a business anymore. Then returns back to normal, but Victor feeds off the energy he emits to make him even stronger. He decides to give himself a chilling identity, one that involves a creepy-ass mask given to him for humanitarian purposes. Yeah, I remember when Mother Teresa got awarded a chain mace from India and decides to go after Reed. How? By freezing him, apparently.
After all, we're both doctors.
I'll just give you a heads up, guys. Honestly, I'm taking the Corman version more seriously than this. I mean, come on, what do you do? Did you raid George Sanders' makeup kit from the 60s Batman? You're 2 seconds away from the Austrian ice puppets.
Let's check it out personal family.
Let's do it before I figure out why the hell I suddenly hate you all right now. Johnny distracts the missile away while Susan goes to save Reed. Fire.
You know, you really should be renamed the mildly interfering form.
Then sees the trouble going on, changes himself back, and very unrealistically gets over there like the speed of fucking light.
That's what my voice says! Okay, I'm going to do that.
You and a butt-numbingly bored audience, buddy. So we finally get some real fighting with powers, rays, electricity, guys getting hit by buses only to walk out the door. Why is this a thing in bad movies?
Supernova! We agreed that was bad! Now!
Risking the lives of all humanity is worth it just to save our selfish asses! But it's contained in Susan's force field and they end up turning him into a real-life statue, resulting in the city throwing a big boat party. Yes, thank you for saving yourselves, as he was just basically going after you the entire time. Seriously, what was his plan again?
You married me.
Yes. Yes. That's my nose. Yes. These are my lips.
Well, mostly. I haven't done like 10 times. So I think you can see why as superheroes we were so inspired by this movie. All you gotta do is look hot in tight outfits, say a lot of exposition about yourself without actually exposing any character, and only save people if you yourself cause the trouble. The rest of the time, just look out for yourself and what little you do. Sheesh, I can't imagine at all why anybody would enjoy this fantastic superhero film. It just friggin' inspires so much. Oh my god, guys! Cthulhu is risen and he's taking over the world! Pathetic fools! I come for yourselves!
I think you'd be a good ruler.
Yeah, everyone loves Cthulhu. But when he's done with the world, he'll come for you. This looks like a job for the adequately instructed breed! What the hell? That was easy.
Yeah, Malcolm turned into Charlemagne's head from 197.
Yes, but that's it! I'm gonna expose myself to that meteorite and actually use my powers to benefit humanity! Out of the way! Hey guys, remember when we were a superhero team? Surprisingly, no.
Yeah, you think you'd remember something like that.
You mean you have no recollection when a meteor smashed into Earth? Gave us incredible powers, forming the trio of the adequately impressive three, and then we just sat around and watched Daredevil on Netflix? Yeah.
The clips helped us remember.
Why didn't we do anything?
Well, we did have that unpleasant encounter with the Silver Surfer.
Yeah, but that was so bad that everyone forgot it.
As they should. But maybe we forgot what it means to be superheroes.
What do you mean?
What if we did it again? What if we brought back the adequately impressive three, only this time we did it right? Be darker, grittier, and more realistic, which, as we all know, immediately equals better. No more pixelator, clobber, or sparky boom man. Together, we shall be Malcolm, Tamara, and Nostalgia Critic.
Wait, what happened to our superhero names?
We're too edgy for that. We don't need them anymore. Together, we shall become...
Oh, I see. But the title display our name so we wouldn't have to say it out loud.
Exactly.
That's really embracing our brand with pride.
And enough of this bright, colorful background.
Hey, we're in a dark room.
Our lives are a dark room. One big dark room.
God, Critic, this is so different. What are we going to do with us?
This time we're gonna get it right. We're gonna sit around and watch Jessica Jones on Netflix. Is this a metaphor or something? How are you guys still not fighting crime? What, Rob? Didn't you approve it? But you're doing the same thing you did last time.
Always doing it in a darker room.
Look, just because you're doing the same thing in a dark room does not mean you're still not doing the same thing. Of course it does.
Being dark and unpleasant always equals more sophisticated and faithful.
Just look at the original source material. Doesn't that just scream dark rooms and gritty realism?
I think somebody needs to read a comic. Look at this. You just saw the last cinematic version of Fantastic Four. No. Just saw the last cinematic version of Bad Boys. Fox's disastrous reboot of the Fantastic Four franchise was not only a critical, audience, and box office portal of suck, but even the director expressed his disappointment on Twitter before the film came out. Man, there's out, and then there's... This would be the fourth time the Fantastic Four was botched cinematically. And it's sad that with such an impressive amount of failures, the most accurate representation is this one. What have you done? What have you done? Yeah, they get that bad. So, while you focus on what's most important, perfecting your brooding pose, get off of me. I'll start the review. This is Fantastic Four. The film opens with the Fox logo flashing the letter F, similar to how they flashed the letter X before the X-Men. Honestly, if you want to give us any assurance, you flash this. We see a young Reed Richards being distracted by his scientific ideas at school. Don't you know? American high school is where ideas go to die. Richards.
Do you know what's going on?
Star Trek jokes always wins over an entire class. We see his teacher, Homer Simpson. Really, that's his voice actor, Dan Castellaneta. Is not happy with his future goals.
The first person human history to teleport himself. It's already possible to transport quantum information from one location to another.
Even if he could do the thing.
I've already built it.
I'm also working on a foolproof way to keep deviating out of my room.
The assignment was to pick a real career in the real world.
Where can you be a nuclear safety engineer, or an astronaut, or mayor, or country singer manager? I can keep going. I've had over 188 jobs. You think your franchise is running on fumes? Phew!
But his friend Ben also seems to be having trouble when he goes home to a dysfunctional family. Hey, the plot runs out. Ah, who's pick? Yay, that like 100 phrases from an abusive household. Oh, Reed says he can get him out of it. Yeah, I mean situation. He just needs a power converter for his flux capacitor. I mean remake of Explorers. I mean teleporter. Actually, flux capacitor would sound more reasonable at this point. Yeah, what every producer said when this movie premiered. smokes, I make weed. We're gonna be the fantastic 420. Years go by, and the two are ready to try their experiment again at the science fair. It modulates the frequency of matter from one location to another back again.
Marge, you cut this in the word things again?
It's a teleport.
Yeah, whatever, nerd. What are you guys sketch already?
You may want to cover your ears. The experiment makes the teleport to a location they're not sure of. So there's no proof it actually teleported. But it does result in a sonic boom so powerful it destroys the basketball hoop. So hey, that's gotta count for something. You're disqualified. Wait, what? Wait, what? This is a science fair, not a magic competition. So, magic destroyed the basketball hoop. Jesus, what's it take to impress you, Homer?
It only transport matter.
Well, thank God the director of a government-sponsored research institute working on interdimensional teleportation just happened to be there. No, really, someone must have been eating lucky cubes to have that happen.
I think you cracked interdimensional travel. We're from the Baxter Foundation. We'd like to give you a full scholarship.
I was going to get a grant for that paper-mache volcano, but I guess this is a little better. They take him to a school so high-tech they can't fully light their hallways as Reed tries to get friendly with the director's daughter, Sue Storm. So you like music? Is that kind of like your thing? Oddly enough, no. But sounds that form melodies, is that still a thing? Patterns of music. What's one? One of these things. Why that predictable? Well, when you're in this movie, it's hard not to be.
It's written. Victor Von Doom is on here.
Yep, you heard that correctly. This dark, gritty, realistic version still has a guy named Von Doom in it. Because Professor Von Evil Nasty wasn't obvious enough. Nevertheless, Storm is still convinced he should be brought on to the project.
Someone stole my desire. No one so limited, Victor.
Bullshit, you know Borat and Peter Dinklage stole my face. Hell, we can make a joke about it later. I'm sorry, Mr. Borat. Figure seeing how our box office will be on par with
Who's that?
Victor.
Who's Victor?
And why did I notice him? Literally nothing makes him stand out at all. Even the shot isn't composed so that you'll focus on him. I'm more likely to think this guy is Victor. This is our villain, folks. Even the movie forgets he's supposed to be important. Rudimentary. Then you see images, though, from the parallel dimension that they're trying to get to.
Beautiful.
You can tell by the investment in our voice. They hope this new world can save our current one, as I'm assuming Earth is being drained of its color by FBI's most wanted terrorists.
The only one. Which can help save this one.
Not that it deserves to be saved.
Dr. Doom over here.
See, I don't even know how to take that. Was he making a joke or just calling it by his name? It's like calling your bad guy Doctor, you're a monster. There'd just be some confusion down the road. And it turns out Storm has another son named Johnny, who's a reckless troublemaker. In this scene, he is literally never reckless or causes trouble throughout the rest of the film.
Look at I didn't call it. Excuse me? You're gonna have to earn it. You're gonna have to come work for me. I'm not wearing that coat.
So Johnny joins a world-changing experiment to get his car back. Because you know why. And is reintroduced to the team.
Is that Adolf? All time.
You don't need to make fun of his name. It does it quite naturally on its own. They have their little making stuff montage, complete with doo-doo-doo-doo music. And it appears they've made a lot of progress.
What's
I gotta say, it's fun having you here.
Did we miss that part? Not kidding. There has never been one moment of any of these characters smiling except for one shot in the montage where they're eating and not saying a word to each other. Is the movie's idea of building chemistry literally building chemistry?
Don't get used to this. I'm just waiting for my car back.
You don't understand. We had Chinese food. That's do music. Ladies and gentlemen, after the first action scene, the time has come to test the portal on an unrendered model from Space Juice. The real one, even merely sitting in a chair was too dangerous. And it seems to be successful. But it turns out they don't want to use the inventors for the first human teleports. Doesn't that kind of go without saying?
We can start thinking about sending that up. I think it's time to start coordinating with our friends at NASA.
Hey, thank you. The shuttle to the moon wasn't invented by Neil Armstrong. They even make a reference to that later.
All the spacecraft went to the moon. But you know Neil Armstrong, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So, why did you think you were going?
Unless we go first.
Why don't we go first? Forgot, this thing works.
Ah, yes, let's screw up a history-making experiment for your egos. I'm sure this will in no way... You know what? Hold on a second. Turn on a light! I had to get out of these. I'm sure this will in no way fuck everything up. But in order to destroy everything they worked for, our three scientists need one more to go with them. But I'm sure you're all thinking of the same brilliant mind who had such a big impact that... Bad. Because, you know, why the hell not? He has no scientific mind, done literally nothing, and outed himself as so useless that he just left Reed before they even started building it.
No longer. Just going to school here. Once I get home.
So, of course it should be him.
I need you to come. Because we're going tonight. I told the guys that I'm not going out. Okay? Who's going to have my back?
Oh, yeah, Throwing handle arms is really gonna be trouble for any danger out there. Surely he must be drunk. He's drunk.
Yeah, I am a little drunk.
Even more reason to do it. What did the moon landing go this way? Houston, I'm so plastered, and I know one chick scientist worked really hard on this and everything, but my buddy owned a junkyard, couldn't protect me to save either of our lives, and bros before hoes. Scientifically, this has to be done. Hey, look, Android, let's go give it a kiss. So they traveled to this new dimension to discover it's just as dark and bland as our world.
It's amazing. We did it.
Don't you dare take off your Sub-Zero mask. If we come across reptile on this outworld, we won't even be matched. But here's something I bet you never thought they would come across in this movie. Something. Yeah, goddamn something. I bet you thought they would never get to that in this film. Oh my God, Mountain Dew is working on another new flavor. Oh, don't let it touch you. Almost won't drink it. Victor gets left behind. Beth is covered in Cadbury eggs, and Sue, despite not being there, somehow gets affected as well. Sorry, babe, it's one small step from mad. You just get organo parts. Life is fair. It turns out Reed can now stretch incredibly far. I dare even say we call it Mr. Fantastic. No, just kidding. That'd be just like a comic book. Boy, the origin story for Flame Princess is a lot more intense than I thought it'd be. Sue, of course, gets invisible powers, and Ben looks like an uneaten rock by Cucino.
Wait, what happened to me?
I don't know. But I'm going to figure this out.
And Mark, come back. I mean, abandon you, not help you in any way, and never return. This is a complicated love. Hey, look, it's Dark Room. I haven't seen that yet.
Is Reed.
Reed's gone. You want to find a cure? We have resources here.
Okay, so this is particularly interesting. We just got done with the scene showing pretty much what that looks like. A computer shit out by the rock monster from Galaxy Quest. And yet for some reason they keep his identity a secret here. Even though we clearly already know what he looks like. The looks in Dark have already been pretty pointless, but this movie found a black hole of pointless. Like there's already no point, and yet somehow it creates even less of a point. Is it too late to color the all-around uninteresting Dark blur form? To make things even stranger, we're almost at the 1 hour mark, and only now have they changed into their hero forms. Most of them just woke up, and suddenly it's 1 year later. Ben is fighting for the army. Johnny has just figured out how to shoot fireballs. Sue can turn herself and other things invisible while also creating force fields. And they want to harness this power so they can go back to the parallel dimension to get even more power. Now, you think I'm paraphrasing this, but what would it take? Maybe a minute for me to say? It takes the movie the exact same amount of time to get all this information at you. Yeah, most of the superhero stuff is done in 1 goddamn minute. And it's not even in the forefront. See Ben doing all this cool action stuff? Well, it's not nearly as exciting as watching it in the distance with a bunch of lifeless douchebags sitting around. We finally get some friggin' action, and it's not even the focus. How would you like it if an action scene in The Dark Knight was from a distance being watched by somebody else?
Peter Parker, Mr. Fox.
Hey,
Oh, is that?
Batman fighting the Joker? Yes.
Does that somehow seem less dramatic to you?
You're quite right. Okay. Much better. Mississippi. Now this is exciting.
But if this is too much out of your comfort zone, fear not. We go right back into talking in dark rooms again. It takes more time to get right with things off years.
I am not going to be a teen.
The movie's strongly disagrees. But it looks like Reed has been missing for a year or two. Yeah, sure is hard to track a butt-naked scientist with no military training. However, he's eventually found by the army who brings Ben.
So, this is where you've been hiding out.
Hey, where's your thing? I just thought it was a good name, right? Okay, finally we're gonna get some action. Oh, that was short. Oh, wait. Out of the magnitude of variety we had in the film so far, let me take a guess. A wild goddamn guess. What's coming up next? Oh my God! Why is it that your goddamn movie is called Fantastic Four and you can't even get one fantastic thing in it? Why are you talking in a goddamn dark room fantastic? Did you have a freaking like the boy from Room? Is this literally all you know? Will the outside movie explain to you in pictures and stories? If so, could you tell one of those stories? Because it's goddamn more interesting than that horse stuff. An outside scene and take it away! That's better!
You ever wonder, like, if you had to come to science for everything?
We could have been sitting in a dark room with table lamps. Table lamps!
Reed is back. We're closer than we've ever been before. Closer to what?
The end credits. We can finally start real movies again. Return to Planet Earth, where they discover Doom is alive and well. And trust me, as long as this movie's still going, Doom will always be alive and well.
You want to know how I survived? That place gave me strength.
Okay, I know it's a comic book adaptation, there have to be some changes, but what is with Fox's obsession of turning Marvel characters into Slipknot crash test dummies? Is this the one design they think exists? It's getting a little old. Hell, it was never that interesting to begin with. This movie really is the master of throwing boring, uninteresting things at you in a movie that's called fantastic. Christ, what do you think the design for the climax is? That freaking portal in the sky cliche?
The sounds critic?
It's not pretty.
Do you remember Chinatown, Mr. Critic? Building spring Superman, and the orchards will be in blossom. The birds will be nesting in the hazel thicket, and you'll be sowing the summer barley in the lower fields, and eating the first of the strawberries with cream. Do you remember the taste of strawberries? Or, I can't recall the taste of food, or the sound of originality. I'm naked in the dark. Ew, a dark room, just talking and talking, doing nothing but talking. That cliche, that portal, staring at me. I can see it with my four eyes.
Let's be critic once and for all. I can't carry that cliche, Mr. Critic, but I can carry you.
Alright, now you can just finish the damn review.
Yeah, I guess that's enough. This was a little weird, what we just did right here.
Yeah, a little bit.
So you might be wondering, where the hell did this destroy the world thing suddenly come from? Especially from a guy with such a cuddly name like Doom. I'll give this movie some credit. Instead of having a huge exposition dump in 1 minute like before, this movie gives us at least 20 seconds more. Yeah, in that short amount of time, he says that his life cycle is tied to that world, that he believes our world will destroy it, so he wants to destroy ours before he can get the jump on his world, and who cares? Thank you, from the obscure movie Screwed. You're right.
Moving on. It looks like Professor Storm gets murdered. Oh, that just looks weird without a Jim Carrey song number going on. And our hero, sorry, it was only 2 syllables and I still couldn't say it. These guys tried to stop him from sucking the world into his dimensional bullshit. Well, Victor is too powerful and figures out ways to stop all of them. Victor, don't do this!
There is no Victor. There is only Doom.
I'm not wasting the fun on it. But the Fantastic Four eventually get the drop on it.
Alright, it's quarry time!
Yeah, in the context of the movie, that line really should be what my brother said before he beat me up, still lacking relevance! Yay, we did! Whatever we did!
I'd like to continue our existing relationship.
We don't need you or anybody else to keep an eye on us.
We just want a place where we can go.
And what if we say no? Say yes. I'm not scared, so we talk.
Okay, I'm actually so disinterested in what's going on. I am actually more curious in who took how many rolls from that plate.
And only Johnny seemed to take one. He apparently didn't finish it. The others had coffee, but no, he drank their water. Dude, that guy was on fire. I think he would at least have some water.
These are the biggest concerns I'm coming out of this movie with.
So they're given their own location to continue to test out their powers because Lord knows we haven't seen enough of that in these movies, as they seem to interact with each other.
I think that the 4 of us should have a name.
Why would we need a name?
Because we're a team now, and there's 4 of us, so we should come up with a name.
How about 2 guys, a girl, and a thing that nobody wanted?
Hey, we both got to be a team.
Jesus, you need to see why you didn't give them personalities. Their relationships to the roles was more interesting.
It's fantastic.
Yes, it is. Guys, I got it.
Well, you didn't have to say it out loud, but you still have to take a movie with a guy named Von Doom seriously. Piss off. And that was Van Snorstick. It's bad. Really bad. The other Fantastic Four movies fail too, but at least they fail in an over-the-top way that at least try to embrace the look and corniness of the comic. It's like it's ashamed to have anything to do with Fantastic Four or comic books in general. In fact, when you add them all together, the Hammer film is still the only one where they choose to fight crime, and they're not the ones who cause all the destruction they're fighting against. How does that happen? How's that happen in 2 reboots you're trying to make better? All I can say is there's a right way and a wrong way to do dark, gritty comic book material. And this is definitely the wrong way. I'm a nostalgia critic and I'm just done. No, I'm done, guys. This movie took a lot out of it.
Okay. Now what are we supposed to do?
Oh, don't worry. We still have plans.
Yeah.
Not a thing. And you get the something for it. Now, continue being anything but what you really are. Come on. I think you mean lights out. Yay! Next time on Iron Fist. Yeah, like you give a shit.
Seriously? Are you idiots ever going to treat your superhero personas with dignity?
Hey, we were going to stop an evil alien from destroying the world.
Yeah, but we have a bar hopping day we've been planning for months, and ain't nothing gonna get in the way of that.
Oh,
Where the hell is even Taylor?
we told her about her bender, but she said she had too much dignity and self-respect to indulge in our childish behavior.
Well, at least somebody had some sense.
Ah, just kidding. She got blessed on moonshine. I don't remember where we left her.
I'm going to have to ask her if
exit the donor. You freaking idiots! The world's on fire! How about yours? That's the way I like it, and I never get bored. Oh, no, I mean the world is literally on fire! That happens a lot. Yeah, what is it, like the 10th Earth inventor on the show? How could you let this happen? You don't understand. Even though we let the world go to shit, we've been planning this business for a while. A big while. When you just gonna learn to great responsibility. Or Fox learns that with great franchises comes effort. Let me guess. You two just saw... Copyright of the 20th Century Fox Fantastic Four movies. Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer. Yeah, that's the usual reaction. You know, I have other pockets. Because 20th Century Fox loves to punish you for liking comics, they gave us a sequel that really nobody was asking for because, well, we saw the first one. Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, I guess tries to up the ante by giving us a new character, a wedding, and that's it. Yeah, not a whole lot was added, and I guess people recognize that as this was the last for this particular Fantastic Four series, totaling this cast franchise to just 2 flicks. But to its credit, the others didn't attempt to make it that far, so I guess that's something. Does it try the least out of the movies, or does it just appear to try the least? Well, as long as there's at least a superhero series that does very little superheroing.
Dude, I like all of them. I'm joking.
We'll always be here to exploit it. Let's take a look at Fantastic Four, Rise with the middle finger. I mean Silver Surfer. We open a planet shit as it seems to be destroyed, and a glowing orb escapes its destruction. Man, DC's Superman reboots are getting lazier. The credits fly by so quickly, it's like someone's tossing them out of the garbage disposal. As even the description captions are so embarrassed to be in this movie, they barely want to stand out. This whole movie has the attitude of, we made it, we're sorry, we're just gonna get through it as quickly as possible. The beaming light flies around the Earth, messing up the world's environments. Oh my god, he paused the movie, we're trapped here forever! Blackouts, frozen water, snow in Egypt. This is some end-of-the-world shit right here, but the big story today is the much-anticipated wedding of fantastic couple Reed Richards and Susan Storm this Saturday. That is word for goddamn word what the news is reporting.
But the big story today, the much-anticipated wedding of fantastic couple Reed Richards and Susan Storm this Saturday.
It's also raining frogs in Detroit. What will Susan's dress look like? Yeah, if I had a nickel every time I saw a headline like that. Neil deGrasse Tyson, genius, or famous genius. Whoa, I'm buying that paper! As the press continues to roll, we see our heroes at the airport sprinkling their celebrity. Figuratively and sadly, literally.
Wow, this is better than when I got Randy Quaid's dandruff. Best birthday ever.
But Susan is legitimately concerned these end-of-the-world reactions are going to ruin her special day.
This is going to be the way we've always dreamed. And I'm not going to let anything get in the way of it. Not even the mysterious transformation that matters to subatomic level.
Aw, I guess. Let the world explode so she can have her happy moment? You know, when they say I'll stop the world and melt with you, it's not scientifically sound advice. It looks like the Fantastic Four have their first fantastic dilemma of fantastic proportions. The flight is overbooked.
It seems we're overbooked. We do have some seats available to push them.
How's the world looking again? Awesome. What are we focusing on?
That's my seat. Sorry.
I was born ready for this! Let's see our heroes excitingly steal luggage space from unexpected saps. Her medicine's in that bag. You'll have to now check. But at least you're using your powers for good. Fantastic Four, they're kind of dead. News continues to discuss all the crazy shit going on in the world. Thank God our heroes still have the focus where it needs to be.
In half an hour, got place settings, flowers.
Do your points to shut up.
There's no way we're getting that, Johnny.
What do you have against capitalism?
Well, nothing. Judging by that obvious Circuit City ad and the fact that they went out of business shortly after this film came out, what do you have against capitalism? Susan is so gung-ho about him being focused on the wedding and nothing else that he has to
actually sneak his research about saving the world without her knowing.
Right, but I've cross-referenced and analyzed the global disturbances.
But, don't let any of the other world scientists know.
It's just before a dizzy hit. They're being caused by cosmic radiation, unlike the kind which gave us our powers. It's really boring.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm really freaking dumb. But screw those world-destroying disturbances. Bachelor party, man!
I don't know anybody here. Yeah, what about some of your friends? They really don't have any.
And they didn't catch the safety. Instead of stealing overhead compartments. Now we're awesome. Let's party! Fate tries to hang out with Bob teaching the little Ross. We see how the Fantastic Four's incredibly high-tech research facility is heavily guarded.
Good evening and welcome to the Baxter. You can't use that element.
Tell the Rock Rider lookalike contest I'm gonna be late. I have to do my job like that.
Miss Storm with the Vinci show. Hello?
Yay, I'll have another Harkless movie. A couple hundred in special effects coming too.
We're here to see Dr. Richards.
I'm sorry, who is it right now? Is there anything I can help you?
Yes, we're here to see Dr. Richards.
I'm a doctor too. Doctor of planning weddings, which is better not interrupt. She finds a last at Hurl dancing with some hotties, much to her dismay.
Unless you need to do jello shots on somebody's stomach.
No. Here's someplace private, a completely abandoned kitchen in the middle of a busy as hell nightclub. I mean, seriously, who eats?
Now, do you? As you may know, there have been recent unusual occurrences all over the world.
Okay, warning signs of movies gonna be bad, using the phrase, as you know. It's a bad way to get out exposition, because if the person knows, why are they saying it?
As you may know, there have been recent unusual occurrences.
As you may know, there are many who consider the Miss United States pageant outdated.
I see. Oh, how can I forget? It's not like it either.
As you know, I conducted a raid on the Great Library, which most said didn't even exist.
As you know, those movies all low. They say the situation's a lot worse than the public knows, which already sounded pretty bad. And we can help by building a sensor to track the cause of the problem. But he can't because,
We're finished.
What?
See, I'm getting married Saturday. I just don't have the time.
Gotta love this guy's look like, idiot, you for real? And gotta love her look like, yeah, that's my idiot who danced with two strippers with his hands near their crotches a second ago. Forgive and forget that the world's gonna die.
Besides, it was nothing compared to what I did in the bachelorette party.
Trust me, we know. You weren't invisible that night. So Dr. Doom from the last movie escaped because apparently he had the same weak-ass security the Fantastic Four did. As the big day arrives, that's so half-assed, they openly say their Stan Lee cameo is a Stan Lee cameo.
Hey, Stan Lee. Yeah, let's try it.
No, really, Stan Lee. My God, they destroyed his creation so much they don't even recognize he's the creator. But even after stopping Reed from protecting humanity for her friggin' days, he still isn't goddamn satisfied. Bitch!
It just doesn't feel right.
Could it be because we haven't saved anyone, we haven't put in danger ourselves, and now by dodging our responsibilities, we're doing it again? Oh, wait, no, it's it.
This is burning. Now, concentrate on it. For the next few years.
But it looks like Reed did create the sensor and was even finishing it on his wedding day. Even as they say two craters are heading to Earth, Nick is telling him to focus on more important things. We've already got more craters.
Here comes the bride.
Okay, you need a world to get married in, jackasses! You are all jackasses!
Look at you. Damn you,
Aw, how touching. In that they're physically touching each other. Outside that, I don't feel shit. But don't worry, the sentimental casting of the priest will win your heart over.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today.
Wait, I didn't even get a funny line. Why'd you hire a comedian for this part? Oh, wait, let me try it. Nelly! I'm gonna go bomb a Big Bang Theory. But uh-oh, Pink's blind girlfriend seems to be in danger. So your other senses are heightened once one is gone. Her sense of stupidity, not noticing a gigantic, loud blade hurling towards her, is certainly amped. Johnny chases after the beam of light that caused the mayhem, but more importantly, Susan is bothered about her wedding day. Oh no! side note, but remember when she had to cover her zit and she said this line?
Howard, concentrate on the continuously for the next 2 years.
So, even when stopping a helicopter and breaking down on her most important day, she still has that zit cover. Glad to know where all the focus is going. This is the worst day I ever had. Knows it. I wonder how many people died. Knows it. Man, he's fast. Man, my ADR's off. The rest of the men in black coming the other direction. Looks like the beam of light is known as the Silver Surfer, who drags Johnny into space, sadly not resulting in his body exploding, and Surfer talks with a powerful entity.
Your herald summons another world. Let it be done quickly.
Okay, so that's no Jones as the body of the Silver Surfer, and that's Lawrence Fishburne as the voice of the Silver Surfer. It really doesn't work. Fishburne has a big, booming voice that should come out of a big, booming body. So Jones is super tall and super skinny, and therefore sounds like this.
Right on time, as always.
That's not to say deep voices can't come out of thin bodies and high voices can't come out of big bodies. But let's say Lawrence Fishburne's voice came out of this.
I told him. Hey, put it down.
I'd be a little distracted, wouldn't you? Meanwhile, Johnny tells everyone what he saw.
Flies like a surfboard thing. I know that sounds crazy.
So you followed the shiny man from Lollipop Land to the Rainbow Junction.
Yeah, isn't that crazy, Corn Pop Man? Now let's go consult the stretchy guy. You are all jackasses. Susan's okay that Reed built the device, which seems surprisingly understanding for her. But she has more to say while also making sure you don't sleep tonight.
Okay, sorry, please continue.
I didn't need that urine in my body.
You cannot beat us. We will never have normal lives as long as we do what we do.
Exactly. What do we do again? But something happened when the surfer touched Johnny. That sounded worse than I intend. When someone with powers touches him, they seem to switch. All right, I'm having strange physical thoughts that never happened to human torch before.
Hey, get out of there!
Why does this always happen to me?
Yeah, the way she said that line is that she knew exactly why this always happens to her.
Why does this always happen to me?
And why does Thor always have his shirt off? This is eerie. They decide to play around with it more as things switch his powers with Torch. Oh my god! Come on! You look like one of the Smosh guys in a gritty reboot of the Tigger movie. Actually, who am I kidding? That could be the next Fantastic Four reboot.
Hey, it's me. I'm back.
Wow, I felt human skin for the first time in years. The psychological impact this is going to have on me is tremendous. I guess it meant nothing. We gotta...
We're going to be spending a whole lot of time together, pal.
I can't compete with the Flame-On joke. You've already made it clear, so I'll just continue. Alright, just a reminder, I'm in this movie. Okay, bye. Sits around watching gossip news about herself. Hey, remember when she used to do science? And Reed tries to solve the problem.
What if, after this crisis, I leave it all behind? I'll take a teaching position. The two of us will live our lives and raise a family like normal people.
Maybe they have a point. All the superheroes really exhausting.
What superhero? Yes, you're right. We've done so much for the community, just like the Fantastic Four. Maybe we haven't going to quit. You haven't done? Oh, crap. Peanut allergy? Yeah. We should give up being the adequately impressive three. Right.
It was a good run. It was no behind something. Hollywood marriages lasted longer. We stopped so many catastrophes. Anything we stop, you start. But we are to have our own lives. What lives? Must and sacrifice.
The adequately impressive three are no more.
We should probably let Tamara know.
Oh, it's good.
Hey,
It's over.
okay.
Doom hunts down the surfer and tries to make a deal with him. Together, we could be unstoppable. Anything would be ours for the taking. I mean, you with your world-destroying powers, and me with my badass cloak.
I wanted to know exactly.
I'm fine. Surfer's powers seem to cure Doom because that'll show up. Somehow he was less like verminous scum and more like a wax model of Seth MacFarlane. But even bigger problems are on the horizon. It seems every planet the surfer visits is always destroyed a week later. He's the ring video of apocalypse.
Stick to the plan and work as a team. Oh, so we're a team now. That's news to me. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You should have told her. All right, that's enough. What the hell is wrong with you people?
I'm talking about you people filming this scene. Have you ever been on a helicopter? Why are you shooting it like this? You're shooting it like it's a back and forth in a carnival funhouse. And what are you zooming in? Helicopters don't zoom in. You are all jackasses. They find out the next disturbance will be in London, so they try to head over there to stop. Oh no! Does this mean the Fantastic Four will actually have to do something? Don't worry, maybe Matt LeBlanc. Invisible Woman will save you with much more impressive powers than I thought she had. Holy shit, she could do all this? I feel like there's a lot of scenarios where encasing building-sized objects and walking on air could have been useful. And on top of that, she still has that zip cover. It's only one day later, there's no index around. She's clearly still using energy on that. So give them a hand. The Fantastic Four finally stopped something not caused by them. If they had time to focus more on these anomalies and not the wedding, they probably could have stopped it earlier.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
But the military doesn't see their good deeds as good enough.
What the hell was that? Bringing this down.
General, you bring in more soldiers and weapons, you're going to put innocent people in danger.
That's our job. So the military asked Dr. Doom for help. Because they don't realize how stupid dangerous it is just to say, ask Dr. Doom for help. It's making it down!
We need to work together to survive.
You know, I just figured out why I can't take Dr. Doom seriously. On top of that, he always has a sneer that looks like he's one step away from making a childish insult. Yeah, but the residuals from Keith Arthur survived.
If I knew that, I wouldn't need you.
You know quitting Captain America down, right?
Give it your best shot.
You're aware that Tuck was overrated when that figured me. You went to here. So the interest to figure out where the surfer is gonna appear next. I'll see how both Ben and Sue were scientists. I'm sure maybe they can help him out. Or she can just rub his neck and he gets blind drunk. They do figure out where he's gonna arrive next, though, and the military, again, for no real reason, decide to treat them like assholes.
Well, let me make it clear for you and the fact of Vinci. I'm your You're on my team.
Oh, by the way, thank you for helping us find this thing weirdo.
But I guess you were going to high school.
No, you're right. I stayed and studied. 15 years later, I'm one of the greatest minds of the 21st century. I'm engaged to the hottest girl on the planet.
Got the wrong fighting simplification by simplifying his life.
I'm engaged to the hottest girl on the planet.
Oh, she's also a director of genetic research, saved hundreds of lives, and can walk on frickin' nothing. But being called the hottest girl, which she clearly did like in the first film,
That's the invisible girl.
that's the most important thing. That zit is still covered up. At least wait for her to come across the surfer to prove how useful she can be. Oh shit, that's all I had. Please give me a quick that.
Why are you destroying our planet?
I have no choice.
There's always a choice.
If Chris Evans can be in 2 Marvel properties, so can you. Put you on the Ant-Mans or something. But the surfer is attacking. Yeah, that was kind of cool. Also kind of cool. Ah, there's the dome I was looking for. That's so tough now. Arya, you look like a kid who played your video game. So, because it wouldn't be a Doug Jones movie without him being naked, covered in makeup, and looking in pain, here's all that stuff I just said. However, the Fantastic Four aren't allowed to see the surfer. Just to make the military look like idiot assholes or something. Come on, if besties with a guy named Doom, they have to be smart. So Susan sneaks in to talk to him.
You said you weren't really trying to destroy my world. But anyways.
Oh my god, you're a Care Bear! The surfer says he has to destroy worlds or else an evil entity named Galacticus will destroy his, killing billions to save millions. I'm not a mathematician, but that seems pretty dumb.
You're the hottest girl on the planet.
Oh my god, does anyone take me seriously? Actually, I'm not too far off. He said she reminds him of the woman he loves, and so he spared her. Yeah, all your education don't mean shit. As long as you got a familiar, fine ass, you're safe in this universe.
What the hell is wrong with you?
So the military decides to give the all-powerful weapon to Dr. Doom. There is no way to rationalize that sentence without sounding like a complete dipshit. But beyond all comprehension, Dr. Doom steals the powerful weapon. What?
Maybe he wants to see if it looks any better after all these years? No? It looks dummy-dumb. I look ridiculous! He photoshops any resistance to death and escapes. Our heroes try to follow them, but they're stopped at the exit. Oh no, it's that woman Johnny shared one scene with and she told him to piss off. Do I really need to show her letting them go for no reason? No, I don't think it is anyway.
We need to get to the roof.
What can I do? He said please.
What the hell is wrong?
They tracked Doom down and tried to get the board away from him before he... They forgot to say what his evil plan was. I guess just having the name Doom was evil motivation enough. So evil, he even uses the exact same taunting motion twice.
You know, I've never been given time. How about get it?
Is it double made gum commercial? It looks like Sue sacrifices herself trying to save the surfer. I guess she had to because he's been on that board so long he forgot how to move his feet. No way, you jackass! You were all jackasses! But Johnny has a plan to absorb everybody's power to sneak up on Doom.
It would take all of us, maybe just one of us. We don't know what we can do to you. Let's not make this about me.
See how you're making a joke while your goddamn sister is dying? You kind of are making it about you. So he takes all their abilities and proves the power of Fantastic Walk.
It's clobbery time.
On top of everything else, there's just something inherently hilarious about hearing a guy named Dr. Doom in that ridiculous costume gasp.
It's clobbery time.
It's just so freaking funny. How many other sounds that didn't make the cut? The least you can do is follow it up with a... He finally gets the board away from Doom, but sadly it doesn't look like Sue is gonna make it. Hottest girl in the world! I guess this inspires the surfer to stop collecting us. Really? Nothing else in all those worlds he destroyed was as poetically powerful as the star of the good one shot biting the dust. And he tries to set things right.
Tell her she was right. We do have a choice.
My choice is to get the hell out of here. Adios, James. Nice plan while lasted. Okay, so this will be kind of cool. We're finally gonna see what Galacticus looks like. In the comic, he's a massive planet-eating supergiant. They even give us a hint making the shadow look like him heading towards Earth. This is gonna be pretty freaking cool. So, what do we get? A giant space anus that looks like it shit out the Legolas. You sure Galacticus didn't just send his ass? You sure everyone didn't just send their ass? Surfer, I guess, sacrifices himself. Make you wonder why he didn't save billions of lives before doing that. I mean, I know he's still gotta kill himself, but kind of a dick move. And he also somehow gives life back to Sue.
What is this?
Surfer magic, I guess. So, after all that mayhem, they try once again to get married, but if there's anything masterpieces like The Legend of Zorro, Lethal Weapon 4, and Lover have taught us, is that West weddings are hilarious. No, they're not.
Venice is taking it to the Adriatic.
Skip to the end.
And now pronouncing man and wife, then you may kiss the bride. Who the hell are these people we invited? I recognize a couple, but 80% are no clue. But we still have time for throwing the bouquet while Venice sings, I guess.
It's our time.
Sorry. Reflex. He's an asshole.
Oh, we also had time to make our giant four while Venice sings. Yeah, good to know everyone's priorities are
4, Rise of the Silver Surfer, tries less, so I guess it offends less. It's got one or two neat things, but they're forgotten very quickly for the lame storytelling and dialogue. The film was only rated PG, so maybe the idea was they wanted to be more of a kid's film. But I think even kids would find a lot of this pretty boring because they don't do much crime fighting. It didn't really make me angry because it was coming off of an already botched film, but it certainly didn't leave much of an impact either. It's just your run-of-the-mill film. No more, no less. And certainly, nothing fantastic.
A critic, will he adequately impress a 3-year return? I'll admit, Malcolm, it doesn't look likely. But you never know. A certain clever bot and a certain clever mouse can figure things out. Maybe we can tell. Maybe then we can have once more something that appeals to the best in each and every one of us. Something good, something decent, something cute. Or not at all. It's clobbering time. Well, every Disney December we try to look at the best that Disney has to offer. This year we're gonna go to the opposite. If you're younger, you might have noticed all these sequels that seem to pop up to popular Disney films that don't really seem to be as good. This is because as hand-drawn films were starting to phase out and CG films were starting to phase in, Disney didn't always have a lot to do for their hand-drawn department. At least, nothing that made them much of a profit. However, that seemed to change, though not necessarily for the best, with the direct-to-DVD sequels. For whatever reason, kids just loved to see what was going to happen next in these movies that really didn't need any continuing stories. And they got a reputation pretty fast of being the worst. You name it, Lion King, Aladdin, Pocahontas, even the Hunchback of Notre Dame got a sequel. As they seemed to make more and more money, they pushed them out faster and faster, and, well, they have a reputation for being some of Disney's worst material in recent years. For a long time, people have been asking me to look these over, and by God, I didn't want to. But you know what? I'm an optimist, and I'm going to hold out hope that there's at least one, just one good sequel out there. Is it a fool's wish? Maybe. But I'm determined to get through all of them to see if they're as bad as everybody says they are. I get a feeling they're right, but I should judge for myself. Even though there's surprisingly enough films that almost fill the entire month, there's still one or two that I haven't been able to get. So I'll fill those in with not sequels, but still direct-to-DVD movies that they made. Is there somewhere a diamond in the rough to be found? Well, all through the month of December, I'm gonna find out. Because you demanded it, this is Disney December direct-to-DVD sequels. I hope you appreciate what I do for you. So let's go to where this all started. I remember I got the VHS of Fox and the Hound. As soon as you opened it up, there was a little pamphlet that said one of the greatest villains was coming back. You opened it up and you saw Disney's The Return of Jafar. Holy smokes, to a little kid, this was amazing. Aladdin was one of the biggest films that ever came out at that time. And Disney never really did any sequels apart from The Rescuers Down Under. So we were beyond excited to see another Aladdin movie on the big screen.
As more time went by, though, we realized it wasn't going to be on the big screen, it was going to be direct to VHS. Well, okay, it was still an Aladdin sequel, and it was done by Disney. It still has to be pretty good, right? Well, then we saw the trailer for it, and man, there was a serious downgrade. It was pretty obvious from the first frame what this was. This was Disney trying to cash in on a popular movie, which they've done before, but not usually with a sequel, and not usually with such a difference in animation. So, yeah, the hype died down pretty quickly, but still kind of interested in seeing it. After all, it was Aladdin, and we wanted to know what evil scheme Jafar had up his sleeve. The film centers around Aladdin getting used to his new palace life, apparently still unable to put on a shirt, when Iago the parrot escapes from Jafar's lamp and tosses it away, trying to convince Aladdin and the gang that he's changed for good, even though he really just wants a new position of power. On top of that, the genie returns too. Sort of. Rafa Williams didn't come back to voice him this time, and it really shows. They got Dan Castellaneta, the voice of Homer Simpson's doing instead, and to be fair, it's not a bad choice. He can do a pretty good impression. But so much of the genie was Robin Williams just doing his improv, and nobody's as good as him. So immediately it's a little distracting. But Jafar returns as well as Thief, played by Jason Alexander, accidentally releases him, and Jafar as the genie promises to grant him his wishes if he follows through with his revenge. So Jafar plans his evil scheme by framing Aladdin, making it look like he killed the Sultan, all while locking up everybody else away. The plot in general is not that bad, and to its credit, Jafar's revenge is actually a pretty good one. But nothing feels as fleshed out as the original. In fact, Aladdin doesn't even seem like the focus. It feels more like the focus is on Iago. He's the one that has the story arc. He's the one that's torn between two places. But in terms of what made the original Aladdin so enjoyable and continuing it here, a lot of it just doesn't transfer over. Whether they didn't have the time or the budget or whatever, it just feels really rushed. Aladdin and Jasmine don't have much chemistry, the genie's not really that funny. The animation, though I know they're trying, just can't compete with the incredible colors and movement that the first one had. Even the songs aren't as hummable. And yeah, way too many of them are given to Gilbert Gottfried. Because that's a voice I want to hear put to music. I remember when my brother and I first saw it, we were more making fun of it than actually getting sucked into the story. But again, being kids, we did put it on once or twice after. We kind of accepted what it was, just a cheap knockoff rushed out really fast, and I guess a cheap knockoff it's not go worse, it's just not very good. Its purpose is made totally complete by the ending, where it just seems to end really abruptly. They just say, hey, we want to go see the world, and it just kind of stops. I remember we were scratching our heads what that was about, and then a few days later, the Aladdin cartoon show came out. So, yeah, really all this was a pilot episode for the Aladdin cartoon. Honestly, I probably would have liked it more if it just came forward and said that's what this was. If they just announced there was an Aladdin show coming out, and this was going to be the first episode, or a couple of episodes tied together, like what they usually did with the Disney Afternoon. But no, they had to put it on VHS, slap Return of Jafar on it, and thus we now have to judge it as a Disney movie. Not a theatrical release, but still a sequel to a theatrical release. And in that case, it's pretty bad. What would have made a passable TV pilot is now the beginning of a long line of disappointing DVD sequels. The only part that kind of gets a chuckle every once in a while is Jason Alexander as Vinci. But that's because it's Jason Alexander, and anything he touches is hilarious. Well, almost. Disney did manage to crush it once. But even when he's saying unfunny lines, he can get a little bit of a laugh out of it. It's just that good. As for the rest, I think the word to describe it is probably awkward. It's not god-awful, it's not like there was no effort put into it, it's just awkward. Looking back years later, it's not that big a deal, especially when you know all the sequels aren't going to come out after. But for a bunch of kids that were excited to finally see a sequel to one of the biggest Disney films they've ever seen, it was pretty underwhelming. I know it has a soft spot for some, I was just never one to get into it. This would only be the beginning of the Disney sequel suckfest, or we're on the way, and there was so much more suffering to be had. Return Jafar doing so well in sales and the animated series being a pretty modest hit, it only made sense to wrap it all up with one more Aladdin movie, Aladdin and the King of Thieves. a much better sequel than the last one. Not only is it more cinematic in both the story and its visual style, but it actually puts the focus back on Aladdin and the troubles he's going through. Does it make it good? I don't know if I can go that far. There are still a lot of things that don't work about it. But I can at least say I was genuinely entertained and even kind of impressed. Aladdin and Jasmine are finally getting married. Yeah, I guess they pushed that whole 3 days thing off a bit. But like he said, he's the Sultan and can change the laws, so why even have a law that she has to be married? Oh, who knows? Fairy tales, haha. But Aladdin is feeling sad because he can't invite his father to the wedding because, well, he never knew his father. But that all changes when he discovers his father is actually the king of the 40 thieves and tries to rob the wedding. He's trying to get the scepter that's in the palace that contains an oracle that can tell him where the greatest treasure of all is, the hand of Midas. Aladdin and his father, played by John Rhys Davies, finally meet up and don't know what to really make of each other. The father is confused about how he made it to a place of royalty, and Aladdin is confused why his father is still a thief. Both want a relationship to bloom, but both have issues trusting the other, especially Aladdin trusting his father, and we find out, kind of rightfully so. The father still wants to find the hand of Midas and will do anything to achieve it. So Aladdin puts off his wedding and goes back and forth trying to figure out whether or not he wants to help his father and get the treasure, or if he just wants his father back to be, well, his father. And yeah, this is kind of the main problem with the film. I give them credit for tackling the issue of fathers that aren't very good fathers, as it can be a very tough issue. Sometimes can turn over a new leaf, but other times are still caught in this selfish cycle. But here's the problem. Aladdin's father's cycle doesn't really make sense. He says they left Aladdin because he couldn't provide for him and his wife. So he goes and joins the 40 Thieves to get his treasure so that, well, he can support them. They clearly find a lot of treasures, but he never comes back. Well, okay, maybe they are building him up as kind of a deadbeat dad. But no, they try to give him these sympathetic moments, which I'm usually for, except it doesn't match at all what he was talking about. Anyone that talks like how this father talks about his son wouldn't do the things that he does. He wouldn't be happy to go to the wedding. He wouldn't give a crap about the treasure. In fact, there's really no point to care about the treasure. He can just go and live in the palace. It's all just a pride thing. But then at the end, he throws away the treasure, even though he tried so hard to get it. But wait, Aladdin was helping him find the treasure too. Why does Aladdin suddenly care about this? It's so weird to see Aladdin just abandon his wedding and then be like, hey, let's go find this treasure that really I don't care about. But he does it really cheerfully, and the father is all okay with it, and it just doesn't add up. The motivations constantly go back and forth, but not in a way I feel was intentional. If you want to see this kind of story done so much better, watch Adventure Time and Finn's connection to his father. Or even, strangely enough, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and his connection with his real father. These shows get it, and they know how to explain it well. I don't think this one really does. It feels more like they want to do something with Aladdin connecting to his father, but they also want a treasure hunt. So they just kind of smash them together, and yeah, given the probable short amount of time that they had on this, I guess I can't be surprised what we got. But that still doesn't mean that the heart and focus works. And when the heart and focus doesn't work, the film really suffers, and it's hard to get behind. But that's not the only problem. The first Aladdin was very good at balancing out the characters. Everybody felt like they got the appropriate amount of screen time. In this one, it's mostly on Aladdin, which is better than Return of Jafar, where it's mostly on Iago. But all Jasmine does is show some support and then mostly stays out of the picture, and all the genie does is want to plan a wedding. Speaking of which, let's talk about the genie. Because Robin Williams is back to voice him, and that's both kind of a pro and a con. It's a pro because it's Robin Williams, and his improvising is incredible. But it's a con because, unlike the first film, they don't always know when to cut it off. Granted, in the original, they do leave the camera on it too long sometimes, but they knew to keep the focus on Aladdin and the story and so forth. In this one, I actually kind of dreaded whenever the genie was going to come on screen. Even when he made me laugh, it just didn't connect to anything. It's like he comes in and just hijacks the movie when we could be spending more time trying to get the motivations of Aladdin and his father down. Or give Jasmine more time, or make the villain more interesting. Just every time he shows up, even when it's hilarious, it still feels out of place. At first I thought the songs were going to be really good. The first one really had me tapping my feet and kind of humming it afterwards. But then, outside of a duet from Aladdin and Jasmine, they all sound exactly like that. I swear it's like the exact same song and the exact same rhythm, just a few notes are missing or changed. There's very little variety, which is ironic because I know more than one songwriter worked on this. But for all its problems, like I said, there are a lot of good things. Williams' jokes, though they do go on too long, are still mostly funny. They do at least try to tie in some of the characters at the end. Jasmine throws a punch and the genie gets a few action scenes. And like I said, you can tell they're trying to go that extra mile. Look at some of this animation. This is the same crew that brought the Aladdin TV show to life. TV shows back then didn't have a big animation budget, so for them to come together and pull off something that looks this good, it's really impressive. The angles, the movement, the lighting, the colors. You can tell they knew this was going to be the last thing Aladdin related, and they wanted to try their hardest to make it good. And give them credit for all the action and singing. There are a lot of times where people just sit down and talk when it's actually needed and welcome. And those scenes don't feel forced, they flow very naturally. It's just, once again, the motivations. There's a difference between being intentionally complex and sloppily complex. I feel like this movie had a lot of really good scenes and ideas, but no concentrated narrative to have them connect or flow. So it's a tough call. I don't see it really working as a film, but I'm also kind of happy I saw it. It was visually interesting, it was creative, you could tell it was trying to have a real heart and soul. And I give it credit that it was trying to wrap up both the TV series and the movies. It even ends with the merchant singing the song at the end. Those are kind of nice bookends. I get a feeling if I was a little kid, I'd be into it, and as an adult, there's some neat stuff. It's just that none that ever really connected. But you gotta give props to the directors and animators who you know were on a tough deadline for this. For Disney sequels and shows that are almost never given enough time to be fleshed out, this was a valiant attempt to justly wrap up another Arabian Night. World. I can safely say that this is the first Disney sequel I've seen during this Disney December that is clearly just doing the bare minimum. Hell, I don't even know if it's doing that. I guess with the popularity of Beauty and the Beast and Enchanted Christmas, they found, well, why not do another one? Just something, anything. I don't know, throw it out there. And that's what this movie feels like. They just took something, anything, and vomited it up for us. What's the story? There isn't one. Well, no, there's like 4 or 5. It's not even really a movie. It doesn't really begin, it doesn't really end. It starts off in a lame-ass CG library. He gives us the setup again, how Belle traveled to a castle and comes across all these little characters and the Beast, and then there's just a few stories about when she was there. There's a part where she's angry at the Beast and they fight over who's going to apologize first. That ends. Then there's a part about Lumiere being in love with the Feather Duster. That ends. There's one where Mrs. Potts feels left out. That ends. And there's one with a bird with a broken wing. That ends. And then it all ends. That was it. It doesn't even wrap up. The opening at least had a narrator saying, hey, this is going on. The ending just stops. It's pointless. It's stupid. There is no reason for it to exist. Is that a movie? Is that what counts as a movie? Talk about false advertising. Look at the cover. It shows Belle in the yellow dress, the famous yellow dress. It doesn't even appear in this. What does appear really sucks. While the animation in Enchanted Christmas wasn't phenomenal, it's still pretty good. Again, you can tell they were trying. They just didn't have the budget to do as well as the first one, but they were really trying to make it look like the first one. Well, it looks like they took the budget of Enchanted Christmas and cut that in half again. Look at everybody. They look awful. This doesn't look like a Beauty and the Beast movie. It looks like Beauty and the Beast, the TV show, like what they did with Aladdin, the TV show. Was that the idea? Was this going to be a Beauty and the Beast TV show, but then they just scrapped it at the last minute? But they figure, we have 4 or 5 things already done, just slap a movie title on it and say, Belle's Magical World. What's magical about it? We've seen all this before. There's nothing new. It's just, we're used to this. There's nothing even that magical about it. What is that weird face that has now become a meme magical? Okay, actually, that is a little magical. But everything else is totally pointless. If you're just going to lazily throw these things together and expect it to be a movie, expect it to be judged as a movie. This is clearly just something for 3 or 4-year-olds. I know what you're thinking. Oh, isn't that like when the original Beauty and the Beast was? No! It was nominated for Best Film, not this animated film that didn't even exist yet. Maybe it's because of this movie that category exists. Come on, it's Disney! Is there anything good in it? Well, I like this line. What shall we do?
There is only one thing to do. We must scream like godless hounds.
This one's kind of cute.
It's a very option. I have no intention of doing it that way.
guess the cartoony animation isn't that bad, but the animation when it's supposed to look serious, like in Belle or the Beast, is just pathetic. So, yeah, 2 lines from Lumiere, some cartoony stuff that, because of the low bar, I have to congratulate them on looking cartoony. But aside from that, no, there's really nothing. If you have a toddler that likes anything, show this. Because they'll like anything. Belle's Magical World, it sucks. I'm on to the next one. Bye. Yeah, because out of all the Disney properties that people seem to love the most, it was Pocahontas. Clearly we needed a sequel to that. Truth be told, I don't know what's more shocking. The fact that they actually made a sequel to this film that was so historically inaccurate and the majority of audiences didn't like, and even many said was the beginning of the downfall of hand-drawn Disney animation, or the fact that, I can't believe I'm saying this, I actually enjoyed this one a little bit more than the original. But if you know what I think of the original, that's not saying much. It's still not good. In fact, there are scenes that are downright cringe-worthy to sit through. But again, as I'm finding out with some of these Disney sequels, there was a legitimate talent going in that I have to admire on some levels. Sort of. The film opens up as stupid as you think a movie called Pocahontas 2 would open up. John Smith is apparently killed by the villain from the last film, Ratcliffe. Somehow, through some very confusing exposition, especially for a kids' film, this means that the white man can go and invade Pocahontas' tribe. But one man named John Paul, played by Billy Zane, believes this is unfair. So he pleads with the king to talk to the chief and see if they can work out something between the two. The chief is resistant, though, especially seeing how the settlers on their land are not always the best. Just wait until it happens in the future. But Pocahontas, his daughter, offers to go in his place. Paul begrudgingly agrees, but thinks there's still some way to turn this into something positive, even if he's not getting the chief himself. Pocahontas is thus introduced to a new world and finds out that she's going to make any progress, she has to adapt. Thus, she learns their etiquette, their way of doing things, and of course, puts on a pretty dress that they can market to all the Disney princess lines. Let's see, where is it? There she is. It's borderline a My Fair Lady story, but keeps just interesting enough that it doesn't become too cliche. And she does a good job winning the people over, showing that they're not all just savages and that they can in fact be very intelligent and very peaceful. But when Ratcliffe brings in a bear to torture, as apparently this was some sort of entertainment in the day, I'm not sure if that's true, but if we allow bullfighting, I guess anything possible. Pocahontas stands up for the poor creature, thus driving the king insane for some reason, orders her to be thrown in jail and the attack on her people to begin. And we go right back into stupid territory again. With sword fight, John Smith returning, a romance blooming, even though apparently the person she fell in love with before doesn't count anymore, even though he was kind of still interested, but not. But it's okay because her as the capable, strong hero is suddenly seen doing very little in terms of saving the day all of a sudden. It gets so stupid. There's an immense tragedy with this film because, unlike the first one, I didn't always know where it was going. And the way it was written, and the way it was animated, and the way it was paced, it was surprisingly kind of engaging. With the first film, I knew every second, every line, every character, what was going to happen. It was so predictable. You knew the exact message, plot, when things were going to happen. It was just ridiculous. The only thing it really had going for it was a good color scheme and some nice music. Here, the color scheme and music aren't quite as good, obviously with the budget cut, but there is still a lot of artistic merit. Not only is some of the scenery really nice, and my God, I forgot what a good singer the voice actress of Pocahontas is, but I thought the expressions in this were much stronger than the last one. In fact, a lot of scenes of pointless dialogue are taken out, just replaced by how they look. Look at this scene where Pocahontas is saying goodbye to her best friend. They barely say a thing, but look at that. Look at the emotion in their faces. It's remarkable. There's another great scene where she first sees the king and she freezes. They never explain why, they never talk about it, but you just feel the moment. And it's a quiet scene. There's not a lot of in-your-face music. It can actually be very subtle. There's a real conflict between how much of Pocahontas' culture does she give up to adapt and how much does she hold on to. What does she sacrifice for the greater good? That's 10 times more interesting than what we got in the last film, where you knew from beginning to end what was going to happen. I really hated how at the end of the last film, she didn't go to the new world. She just stayed with her people, and I thought, Why? Why are you closing those possibilities? Why are you just keeping things separate? But in this one, you do see the lands explored. You see how she reacts to things. And it's interesting, and it's charming, and the romance is nice, and this little side character that's following her around trying to protect her, he's cool. I like how all the people don't know how to accept her, but they don't immediately shun her. They're just curious, they're unsure, and I don't know, it just felt more relatable. It felt more interesting. Which is both surprising, but also a shame that it started off so terrible and it ends so terrible. I've never seen a movie where the middle was the best part. Again, for what these people had to make and what could have so easily been a phoned-in project, I really felt they were trying. It just didn't work. Whether it be because of notes from Disney, or they just made the wrong choices, or they didn't think the thing all the way through. But yeah, to its credit, there were much more moments where I was sucked in with Pocahontas 2 than I was with the first one. So I guess if you're really interested in checking out, I would probably say just fast forward to where she's going to the New World and then stop at where they're torturing the bear, because anything outside of that is garbage. But for some strange reason, the middle part of this movie is actually pretty strong. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's Pocahontas 2. I was thoroughly impressed I got anything interesting at all. So I guess I'm glad some parts of it worked. Hell, actually a good chunk of it worked. But it still doesn't work as a complete whole, and that does really damage it. The bad scenes aren't just bad, they're embarrassingly bad. If you're curious, it's not creatively bankrupt. Actually, I am glad I saw this movie, or at least the middle anyway. But the rest of the Colors of the Wind, sadly, are blowing me away. When I started telling people I was doing the direct-to-DVD sequels, a lot of people were saying that Lion King 2 actually was okay. And yeah, I see what they're talking about. It's probably the best way to describe it. Okay. Is it the first film? No. But is it Belle's Magical World? No. It's not good, it's not bad, it's not incredible, but it's not awful either. It's a perfect middle-of-the-road film that you would probably expect. Simba and Nala have given birth to a bouncing baby girl named Kiara, voiced by Bev Campbell. Simba shows her the ropes just like his father did, but it turns out there's a dark, shadowy place that they need to stay away from. No, not the hyenas, now it's the outsiders. A group of lions that like the leadership of Scar and vow to get the land back. Their leader, named Zira, is training a lion cub named Kovu to be a cold-blooded killer who grows up, kills Simba, and ultimately takes control. Why him? Well, apparently he's a not descendant from Scar. Yeah, it's a little confusing. He's not his son, but Scar took him in as his own, even though there was never anything in the last movie that showed they did. It's pretty forced and stupid, but oh, it makes the message in the end so much stronger. Kiara, of course, befriends Kovu, but they're told that they're going to grow up to be natural enemies. A few years pass, and seemingly it looks like Kovu wants to leave his pack, having saved Kiara's life and using that as leverage to join Simba. What they don't know is that Kovu is actually planning to kill Simba when he has the chance. You should know it. The two just happen to get along and of course fall in love, and that makes things really complicated. Will love prevail and the two warring sides see their faults? Is this as clear a metaphor for Romeo and Juliet as the first one was for Hamlet? Personally, I think it's clever that they're taking from Shakespeare's second biggest play after his first biggest play. Apart from a few other things, but that's it. Real characters like Simba, Timon, Pumbaa, and Zazu all feel kind of recycled, even with the original voice actors coming back. But the new characters and their voice actors seem to breathe this very likable life into them. I really like the people they got to play the new parts, where the original actors, well, not all bad, just kind of feel like they're doing their usual shtick. Rafiki has a song that doesn't really add much. Simba has a cool dream sequence, but outside of that, he's just kind of the mean father. Nala's practically pointless. Timon and Pumbaa, I didn't even like that much in the first film, so now in the sequel we get the table scraps of that comedy. But everyone else really seems to care about this story, even if it doesn't always make sense. It's almost cruel to compare the animation of this one to the original, as the original was one of the biggest animated movies ever made. It's just huge. It's one of the few films where they re-release it, I go to see it on the big screen every time. Now we have that animation budget cut in half. What do you expect? It's direct-to-video. As direct-to-video goes, it's not bad. They still have some of that nice line work and try to work in some good background, but yeah, you're always going to be comparing it to how good the first one looked, and that's always going to be a little disjointed. But honestly, for what it is, it's pretty decent. The songs I surprisingly kind of like. I even found myself humming some of them after the movie was done. We Are One is a nice melody, Independi, while pointless, is still a nice rhythm. And even the song He Lives in Me, I think that's in the Broadway version, isn't it? So you know that's going to be pretty solid. In many respects, the film doesn't need to exist. The first Lion King truly was a spectacle to look at. And when you do a direct-to-DVD movie that's trying to capture something similar, you know you're not going to get it. So it almost seems pointless. But if I was forced to make a direct-to-video sequel on The Lion King, this is probably what I would turn into. There is a lot of effort in what I'm sure is not a lot of time and not a lot of money. At least by Disney feature film standards. Is it awkward at times? Yeah, but it does have enough character to it that even though I felt like I knew what was going to happen, I still wanted to see it happen. If it was a feature film, I'd probably be a little harder on it. But since it's a direct-to-video movie, I think it's okay. It gave me exactly what I expected, and nothing really more, but I wasn't expecting more. If anything, I was expecting less. If you want to see something on par with the first Lion King, you're definitely not going to get that here, but honestly, I don't know anyone who thinks they're going to get that. If you want to see sort of a TV sequel, better than TV animation, I think this one's fine. Kind of a middle-of-the-road review, but it's kind of a middle-of-the-road review. Pop it in and judge for yourself. Well, after a film as 90s as a goofy movie, we can go even more 90s-er with an extremely goofy movie. Yep, because everything in the 90s was extreme. Actually, I'm surprised they didn't spell this with an X because, well, we'll get to that. I guess in a sense, this is exactly what I think of when I hear direct-to-DVD sequels, or at least what I thought they were going to be before they started doing the big popular movies. Goofy Movie was a modest success, and it did pretty well on VHS, so I kind of figured to do a direct-to-DVD movie. That's just kind of what they did back then. And honestly, you get what you'd expect a movie like this would offer. It opens with Max and his friends getting ready to go off to college. Goofy, once again, is having a hard time as a loving parent letting go of his kid. To its credit, while it is cramming a lot of the cool stuff at the time in your face, it does take some time to actually be a little emotionally considered. But things go south when Goofy is fired from his job and has to find another one. He's told that the majority of jobs require college degrees nowadays, so enter exactly what you think is going to happen. Goofy goes to college with Max. And enter pretty much every other thing you think is going to happen. Max enters a competitive sport, there's a bully that makes fun of him, they're prepping cheaters who make fun of the fact that his father is there, who of course makes things worse. Max is embarrassed, their relationship is pulled apart again, and of course it ends with some sort of big sports event. Oh, did I say some sort of event like I forgot what it was? No, I remember. You could forget for the life of you. It's the X Games, because they pounded the hell into you. It's beyond obvious that Disney owns ESPN because they plaster that everywhere too. Max's whole goal in this thing is to enter the X Games and win it. It's so weird to see their logo without some sort of parody or satire in there. But no, it's all just one obvious commercial. It's really weird. So, okay, the story's about recycled as a kid. Is there anything good in it? Yeah, there's a couple things. Like I said, there's one or two emotional moments that are brief, but effective. I feel like the animation is trying to be funnier than it's allowed. Like the bully character. He's animated funny, he's voiced by a funny voice actor, but he's just not given any dialogue or scenes that are very funny. But at the same time, look at him. You kind of want to laugh at him. Goofy also starts a bit of a romance with this librarian, who's also a little quirky and awkward. And again, look at how she's animated. You do kind of want to laugh at her. But the key word is want, as in they want you to laugh, they want to get a reaction out of you, but there's just not that much substance there. Some scenes I don't even get. Like Max and the bullies are in this beatnik coffee house, which doesn't even exist anymore. I mean, no, there's coffee houses, but come on, these people look like they're out of the 50s, not the 90s. And they all start snapping. That, for some reason, scares the bullies away. I don't get it. This whole movie feels like a really good joke being set up, but for whatever reason, we never quite get the punchline. It kind of holds back and never becomes anything. And it just sort of falls into that mesh of typical college movies, except now for kids. Hell, did this inspire Monsters U? Oh, I'm so thankful for that. I don't think these are as entertaining as Disney thinks they are. It just kind of feels like opportunities that are never fully taken advantage of. And speaking of which, I'm just gonna say it, I miss Roxanne. I mean, I know high school, going to different colleges, puppy love, separation, all that stuff, but I'm sorry, they were a really cute couple. Could the movie have been about that? Maybe about them breaking up or deciding whether or not they wanted to stay together or going to different schools? You know, actual interesting stuff. Stuff that some kids may need to know when going to college. But no, it's all about being a sports star and trying not to be embarrassed by your waggy parents. I'd see this only if you're a die-hard Goof Troop fan or, I don't know, an example of a movie trying to save itself despite a bad spread. Now that interests you, it's exactly what you think of direct-to-DVD movies can be. Take it for what it's worth and see the X Games yourself. I mean, extremely goofy movie yourself. Just do a tie-in. So I'm not gonna lie, one of the few Disney sequels that piqued my interest a little bit was Little Mermaid 2. Aside from Return to Far, I never saw any of the Disney sequels.
Fuck
It didn't
Mermaid,
pique my
man.
interest, and I think I blew it. But when I saw the commercials for this one about Ariel's daughter who's a human who wants to become a mermaid, I thought, it's kind of a clever idea. Okay, I wasn't expecting fun. I know it's a Disney sequel, but I thought there were some possibilities. Just, and hopped with it.
I sold my Little Mermaid. I bought Little Mermaid back in the day, way back when. You know, ended up selling my Little Mermaid for $3,500. Cause I don't know how many of you out there know this, but in Disney blamed the honor mistake that someone at Disney made. They said, oh, someone was goofing. No, the whole company of Disney is, at the time, was ran, and it probably still is, I don't know about. The whole thing, Disney was ran by people who were gay, homosexual, faggots, and, yeah, well, the artwork and everything on the castle, they belong to shape of dicks. Yeah. Dicks. And yeah. And people at first they just didn't realize it. But when they started realizing that the castles on the front of the cover of the box that the video came in was in the form of a dick, in shape of a dick and whatnot. And everything. They started going nuts. So, the company, Disney and whatnot, was willing to pay big time to get that. They didn't to get the artwork back, Fuck. Yeah, what time is it? God damn. I'm leaning down on the bed because my back was hurting a little bit and just fucking conked out. 3:47. Okay. 3:47. That's nice. Oh yeah, okay, 3:47 that. Okay. Well, fuck me, put on you. Well, I say it's 2:48. Goddamn time zone difference bullshit. They said last year that they weren't going to do it no more. Motherfucking liars. Well, I hope what was on the telly kept you entertaining and you didn't get bored.